Team Ray Young against Aurora Gaming, Caltech Cyber Team against Geek Esport, and Virtus Pro against Twisted Minds.
All right, so very interesting matchups that we're going to see. We're looking at some new faces. We also have familiar faces coming back into the fray. So I feel like, I know it's not the wild card, but it's definitely going to be wild card results.
So just now it was Group A. Now we're looking at Group B. It's going to be Gen G going up against Foot Esports. Later on, it's going to be Team Vitality against MIBR Lost. And then Navi going up against Galaxy Phoenix, as well as Falcon Daisies against Team Falcons Mena. Let me just tell you, Eterna, Arya specifically asked me just to make sure that they're not going to get into this kind of group, not with Team Vitality, not with Navi, not with Falcon Daisies. So as much as Mirko said is okay, I feel like some people might be slightly upset with how you've drawn specifically for Group B.
Is that the right mentality to have, though?
If you want to be the best, you got to beat the best. No excuses, no easy matches. So prove you're the best.
Honestly, I agree with Mirko. To be the best, you got to beat the best. That's why I keep beating myself.
Yeah, because, you know, greatness is earned, right?
C'est la vie. Such is life. In the land of dawn, such is life when all that remains are dreams.
We don't expect the loss last year, and the result is not like what we want. I know that we were capable of more.
But MWI is where barriers are broken and queens are made. Vouloir, c'est pouvoir. To want is to be able.
MWI is a chance for ladies to represent themselves because there were no opportunities in our region back then.
Çoğu insan Türkiye'nin kolay bir yer olduğunu, biz burada bunun yanlış olduğunu kanıtlamak için buradayız.
From heartbreak to hope, from doubt to belief.
We only want to take revenge on Team Vitality because they were the only team standing in our way.
То, что я нахожусь здесь, уже доказывает то, что мечты сбываются.
I think the fourth title will be ours.
Who will rise above? Two champions, one game.
Bienvenue à Paris and welcome to the Esports World Cup 2026.
Where the best of the best compete for the ultimate prize in esports.
And for the first time ever, EWC is on the road.
And we're here in the great city of Paris.
And as we all know, greatness doesn't happen overnight.
You become one of the greatest when you emerge triumphant at MWI at EWC 2026.
And we're all wondering if it will be Team Vitality versus Gen G again in the final, or if one of our talented underdogs will give us an upset.
It's the skills and years of practice that led these players to this moment.
Here at EWC, nothing is granted, everything is earned.
And it's time for the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Women International at the 2026 Esports World Cup.
$75 million, 25 tournaments, over 200 clubs, only one club champion. The club championship is the beating heart of the Esports World Cup. Over 7 weeks, esports clubs send their players to compete. Every placement, every win, every podium earns points for their club. At the end of 7 weeks, every point counts. The club at the top walks away with $7 million and the title of Best Esports Club in the world. It's not about being the best at one game. It's about being the best across all of them. Depth, versatility, consistency under pressure. One championship trophy, one title. Who will take it? Watch history unfold in Paris at the Esports World Cup 2026.
We're here at the Paris Expo for the Esports World Cup 2026, where it has literally taken over the city. Now we're reporting to you here from Mobile Legends Bang Bang Women's International for EWC 2026. And with that, 16 teams have landed here in Paris. And for one reason and one reason only, to take the crown from Team Vitality, our title defenders. Now, with the target on their backs and pressure on their shoulders heavier than ever before, one question remains unanswered. Does Team Vitality have what it takes to defend the throne and rise above? Let's find out.
They turn pain into purpose and left no soul unconvinced of their reign. They're completely undefeated. Team of Vitality. Nothing was granted and everything was earned.
I just want to prove that no one can do it better than us. I think that it was meant to be ours all along. Winning MWI 2025 meant a lot to us because this is our first ever EWC champion title.
Meanwhile, the base is going to be worked on. She's working on the base and Arya's there. They have to clear out the minion, but she'll take it in her own hands and they take it.
We didn't plan for a perfect run last year, but it just happened, so we kept going.
The triple forces the flicker out, but she'll get it over the wall anyway.
I feel like I have conquered the world in Mobile Legends Women. After that, we went to Paris. I actually feel a little bit pressured because we are playing at the home ground of Team Vitality. Now that we're here, all of our fans in Paris are able to watch us directly on site. Defending it again is the biggest challenge because there are more eyes on us. It has always been our nature to win every tournament there is, but what changed is going into this year's EWC, we have more motivation to get the back-to-back title. I feel confident this time. I know that everyone wants the MWI title, but I will not let it happen. I will always be hungry for the title. If you call us the final queen, we will take it. To all teams, give us an intense game. Don't make us sleepy.
Is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Welcome, everyone, to the 2026 Esports World Cup here in Paris, France. This is the MWI. The best women when it comes to MLBB will take that stage to compete for $500,000, but more importantly, to etch their names into the history books of the Esports World Cup. Welcome in, everybody, to the Allianz Vaults. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by the wonderful Eterna and Brigida. Ladies, good to see you, Eterna. We're back. MWI begins now.
We are back finally, going back to back, and now we're here for the third time for EWC, and we're here in Paris.
Yep, and I still think we are in a state of shock after those statements that were thrown at us during the intro video. It's pretty much laid out there what's at stake, what all the teams are fighting for, and who's the big boss in this tournament.
I love tournaments like this. I really do. The ladies, they're passionate, they are talented, and when they take that stage, they are vicious. And it's going to be 5 days of nonstop action here for the MWI. And like I said, a lot of money on the line. We're talking $500,000. Eterna, $150,000 for first.
That's a lot. And I keep saying this over and over, but I think even from the first EWC MWI collaboration is the fact that this is a lot of money, especially for the women's teams, because some of these teams, I think even from back in the day, they didn't even have a gaming house to work with. So the resources were very limited.
Right.
And that's why this is definitely life-changing money.
Yeah, and that's like $5,000 to $10,000 difference, especially if you make it all the way to the knockouts, which I think is one of the most crucial parts now that we are entering the first 3 days of MWI.
Well, format, it's going to be a grueling, at least road that they have to travel in order to reach the finals. We start in a breakout stage, 16 teams broken up into 2 groups of 8. It's double elimination, so you do get that second life. You go on that stage. Maybe you're not ready for it, right? You get a second opportunity to make it into the knockout stage. But that's where things get real. Single elimination, the championship up for grabs, and more importantly, that trophy they might hoist at the end of the competition. And let's also not forget protecting your heart, which is your key, and avoiding it from getting crushed. That's what this whole tournament is about, right? Protecting that key. It is a brutal format if you think about it at the Esports World Cup, right? Especially, right? Because if you get your key crushed, it's never a good sight.
Yeah, I think I need to remember how it sounds like, because all I know is that it's super loud.
Oh.
It is. It's uncannily loud. Like, you think it doesn't make any noise or anything, but like, I mean, back again, like, it's made of really tough stuff, and it's also same made as the material that, you know, the players are.
They're
also very tough.
That's right.
Right?
Well, this is Stream A, and we also have a Stream B. There's going to be MLBB action taking place throughout the 5 days of competition. And luckily, we got our Stream B covered. Lefel, Renmar, what's happening over there?
Welcome to the first day of MWI here at EWC26 on Stream B, the better stream. I'm Renmar.
My name's Phil. Stream A, they're kind of cool. They got a bigger stage and whatever. But we got the better games. We are the better stream. We are the heavyweights.
Quite literally the heavyweights. I mean, just look at the talent pool on this stream. But it is debatable to say better games, because all of the women in MLBB esports, they are ready to show you why they are the best in the world.
And you guys got questions. What about the schedule? What about the format? And why is the Stream A and Stream B running simultaneously? And that's why we got this explainer video for you guys.
MLBB Women's International returns to the Esports World Cup 2026 for its historic third edition. And for the first time ever, the grueling battle heads to Paris. As the one and only all-female championship at EWC 2026, 15 teams emerge through qualifiers spanning over 60 regions. Only one team bypasses the chaos, Team Vitality, returning as the title defender with a direct invitation. 16 elite teams will fight for a staggering $500,000 prize pool, one of the largest in women's esports history. MWI features two brutal stages, the group stage and the knockout stage. In the group stage, 2 groups of 8 are each locked in a double elimination showdown. To survive, teams must secure 2 series wins to claw their way into the knockout stage. One loss drops you straight into the lower bracket, where every match is crucial for survival. Lose again, and your tournament life is over. 8 teams will be eliminated. Only the top 4 from each group will advance to the knockout stage. In the knockout stage, the stakes escalate with every single step. Teams start in a best-of-3 quarterfinal before advancing to an unforgiving best-of-5 semifinal. Teams who fall short of the grand finals will be granted the opportunity for a podium finish in the third-place match. Finally, the top 2 teams battling for the title in the best-of-7 grand finals. In this single elimination format, every match is do or die. On the world stage where dreams are shattered and history is made, a monumental $500,000 prize pool and crucial club championship points are on the line. But only one team will rise above. In the first of 2 MLBB championships at EWC, who will be crowned the queens of MLBB? 2 champions, 1 game. This is MWI at EWC 2026.
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
A lot of information being thrown your way, but don't worry if you missed anything. We're going to keep you up to date as the 5 days go along. Ladies, when did it become a competition between Stream B and Stream A? And by the way, I want to tell you, Lefel, Renmar, I'm a big boy myself. I might not look it, but 221 pounds. If you want to bring the heat, baby. And speaking of bringing the heat, it's Group A. Plenty of great matches. Eterna, walk me through it.
Wait, I just want to say, can I be a part of that?
Of course.
I look like a big guy.
Yeah, you can. I agree.
Right? I mean,
I'll
us
support
combined.
you all throughout. Yeah, us combined.
So Stream A, A-list.
A-list.
A-list stream.
A-list stream.
Sorry, we completely missed the brackets, but I'm pretty sure they got to get a look at it.
That's right. They got to
Yep.
look at it, but Group B is what they really need to take a close look at because I'm calling this the group of death. We've got powerhouse teams of Vitality, Na'Vi, Gen G, and there's a very real chance one of those three teams gets eliminated.
Yep, honestly, I might even consider Falcon Daisies as one of the biggest threats. It's so hard to decide what top 4 teams are coming out of this group, mainly because of what they've been able to achieve in the previous year, and even in a sense that they might not have been here last year, but they've taken out teams who've been or who have achieved a significant podium finish last year. That's Terror Queens, who they actually took out this year.
Yeah, so I'm really worried about Group B, obviously, but I'm also actually worried about Group A as well.
Sure, yeah.
So I think we missed it, but obviously people are saying that, in Group A we have Team Falcons ID. Of course, people are saying that ID is one of the stronger regions when it comes to women's MLBB.
Right.
But if we think about it, there are some other teams with the same ID backbone. Yeah.
Plenty of teams. Actually, there's 18 different countries represented from the players alone, which is incredible. This is going to be our schedule for Group A. We start off with Falcons Indonesia versus Seda Esports. We go down the list, and then Vitality takes on MIBR. Now, that one's going to be a good one. Vitality, the top dogs everybody's looking to take down, and, of course, Genji at the end. But this isn't the only schedule. We also have our Group B, which is going to be action-packed, 4 matches as well taking place over there. And we're going to cross-pollinate, have a chance to show both of them. Like I said, have 2 tabs open.
Yep.
Don't exit out of either one, okay? Have them split screen, get a second monitor, get a second phone. I don't care what you got to do. Watch both streams because these will be the matches taking place on the B stream. Again, an exciting day of competition. And we, for the Esports World Cup, have a ton of things happening. Check it out.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler, why? You're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than being hard stuck at Masters.
You're going too far now.
Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy. That airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Blow the house down.
You look nervous.
You look short. Everything's good?
Fight.
Okay.
Do you really need the wraps? Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
In our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Like I said, a lot of things happening, including apparently Tyler 1 facing off with everybody in the world, getting the hands wrapped up. Hey, it's going to be exciting for sure. Let's talk and break down our Group A and B because they are stacked. Again, double elimination. So if your favorite team does end up losing their first series, no worries at all. They'll have a secondary chance to come back, but they only get one more chance after that. Talking Group A, again, a lot of great teams, but who's the heavy hitters you're looking out for?
That's what I was talking about earlier on when I told you about the Indonesian, backbone. I see it in Twisted Minds because if we're talking about Team Vitality, for sure, everyone knows who they are. Everyone knows that they're the top region and, of course, the top team in the region and maybe worldwide as well. But we've got to remember that when it came down to it, it was always top 1, top 2 being Falcons Vega. And Jin Chao, the gold laner for Falcons Vega, is now in Twisted Minds. So that's one of the teams that I'm definitely looking at as well.
Well, Group B, like we said, might be the most deadliest. It is stacked with competitors. We've got a couple of them on your screen. Brigitte, who are you looking at?
All right, so I did mention a thing or two about me definitely watching out for Falcon Daisies in earlier Group A, but that in Group B, when you take a look at it, I think there are just too many titans, quote unquote, when you take a look. So maybe I want to put my attention towards the newcomers instead, such as MIBR Loss and what they could bring to the table.
Sure.
Because their first day here at MWI is no joke.
That's right.
You're a newcomer, and the first team you go up against is Team Vitality.
And by the way, first time here, and they're walking into the venue, and Rose had a chance to catch up with a couple of them.
Hey guys, Rose here. Good morning from the very beautiful city of Paris. And as you guys can see right behind me, the players are just arriving for their first day of MWI. And you know what? We might actually have a little bit of a chit chat with some of the girls that are arriving. And oh my, everybody is looking really, really good. You know what? Let's see who we can interview. Hi! Hello, come here. Don't be shy. How are you? How are you? How are you, girls?
I'm doing good.
You're doing good? Are you ready for today?
Yeah, I'm so ready.
You're so ready. You excited?
Yeah, I'm so excited.
You're so excited. Good luck. I'll see you later. Bye-bye. And over here, oh my God, the mother of tanks. Hello. How are you?
I'm fine.
You ready?
Yes.
Are you excited?
Yeah.
Anything you want to say to the viewers?
Support us, guys.
Support Team Vitality. I'll see you later, girlie. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Oh my God, guys. The girls are looking amazing. Everybody looks extremely ready. And I see a Malaysian representative. Hi Nora. Hi, Queen. How are you, girls?
Good.
You guys are ready?
Yes.
Nora, this is your first international debut, right? How are you feeling today?
So hype. Let's go.
You're so hype. Let's go. Hello. Good luck, girlies. Good luck. I'll see you guys later. And of course, we also see Falcon Mena. Hello, girls. You ready? I see you again this year.
Yes, I'm ready. We are all ready.
Perfect. You girls look amazing. I love the little ribbon on your hair. I'll see you later. Bye. Honestly, guys, I am so excited to see these ladies in action. And in a little bit, we will be able to witness the battle and the drama in the Land of Dawn. But for now, that's it from Rose, and I'm throwing it back to you guys.
Ooh, the players are ready, and Rose, love the energy out there. Vivian putting on the moves, man. She's like out there ducking and dodging, man. She's the mother of tank. She's looking to go big, of course, representing Vitality. You know, one thing that I really appreciated about those player walk-ins, sometimes you never know what you're going to get, but everybody pretty much had a smile on their face. So they're ready for the competition, and I'm ready for our crunchy story of the day. Now, the question is, who dare challenges the queen? Who dare challenges Vitality? And I've got one that I think is looking for revenge, and that's Gen G.
Yeah, back last year, they were under Gaming Gladiators, and they were able to take top 2. It was the Cinderella story, the underdog story. I think everyone was corralling behind this team because they just wanted to see someone be able to beat Vitality finally, right? Yeah. And now they're coming back with a vengeance, obviously under a different banner, Gen G, but they also came in with a different roster too.
Yep, they had a slight change, and it was, I think, a significant one, especially if you take it into context of the current meta, because this will bring so much new expectations to the table in terms of how Gen G as a team will actually play their game, because it's Rui, and this new player they actually took in had a very remarkable record in the previous MWI. She finished third alongside Terror Queens, also made a statement themselves, put up really close fights just to make it to top 3. And now you're seeing these lineups merged into one, chasing for that revenge against Team Vitality.
But also Ashley versus Vivian. I know that's a hot talking point. Let's not forget the championship interview last year. Vivian did make some call outs. I'm going to be bringing that up as the show goes along. But it's not just Gen G, it's also Na'Vi. Now, fun fact about this roster, 3/5 of this roster actually won at EWC26 MWI, right? So they are also looking to reclaim the throne from, of course, Vitality, who's won the past 2 years. What can we talk about with Na'Vi?
Well, it hasn't been that much of a good record for them, I'd say. I think a lot of us had more expectations of them, especially in the previous MWI, but they did not have a podium finish. Like, I think they were in one of the top teams you would consider to be in your power rankings before you actually entered MWI, but due to that, they did make some significant changes. This lineup used to have 5 Cebuanas, For the longest time, they've been together, but they switched up their mid and their gold. And these two players too have a lot of experience under their runs. And I think so far, every single time I see them, they look very comfortable. Like their aura seems very light, and they literally feel excited to enter this tournament.
Well, they only dropped one game throughout postseason, which is a pretty big deal, right? So clearly they have composure. They know how to win. The question is, can they win on one of the biggest stages, though, MLBB has to offer? That's my big question. Obviously, we're going to be getting those answers as the days go on. We talked, obviously, Genji and Na'Vi. Do we want to throw a third team in there that you think is, like, really on your radar? I know Falcon Daisies, you mentioned them over in the other group, but who's truly a contender?
I think I'd also want to include Malaysia.
Okay, yeah.
Malaysia, right?
Same.
Because if you take a look at even one of the more recent international tournaments, I think that was SEA Games 2025.
Yeah, we don't talk about that.
Why not?
We don't talk about that because it was an unexpected outcome.
As the analyst, we've got to talk about it, right? I'm the new guy here, though, so maybe we don't have to talk about it.
Long story short, ID lost to PH lost to Malaysia, and Malaysia finally picked up the gold medal.
Okay.
So that's what happened.
Yeah, I'm
that's why we don't talk about it.
I'm kind of learning regional debates is pretty hot, right, when it comes to MLBB, and we're going to be discussing that all tournament long. But I'm curious who's going to end up taking it. And obviously, we gave our crunchy story of the day, who we think will be the contenders to Vitality. But chat, let us know. Keep, of course, the conversation going. Who do you think is truly going to take this entire event? And if you guys just want to go on a micro level, just let us know who do you think is going to win today based off our schedule. And again, just a reminder, we do have our Stream B going down. $500,000 on the line. It's MWI. Let's go to our stage to get it started.
Legacies aren't inherited, they're built. One match, one win, one impossible comeback at a time. Nothing is granted. Everything is earned. The Esports World Cup has landed here in Paris, the city of love. And this time, for the love of Mobile Legends Bang Bang. 2 champions, 1 game. Welcome to Mobile Legends Bang Bang Women's International, where we have gathered 16 of the strongest female MLBB teams, where they converge here in Paris to make history and rise above.
And of course, all of these 16 teams are the queens of their regions. And here at the Esports World Cup, you know that means they are about to be fighting for a lot. $500,000, ladies and gentlemen, is up for grabs. And of course, the glory of being considered the best women's MLBB team in the world. Of course, right here on the trophy stand, we do not have the trophy yet, as last year's champions, Team Vitality, will be bringing out the trophy later on. But in the end, there can only be one champion. Damascus, what help us to those who fall short?
Rob, 16 teams are going to fight for that title, but of course 15 will be eliminated throughout the next few days, and every single eliminated team must go through the grueling process of destroying their key right here at the kick for sure. And let me be real, sometimes it gets kind of loud because you can hear these keys popping just like the player's dream. Without further ado, it is time to welcome our 16 teams for this weekend's event, and let's see who will get that big title.
Qualifying out of Indonesia, Team Falcons.
Qualifying out of Western Europe, made up of 5 countries, GK Esports.
Qualifying out of North America, GG Esports.
And joining all the way from Mongolia, Aurora Gaming.
Powered by their jungler, Miss Meow, Virtus Pro.
Last year's rookie come back with a lot of experience, all the way from Turkey, Foot Esports.
The newly assembled qualifying out of Myanmar, Team Ray Young.
And the new representative all the way from China, Seda.
Qualifying out of Cambodia, Galaxy Phoenix.
The 2024 champs are coming up with an updated roster in Shares of Redemption, representing the Philippines, Navi.
With the return of the Ice Queen, Galtech Cyber Team.
Brazil's alliance looking to put South America on the map, MIBR Los.
Qualifying from Myanmar, Falcon Daisies.
And with a more experienced roster looking to put Mekong on the map, Twisted Minds.
Sweeping the entire Africa qualifier. Put your hands together for Team Falcons MENA!
And now it is time to welcome the champions, the title holders. Make some noise for Team Vitality!
Last year, the defending queens didn't just win it back. They went undefeated. A perfect run. The golden road. This year, the target is on their back, heavier than ever before. Every team came here to Paris for one reason and one reason only: to take the V-Hive down and the crown from the Queen Bees. But here in Paris, this is the home ground of the organization. Pride is on the line. Today, the question isn't whether Team Vitality still belongs at the top, it's whether anyone in the room can actually do something about it. To break it down, let's find out from the studio.
An introduction. The ladies have taken the stage. Things start to get serious. And the trophy has been placed in the center by Vitality, looking to protect it. Will they be able to? Well, only time will tell. 5 days of competition. Let's start breaking down our first matchup. It's coming up quick. It's going to be Falcons Indonesia versus Seda Esports. Two dominant rosters going toe-to-toe for the first time ever here at the 2026 Esports World Cup. However, when it comes to MLBB, there's been some big changes. Even since our wild card matchups, let's start discussing our new meta and how things are shifting about. And, well, I don't know. Who wants to take this one first?
Okay, I think we start with the first and probably the most important point that we have to talk about here. It's the nerf on tank junglers who have been the kings of the jungle for the longest time in MLBB. We see occasionally some assassins here and there, but just because of this nerf, in terms of their jungling speed, I think this will allow for the assassins who we've all been wanting to see finally step up and take place in the Land of Dawn. And I am so excited to see this because a lot of our female junglers are actually really good assassin users.
Yeah, they're carries. They're carries, they're violent in their execution, they're violent in the game. So I do agree with you, Brig. I like that you brought that up. But also when we take a look at this hotfix, we gotta see it coincide with one another, right? You're talking about specific tank junglers being nerfed, and we're talking Baxia, Fredrin, Akai specifically, but also the fact that there were battlefield adjustments that we also need to pay attention to as well. The fact that the purple buff, the orange buffs, and the creeps around your own jungle has gotten buffed when it comes down to how much income you get. It's 20% on orange and 20% on purple, and the rest have been upped by 50%. We're saying a lot of numbers, we're saying a lot of specifics, but what does this mean in the game? It means that there is more room for carry junglers to rise. Assassins will be able to get to their power spikes a lot quicker. It also allows them to not really have to go for the contest for first turtle, so they can play the way that assassins want to play. And hence, if you do still want to use your tank jungles, I guess you need to be a little bit more aggressive in the invades.
And farming, like heavy on farming, because you will feel the change. You will feel the difference in terms of your farming speed if you still opt to go for your tank jungle setups. And that will also probably change the way we see the roamers come into play. Like, are we going to see a bit more of the aggressive invade type of roamers or the heavy pick-off crowd control specialist roamers? Because I think that will be also one of the biggest responses to the potential rise of the assassin junglers all over again. But more so, if we're talking invades, if we're talking about all those disruptors and annoying heroes, then might as well touch on a bit of the EXP lane. Because there was this one hero that took a significant change as well, which is Esmeralda.
Huge. Lower cooldown, increased damage, increased shield on her first skill, more slow on her second skill as well. So we are going to see whether or not Esmeralda rises in popularity. And I think that's what makes MWI so exciting.
Absolutely. And so much to ask, even based off of this, especially with two specific players. I'll ask that when the time comes, especially for the matchup a little bit later. But this one here, Falcons Indonesia, Seda Esports. Very talented ladies about to take the stage. Now, the story here is you have one of MLBB's strongest teams going against China's newest team, built specifically for MWI. Now, first we talk Falcons. Now, Falcons Indonesia, a talented roster built around a veteran.
Yeah, we have Violet and Agatha that stayed, but other than that, everyone's kind of new. But also, we do still have some veterancy in it, despite them not being from Falcons, right? They came from EVOS Lynx, and they were together 7 years ago. That's Leaf as well as Violet. So I'm excited to see that duo come together, how they've been able to gel with one another. And it's also important to note the fact that they did miss last year's MWI, so I am quite excited to see what they have to bring
But
to the
maybe
table.
missing, sometimes the heart grows fonder with distance, right? And they were watching that and thinking, thinking, I want to be there. Now that they're there, they're not going to waste that opportunity. Now, one good thing about them is they have great composure, clearly, because, Violet specifically led her team through 3 elimination matches to get to this stage. Now, that's not easy to do. When you know your tournament life is on the line, you've got to guide your troops effectively. Violet was able to do that. So if they get into a sticky situation, I'm looking at this team to be perfectly fine, and it is going to get a bit, hairy up there at times, right? It's not going to be easy against the competitors you have to go through. Speaking of which, obviously, Seda Esports. I love the narrative here. Newest team built for MWI.
Yeah.
What does that mean, Bree?
I think it's so much emphasis on the word new, because even if you take a look at their qualifiers, there's really not much information that you could get out of this team in terms of their gameplay, in terms of their hero pools. And that is, I think, in a way, a double-edged sword too, because this is where you could probably argue that you could not really find enough information about them to prepare enough about this team. One thing that we know for sure, though, is that they tend to really prioritize the strong laning picks in order to just establish that early game, because they're most flexible when it comes to the mid game. That's where they can either opt for these split approaches or even just rely on team fight as a whole. But what we know for a fact is that they're a very flexible team, and both of them would probably really just fight for that early game advantage.
Now, with a new meta, flexibility obviously is going to be hugely important here. Now, I have heard, though, at least when it comes to our ladies, they do like to go with the comfort picks despite of the meta. But I guess here for this roster, maybe they're going to be comfortable flexing a little bit. And by the way, if you want to go ahead and get your fantasy team written up, scan that QR code. There's a lot of players to choose from. Who do you want to choose? Like I said, EWC is great. You have an opportunity not only to be involved just in chat like the traditional way, but also choosing your fantasy roster. See how good you are at building the best team you possibly can. Scan that QR code. But again, going back to the meta discussion, because it changes, do we think Seda Esports might actually have a little bit of an advantage here? Because clearly they have good, at least from what I've been seeing, macro mechanics. They're solid. They know how to break this game down well.
I mean, in order to play, like at least in the previous meta, in order to play the likes of an X-board jungle requires you to definitely have a better or a really good understanding of the macro approach, right? So I think that is something we can expect from them. But again, veterancy. You mentioned the reunion between Livy and Violet, and that's like 7 years ago of them just really playing competitive MLBB. So you know that you're up against players who've been here for so long.
So that's definitely the advantage that I think Team Falcons ID has coming into this matchup. And considering they are coming from a more established region, we've had so many, multiple MLBB Women's Cups in general for years.
Right.
So obviously they have a lot more experience. They've played with a lot of different metas. Meanwhile, a region that's new doesn't have as much to work with. But again, I like that we mentioned that it could be just what they need.
Yeah, because you never know. There could still be ways that they, of course, get to review, get the information that is necessary for them to improve across the other regions. But at the same time, we have very little info about the games that are public. Their scrims even. We don't really know what scrims they've been able to play or with which regions they've been able to go up against. So Seda is really coming into this tournament, aside from the new patch, as new faces, and there's a lot that we have to unlock when it comes to this roster.
Scan the QR code also here. Get your pick'ems in. Like I said, a lot of ways to get involved for EWC. That app is actually pretty incredible. Scan the QR code, especially if you're here in the venue. Might as well. A lot of fun things happening here in Paris. And man, it has been a great time at the Esports World Cup. And one of the things we really haven't broken down just yet is the Club Championship Trophy, which is so very important. A lot of money on the line. You want to talk about, and you mentioned it earlier, obviously for these orgs winning some of the money for the $500,000, obviously placing in the Club Championship, we're talking potentially millions of dollars to rebuild your org, potentially make that team house, get your ladies involved right all in the same room, which helps build team chemistry. It helps your roster tremendously. And we have a lot of great orgs represented. Vitality, for example, they need to catch up when it comes to the Club Championship points. This is their opportunity to do so. Genji, another roster, but Falcons, this is just one of the rosters. They've got two.
They've got a lot.
Yeah, they do.
Like even later for MSC, they have what, 2, 3?
I think 2. Two? Yeah, two. There's Falcons Meta who just recently won the wild cards, and then we have Team Falcons PH. So those are two of the many Falcons rosters we've seen. Even during the qualifiers leading up to MWI, actually, we've had a lot of Team Falcons rosters. The Philippines, our representatives currently, Navi, actually had to go up against the own version of the Philippines Team Falcons as well. So it could have been three, but you know.
I also remember last year's club championship run being so tight.
So tight until the very, I think it came down to like the last two
Like
events.
the final weeks, right?
Yeah, it came down to the final week, like the last two events. We were telling the story on the week 7, and it was like, who's going to win? Because Falcons could have very well been defeated. Let's not forget, they've won the club championship in back-to-back years, you know, kind of like Vitality, right? For MWI. That's like, what, $14 million is just insanity if you think about it. But the point is, winning this event is tremendous help for the club championship race. And on top of that, obviously, putting your name onto the totem to be immortalized. You know, we have the totem room. It has all three, well, I guess 2 totems from the previous 2 EWCs, plus the new third one. And it's really, really cool just to go back into history, see who's won these events, and really just take a step back in time. Hey, check it out. Our matchup is about to be underway. We'll be going into our pick and bans very shortly. The ladies have taken the stage to face off against each other for our first time. It's going to be Team Falcons Indonesia versus Seda Esports. It's one of MLBB's strongest teams versus China's newest team built for MWI. Will that pay off? Well, we're going to find out very shortly as the pick and bans will be underway before long. Again, taking a look at Team Falcons Indonesia. You know, Bree, we got a veteran. Obviously, Violet, we talked about him. The roster built around Violet. Now, that's a huge positive to me, but there can be some shortcomings. If Violet isn't performing, if she's not vocally leading her team, does this team still continue to function?
It will be tough, especially if the shot calling does revolve around her. But considering that I think Raymond is known to heavily play some invader roamers, which I think we've previously touched upon when we discussed the meta, then I think there will be a part of the shot calling coming from her as well. She will be taking charge in a way, and I think they have to work hand in hand. So it's not just going to be all around Violet, but a huge part of it will come from her, definitely.
Since we're speeding things up with the new meta, do you think Falcons Indonesia is going to be able to react to that accordingly? Because were they traditionally a fast team, a slow team? Obviously, you've got to adjust. Or do they, you know, Eterna go with their bread and butter, their comfort picks?
That's a big question, because when we talk about Team Falcons, I'm so used to the old lineup. I'm so used to, you know, Jin Chao, Agatha, and the rest of the old members. And when we looked at them, it felt like everything revolved around Jin Chao. Like she was the star player. But now that she's not there, we're waiting to see perhaps the new backbone and the new formula or the new system that Team Falcons ID will bring up today, especially with the changes to the patch and so on and so forth. But I'm pretty sure the coach is also there to really help assist them through this. And that's why this first banning phase here in Stream A, that's what makes it so fun and interesting.
Yeah, I know they told you to check out Stream B too, but just keep both of us open.
That's right.
This isn't a competition between the better stream. The matches are debatable, but both are a must-watch.
Both are must-watch indeed. Yeah, I don't know why it turned into a competition. That content.
It's LaFell. It's LaFell.
He's just a competitive
Yes,
guy.
yes.
Fair enough. I'm going to have to arm wrestle. I think that was a big thing you guys like doing. And I haven't lost yet, at least when it comes to the talent arm wrestling.
Wow, impressive.
That's right. Well, you know, it's just what I do. It's just what I don't know, but you're also saying you're a big dog yourself. So
I am. We don't do that though, Eterna. I think we don't try the arm wrestling, you know.
Why?
Do you want to try?
Yes.
Okay, let's see if you can. Let's do it off stream.
Off stream. Well, yeah, we'll see how much time we got to fill anyways. But right now, as the players, again, do get set up. You mentioned coaches. So I'm new to MLBB. You two are the veterans. And it's a pleasure to be here, by the way. I'm going to be learning each of these 5 days. Fun fact, First Mobile also being involved in as a talent. Coaches across multiple esports play a varying different number of roles. How are the coaches when it comes to MLBB, and how integral are they in the success of a roster?
Yeah, a lot of the planning in terms of drafts and really just studying the opponents comes down to the coaches and the kind of system that they set up. It really builds what kind of culture and habits the players eventually have. And I think you just know for a fact that they do like work together when it comes to the drafts, but majority of like the preparations and the studying are going to stem from them, especially when it's a news patch.
And we've seen such variety when it comes down to coaches, right? We've seen a variety of coaching staffs. Sometimes there's the head coach, assistant coach,
Life coach.
life coach, emotional coach. What else is there?
A lot.
Tactical coach. It really depends on how established the org is. But of course, for simplicity, let's just keep it to, let's say, head coach and assistant coach. We also usually have an analyst to really study everyone else in the competition. And you've mentioned everything very technical, Brie, but also what's really important about the coaches is how they bring these players to light. I mean, some of these players are so young.
Yeah.
Right? We've seen players, 16, 17 years old.
Wow.
Barely growing up. I don't even remember what I was doing at 16, 17, but they are playing competitively. And obviously, the frontal lobe isn't fully developed. So, of course, emotions are on the table. So that's what another thing that the coaches really have to think about as well.
We're talking frontal lobes and everything on the desk.
I was a biology student.
No way.
Ooh.
Oh, it's about to get deep up here. Okay, I like it. But coaches seriously do make a big impact, especially when you start talking about younger players.
Yep.
16. Who is, I guess, what would be like the age range for MLBB?
I think if we're talking veterans, we could say they're around the 20s above. But
Hey, we have 33.
33.
We do, but we are in MWI.
Okay,
so we
true.
don't have 33. 33 is already like 30.
That's right.
plus.
He was in the
wild
He was
cards.
in wild cards.
Well, the cool thing though about that, I mean, it's just obviously breaking that down, 16 to 33, you can have a very long career, right?
Oh, yeah.
And truly build a legacy, build a life in this title, which I love. I really do, and it gives an opportunity for the gamers to, carve a path in life, which I think is so very important. You never know what gaming can bring to you. Gaming is such a beautiful scene that just opens the doors, not only for myself, but just many others out there. And there's many ways to get involved. So from 16 to 33 is a great spread, a good, obviously, age range to have. Now, obviously, Falcons Indonesia, State of Esports, we're talking Indonesia, we're talking China. Now, the regional battle has been, from what I've been hearing, really, really tense. Who would be the best regions? Because Indonesia, from what I'm hearing, is at the top of the food chain.
Okay, if it's Vitality, then yes.
I mean, you won.
But we won
Smart Omega Empress
2024.
once.
2024, but the recent,
one out of, sorry, how many MWIs have there been?
This is the third. So like
Okay, so like
20,
how many
25.
percent is that again? Sorry, remind me.
66.67.
I didn't know the point. I just knew 66.
66.67%
For Vitality.
and for the Philippines.
So then Indonesia.
Wait, no, why? Why is it 66.67?
That's why, for Vitality, no?
Yeah, because they won 2 out of
Oh, yeah.
2 out of the 3 is 66.67, as you said.
Oh, yeah.
Don't do the 6-7 in the chat. I don't want to hear any of that.
6,
No,
7.
God.
No. I thought you didn't want me to do that. Why did you do it just
I'm
now?
sorry. Intrusive thoughts.
But so Indonesia, I mean, at least as of right now, at this stage, seems to be the best region. But who's hot on their heels?
But that's why it's so arguable, right? Because in the past, when Team Vitality won their title last year, they were on an undefeated run. So, locally, regionally, international tournaments, like third parties here and there, they've been able to win it all. But this year feels a little janky for me. The fact that they lost the SEA Games.
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
I mean, at the time, it felt as if the mastery that Malaysia was able to show was just really exceptional overall, because they've been spamming. Well, it was sort of the utility meta back then. So we've seen comps similar to the Fredrin Arlot being spammed over time by Team Malaysia. But at the same time, it's surprising because the level of understanding and chemistry that they've shown up against Team Vitality or then Team Indonesia is something you really wouldn't expect, because you would expect the most polished and the cleanest of executions to come from Indonesia. But I guess that shows that there occasionally are some loopholes when there are adjustments that have to come into play.
That's the thing. That's what makes me so worried.
Because it's a new patch.
Yes. I mean, considering this is a different coaching staff, by the way. So in 2024, was it 2024? In 2024, when they lost the throne to Navi, back then it was Smart Omega Empress. It was a different coaching staff. It was under Susugaja, Coach Susugaja for Team Vitality, and eventually they did a swap in roster of the coaching staff, and it's now under Coach Casius. So I thought that with the change in coach, with Coach Casius now, really holding the helms for the team, that it would be okay if there were changes, but it turns out there's still a chance.
There is still a chance. So I think it's just in a way showing that they can be defeated.
Yeah.
But there are a lot of factors that have to come into play. It's either maybe timing, a bit of course, the adjustments that I think constantly point out, because again, we're in a new patch. But if we think adjustments and just their comfort overall in this new patch, I don't think they are expected to struggle as much.
Sure. Well, new patch, I guess we'll bring this conversation forward because it is going to have an impact, obviously, in this first matchup. Ashley, Vivian, there's a big discussion, Mother of Tanks, who truly is it? Obviously, Vivian holds that title at the moment, obviously winning last year, the year before that. But now that the tank meta might not be as prominent, could we see potentially a fall off, not necessarily in skill set, right? But at least just maybe different roles being played. Are tanks going to be as impactful? Obviously, the assassins now truly impactful, more so now in this meta. But how is that going to change the game? I mean, does it speed up? Is it still going to remain a little bit slower like it used to be?
I think should speed up, right? Like compared to before where we saw a lot of the 20+ minute games, things should feel a bit faster now if we just focus on those kinds of junglers coming into play. But we're finally seeing the draft. We are going to start, and as of the moment, I'm surprised to see that a lot of the focus is actually going to be on the roamers. It's the Mathilda, Atlas, and the Marcel that have been taken out of the options for now. So this makes room for a lot of the previous priorities. I think I'm a bit iffy about seeing the Juicin Prio though. Do you agree with me? Like, do you feel the nerf on the Juicin?
Personally, as a Juicin player, sometimes I feel it, sometimes I don't. It really depends.
really?
Like if I'm still up against a composition that's very melee oriented, like the Baxias of the world, the Fredrins of the world, the range diff to her skill is not as bad.
Really?
It's not as bad. But that's why I feel like coming into the draft, it's going to be interesting because we've been talking about how perhaps the assassins will come up in popularity, but so far these bans don't really indicate that, right? The Matilda being banned out, obviously the Matilda has been such a great support hero for the junglers in the tank, so either this is them knowing something that they know that we don't know about each other, or it's still kind of centering around the tank junglers.
Yeah, I'm trying to make sense of what Seda is trying to set up for, because they've been taking out Mathilda, Atlas, and Glue. Three, I'd say, very annoying roamers in the sense that they just really provide stability for your team. But what is the prio if they just don't want to go up against these kinds of heroes? Like, I mean, the likes of the Freyas and the Paquitos are there definitely, but you might not want to really see them first pick now that the Esmeralda's been buffed up really well. So I think we're going to maybe shift a bit back to seeing more jungle gold prios, because we did mention the Juicin. It's also probably going to depend on these teams if they still feel very comfortable into prioritizing the mid lane picks.
Yeah, and on that note, we do still see the Baxi being banned out, Brie. Okay, so we talked about the Hirara coming to the wild cards. I think it was a very huge and heated debate. Is Hirara good? Is Hirara bad? Is she viable in the meta? Is she okay for top-notch professional play?
Yeah.
A lot of players argue differently, but we did see an okay win rate from Hirara. I think in the later stages, I think the teams got a lot more accustomed towards the Hirara, and the fact that we do see the changes towards the battlefield, easier to farm and so on and so forth, we do see the potential of the Hirara.
Okay, and more so now that I think you really want to just take a look at the assassin junglers a bit more because of the changes in the patch, then I think Hirara, compared to it becoming a 50-50 pick, feels a bit more reliable. Now, Team Falcons Indonesia though, these are really tanky first two picks that they've decided to go for. It's a Phoveus and the Belleric, which really makes me think of, does Seta just really want to counter them immediately on, or do they just want to go for the safer priorities on their carries and reveal what their lineup will really revolve around? Because the bans are just
Yeah.
Really interesting to see. Like, you don't really get to see what the plan is from the fans.
I think right now they definitely cannot rely on the Hirara. So the carry does come through, and the Yves. So we have a double secondary carries here. Yves going to be a very strong laner considering the nerfs to the Jushin. Carry also one of the answers towards the beefy guys in the front, like you mentioned, for the first two picks. And the Falcons ID drafted in a way, especially first two, that they really want to counter this Hirara, right?
Yeah.
Very difficult for her to dash in of these team fights and get out alive. And that's exactly what the Belleric has to offer. And so does the Phobias on the side lanes. But the question is now, how do they want to close things off? What is that third pick? Do they want to go for a counter pick in the jungle?
Yeah, and what is their damage source? Like, what is one of their damage sources gonna be? So now we get an answer. It is gonna be the Gourd. Although it is going to go up against a Hirara, we do see like the synergy that can come into play. It's a Belleric and a Gourd, so you can just be constantly annoying in the mid, just spamming the taunts, and there will be very reliable follow-up and poke damage that can come into play if you take a look at their mid duo, because I think that's something we're yet to see from Seda. Like, what is going to be paired up with the Eve? What is going to really change the course of their mid rotation so far? Because the fact that you don't know what kind of jungler Falcon's ID is going to go for yet, it kind of feels 50-50 to just go for a heavy invade type. But there is a high chance that they go for an assassin or a damage jungler if they already have these two beefy guys in their lineup so far.
That's why, but I think they need someone to kind of speed up the process about the mid-rotation, right? I'm really worried with Hirara being on the other side, the fact that she's going to be able to roam quicker, be able to invade into the enemy jungle a lot quicker, which is why I was actually still thinking about the Fredrin. So the Fredrin does get taken out here. I think it's a good call by Seta. And by the way, the buffs to Esmeralda gets banned straight.
Yeah, I was really thinking that it could have been a great option for Seta
against Phobias,
but they did not decide to go for it just yet. They prioritized the Eve and the carry instead. So we're seeing a setup on the box for Seta, at least for now. Most probably is going to be a team fight approach that they really want to take heading into this game. Speaking of team fight, they even take out the Minotaur. This is something I wouldn't really expect to come in, but there probably has been some information for Team Falcons that it could have been a specialty for Remon, or for, Miss on the roam. And if you think about it, I think it pairs up really well with the AoE that Zeta have actually established so far in the Eve.
Makes sense. We're waiting on the final ban now coming from Zeta. They're starting to really limit down this jungle, and that's why I was thinking that they might want to go for a jungle in third, but it turns out they prioritize the Gourd instead. The Harith gets taken out, establishing the fact that they want the carry to have a more comfortable laning phase. But of course, the Claude is still open, but they go for the Moskov instead. So a little bit more map control around the side lanes, something that they could definitely work with. You were asking about what kind of carries that they were thinking about, and we do see that the Moskov comes through.
Yeah, so it is down to the jungle option left for Team Falcon's ID, but Seda, on the other hand, we're yet to see their roam XP. And I think these are going to be two very crucial anchors if we're talking team fight. If Seda really wants to go all in on team fights, then what are going to be their tempo setters for their XP and roam picks? Because I believe there are a bunch of options still out there. If they're looking at AoE or pickoffs, I think some of the more common picks previously were the Cho. I was supposed to say Gatot Kacha if we're talking AoE, but I didn't expect it to come out because it has been out of the meta for quite some time now. And you just add on more layers of that AoE. So just look at this lineup, this team fight lineup that Seda have established for game number 1.
And they definitely have answers towards the backline, right? Moskov, backline, Gourd heavily backline, and they have the Gatot Kacha with the AOG to kind of disrupt that front line, especially we're seeing and considering, the Phobias and the Belleric that will be a huge factor when it comes down to the team fights. They also have the Alice to get to the backline, so it feels like it has been answered. I just don't know what Team Falcon should prioritize in the jungle here.
Yeah, there's so many options if you want to fight them head to head with an assassin, but also they're
Nolan was buffed. Do they want to go head-to-head? Oh, they go Suyo.
Okay, yeah. Suyo did show up quite sometimes, even in Wildcard. I think it's never been really out out in terms of the meta. But so far, looking at the compositions, I think so much is really going to boil down onto team fight. Like even looking at Team Falcon's ID, I think a lot of this is going to revolve around their team fighting prowess and capability. Apart from the fact that they do have a Moskov on their side, but that's really going to likely be the name of the game.
Well, now that they're obviously chosen, from what I'm getting, Seda Esports maybe taking a little bit of a different approach versus Falcons Indonesia. You know, mentioning it obviously for the macro mechanics for Seda Esports, they're solid, and they did come in created specifically for MWI. And I'm thinking the Hirara pick is going to make a big impact, obviously, for the side of Seda Esports. Getting that buff recently, we think that's going to be a prio pick. It was instantly. You got to play around it and adjust accordingly. Falcons Indonesia are going to have to fight hard going into match number 1.
Here we go. Thank you so much to the panel. We're here. It's me, Mirko, and Athena to bring you game number 1 into the land of Dawn. We go for the opening match of MWI EWC26. We get a quick look at the emblems here, straight up. It's kind of crazy that they went for the Hirara, the Yves, and the carry straight up. Seita, they just put everything on the board, no hidden cards coming into the second phase.
And that's the thing, Seda is actually known to adjust their composition quite well, depends on who they're up against with. And with Falcons back here for MWI 2026, we're kind of seeing a different assembled version of them by missing out some of the few seasons a while back, but now they're back for vengeance. And looking at the draft, Eterna and Brigida had discussed that they want to go head-to-head, especially on the jungle. You mentioned the Hirara. Now we got the Suyu back on top here for the Meta or Sev.
I don't know about the matchup, dude. The Suyo has really gone down in stocks the last patch after the big nerfs on skill 2, some of those cooldowns as well. But the Hirara, on the other hand, has been finding a lot of success even in the utility meta and wildcards that we saw. Just a few fights here and there. Fun one.
Okay, Raimundo will immediately fall down. It's a great answer here for Seda. Setting the tone, immediate takedown onto the roam. Seva trying to go for the pickoff. Will there be a trade? Yes, indeed. Joe with a kill immediately onto Zeb. Now it reflects the nerf onto that Suyo.
We questioned it and it's instantly answered. Guy. Great laning phase so far against Liv, but the Suyo, that clearing speed definitely took a hit. And for Zoe on the Hirara, it's just been fantastic. Free Turtle with all the setup they've been given, with mid-prio as well. I think that's one of the main things about the Belleric. You really gotta wait for level 4 before you're actually useful, when you could see with Fanhua and the Gatakacha, it's just playing 1 to 3, getting the prio, and then utilizing and revitalizing that brutal sustain.
And that's exactly Seda went for. They didn't even wait for Raimundo to get that ultimate, just taking advantage of the early game here. Meanwhile, transitioning onto the top lane, we could definitely see the rise of the Eve yet again. With a box type of composition here for Seda, they wouldn't have any problem at all in just disengaging or actually initiating types within their framework. And now, Fanbo onto the top lane. There's gonna be some kind of vision here for Falcons. That's why they will not resort onto any pickups yet.
And it gets really tough now as we get into the mid game for Falcon ID. They still have a very good team fighting composition, but it all relies on whether or not they can be free around Violet Sev. An attempt at the bottom lane.
That's a 3 women setup here, but Jessica66 just chilling around here. Definitely not worth her time yet. So they just want to somehow focus on Zoe farming up as much as they can. And so far, there was some kind of question for a set of division if they can withstand fast-paced tempo disruptors. But looking at their early facing, looks like they got this one on the back.
Does look like that's the case. Seita's composition scales really well as well. We're talking about just pure damage output around these team fights. Falcon ID, on the other hand, they're really going to have to rely on the Suyo and the Moskov to try to play these side lanes, build on that macro advantage, and then try to split Seda up, because it really looks like as long as Seda stick together, they get tempo around the map with Zoe and Jessica, they should just be able to build a solid box to play around, and that's exactly what both teams want to play around this time.
Yep.
On to Turtle 2. It's a box for Seda. It's up to Falcons to break it.
Okay, Falcons immediately goes in with a taunt here. Violet on the other hand, going for the follow-up. Jessica 6-6 onto the back, targeting Liv and Livy as well. Livy falling down. But on the front lane, just dishing out those damages. There's going to be a chase here. Panwa, good free hits for Guy. There's going to be the Dark Wave, but it isn't enough yet. There's going to be a 3 women here and an immediate takedown onto Violet. Most of the kills onto the side of Seda.
Falcon got the tempo, but they couldn't get more than just a neutral objective. The team fighting we were talking about, Jessica, what a set with a throw and a ruin combo together with the AOG, and they can't look for anything on the map. Seda on the other side though, Guy and Fanhua here just waiting in the bush. Violet's in for a rough awakening if he just walks up into this turret. I think it's just going to be a free turret for Seda.
Definitely. Falcons right now, they can't risk another sudden death like that. Looking at the Seda way here, they just want to be the one to set the tempos. Falcon ID just isn't giving any objections at it, and Seda Division is mostly the ones setting up most of the team fights. If it doesn't matter to them, they just go around and go farm help as much as they can.
Equipment check. It's the cursed helmet for the first item from Mrs. Jessica. 1v1 for both the assassins. Zev takes the safe route, gets away in time. Liv playing this weak side. Everybody corralling into the bottom lane, trying to get Guy in the turret.
Okay, there's always Jessica onto the front line, so Falcons ID can't do nothing about it. They don't have the skill set yet and the arsenals to totally disrupt Jessica in the process. But as you mentioned, you already have the Sky Cursor for Sev. They have to get those numbers rolling if they want to somehow contest neutral objectives. And speaking of which, in less than 10 seconds, there's going to be one, and Seda already has their eyes on this one.
It's just such great adaptations, such quick adaptations from Seda. They noticed how slow they were to actually walk up and get these positions earlier. Way everything all into Jessica.
That's a very nice missing gusher from Livy in a slow with a flicker in. Final with a killing spree. Caught off guard yet again. Their jungler. It looks like it's going to be a backfire onto Falcon. Tracing down onto the backline. Zhao onto Raimundo. They're going their own way. Violet falling down as well. Livy onto Zhao. Looks like there's going to be an easy kill for her. Or not. Might be. Going to the tower lock or tower hug here, but Seda Division still came up on top on that clash.
Falcons try to all in on the main frontliner. Jessica just took it like a champ, and everybody else went in for the re-engage. Now it's Liv caught all alone by Name.
Okay, there's one to avoid Crystal. Okay, that's a sandwich meta. Liv forced to go out of her way just to escape Seda Division. 3K gold lead. Things are not looking good right now for Falcons ID.
No, they were really just looking for a trade there around the fights in the bottom lane. Now Zoe might go for the 1v1 again. If Sev uses that first skill. No, it's just a soul sever.
Okay, it's going to be Karasu. Trying to dash his way out. Go with a chase. Looks like they go in for the discipline yet because there's another neutral objective being targeted. A very smooth transition here for Seda Division. All neutral objective most of the time goes onto the hand of Joe.
Oh, Name. Another big weakness for the Suyo is these long-range mages in mid. They can just burst him down. No magic damage reduction anymore on the kit. It's been nerfed quite a while ago.
Yep.
And like you mentioned, it's all really about the transition. Seda, they transitioned so well. Converted on every objective. Again, they see Falcons up top. They go straight into the bottom lane. And Raimundo is just so confused. Frustrated. They don't know where to look. They go up top. They try to match some of the rotations from Seda, and Zoe is just split pushing down below on this Hirara, and there's nobody who can match this 1v1 presence. Not even Sev on the Suyo.
They couldn't even maximize the Moskov thing here for Falcons ID because Seda Division is just all over the map. Conceal play here. Raimundo yet again caught here with a flicker and Rat of Dryad. There's going to be 2 members here for Seda Division caught on the crossfire. Fanwa with an AOG. Violet going in for their further pursuit. Still going down. A very nice box here for Name and Falcons ID. Even with great initiations, great targeting, it just isn't giving any damage yet against Seda.
It's crazy to say, but it just feels like Seda are just better. Falcons have had no answer to anything. The only time we've seen a proactive move has been Liv trying to get a turret up top. That's about it. Everything else, pace set by Seda. And you can see in the goal difference here, it is all almost across the board, a 1,000 goal lead. So it is the 1v1s that are just constantly going to Seda. And for Toe, it's that immobilization. The fact that it's just so difficult to catch anyone from Seda. I had my doubts early on when they revealed all of their damage dealers in the first 3 picks, but then the way that they were able to adapt to it, picking up these 2 beefy frontliners and the Gata Kacha and Alice, getting that combo in together as well. It has really confused Falcons now, especially as Guy finishes off her DHS. That is the 3-item power spike we were, well, should be looking forward to. I don't think Falcons are actually looking forward to that too much. It's just free. There's no way for them to even walk out of their own base. It's just Liv who can do a little bit of that. Just clears it out though. Can't go for any trades.
It's not enough for Liv to just go on about her day, clear off the last bits of minion wave on the long lane here against Seda Division. But also we have to consider the fact that the crowd control mostly will come from Raimundo or Violet. Additional crowd control might get from the Mystic Projectile here for Livid, but still isn't enough because the moment they approach, they're easily torn down here by Seda Division. They just don't have that range yet. Damage isn't there for Livy. I just saw her build up the corrosion side, but that's it. Now Seda Division has the Lord. Totally maxes out the outer and inner turrets here for Falcons ID. Now they're left to defend down to their last base turrets here onto their base.
They do have okay clear. Still have a Gord and a Moskov in their lineup. But Seda's got really good siege with Jessica.
Conceal again?
On the Alice, yep. The conceal. Guy's looking for the shot to the turret. Name just looking for an angle to get an RWM to zone Falcons away from this turret. Now Baser down below. Targeted by Seda.
Oh, another drone of ruin! Team members gone here for Team Falcons ID. But a follow here for Fanblock. Jessica26 still on the Crimson Gleam, but trying to run away. Seth going down. Leaving with an answer called. That's 1-for-1 trade up. They're not backing away just yet. Still for Seda Division, I think that was a very fruitful initiation, even though it cost Jessica26 her life.
Yeah, no bounties on Jessica. All good as long as they're able to get those chip damage over onto the turrets. It's very low down below. It would have been even better if Seda were able to take that down. But hey, a win's a win right now. You'll lose your frontliner for the price of Zev, who now will lose a lot more time to try to look for farm. Heck, Liv is being given over the orange buff. So this level lead is going to be still a problem as we get into the next Lord for Falcon ID. Zev is going to have to just try to out-red tree, predict those red tree battles coming in from Zone.
Yep, because most of the time for Falcons ID, the issue is that for the earlier parts of the game, they weren't even able to farm up as much as they can. And from their coach, they quoted that they just have to go farm, then go kill. They can't even do the step 1. So for right now, it's too scattered here for Team Falcons ID. Seda Division really found the right weakest link here for Team Falcons, which is to somehow get and disrupt the whole jungling pattern here for Sev. Just going ninja here, trying to get her own purple buff while all of them are still busy. But now for Team Falcons ID, there is just so much to catch up to. Gold lead, kill lead, and as well as the map control overall.
Chev's doing a good job, yeah, just staying out of vision, finding these holes in the map game that Seda have conquered to try to get some farm. And what a story this will be for our opening match. One of the titans of MWI from Indonesia. Usually when we look at the women, it's the Indonesian teams who've had the craziest records. But now it's Seda, proven to the world right now that they can go toe-to-toe. Heck, they can actually even just be better. Name poking Violet down. Mid-prio for Liv.
Okay, they have to watch out here for Guy. Mystic Gush is ready. Jessica26 with a stopper of the Throne of Ruin. Liv falling down. Joe getting busy here. Liv will slowly back away. Kill spree for Guy. Joe onto Liv with those damages. With Jessica26 onto the front line. A Crimson Gleam out. Livy as well here will go livid. Seb can do nothing but stare back. Seda Division still got the lead. Joe was the survival instinct mode there, but still they want to go up against their base turrets here,
trying to finish off the round as fast as they can. Guy with a mega kill. Now they're locking their eyes onto the tower, and it looks like this is it. Sado Division takes game number 1.
A shocker of a win. Could be an upset on our first match at MWI EWC 2026. What a way to start things here. Seda 1-0 up against Falcons ID. Oh my goodness.
Imagine doing that on your debut against Indonesia's finest. That is how you set the bar high here on MWI.
Again, we've known the powerhouses here at MWI for the last 2 years. It's been the Southeast Asian teams, but now Seda, they might be the ones to shock everybody, just like a lot of teams did at MWI 2025. A whole game away from declaring themselves here in an international stage at MWI. What a performance. It was just fantastic all across the board. We take a look at the replay again. This was the final moment. What a call from Seda. They know they depleted almost all the resources from Falcons, so instead of going for the Lord, they go for the crazy, the bombastic move to go for the siege. They know it's just Liv that they need to deal with, and what a fantastic zone coming in from Fanhua on the Gata Kacha. Zone her under the base, not much to do. And that's it for me, Mirko, and Athena. We're going to toss it back to the studio to dissect exactly everything Seda did in that game.
In our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Mirko and Athena, thank you so much for game number 1. More games to come, but what a dominant performance from our newcomers on the international stage. Seda Esports came in with a game plan, executed well, and honestly, the competition really didn't even show up. Things are looking quite scary. My goodness, what a beatdown that was. Coming in, Falcons Indonesia, we were hyping them up. The veteranship, building their roster around Violet. But this, at least for this matchup, round number 1, Seda Esports had their number.
It was so impressive. It was so impressive. And I think a lot of people out there and probably the audience watching in the venue right now are quite stunned because obviously coming into this, Falcons ID were the favorites coming into this matchup. But in game number 1, Seda just really showed exactly how it's done. I would imagine that they would have needed a little bit more of an adaptation period coming onto such a big stage, but they didn't show any hesitation whatsoever when it came down to that execution. Early game was so on point, and even if we drew it back to the drafting phase, the fact that they prioritized 3 cores early on, you'd think that that would leave them in a bit of a bad situation, but it really didn't.
It revealed so much of their game plan and the box that they wanted to set up, but they were still able to set it up nonetheless. Like the entire game, you see them just being very calculated in terms of their engages. And I like how Jessica26 just proved to be the X factor in this game, at least. The way that, yes, she did manage and keep Violet in the lane, which is, again, one of the players we've been really building up for this matchup. And apart from that, just overall really starting the most crucial fights. It's not just her alone. I really loved how we saw such good coordination from these players, all of these players. Their team fight, we expected it, but we did not expect it to be this clean. They could rely on each other so well, and we saw that for the entirety of the game.
Yeah, and I gotta ask, Carrara coming into play, the new buff obviously making her a prio pick. Seda Esports decides to go that direction. They build their roster around Harara. How much of an impact do you think that hero and that buff and the new meta had an impact, at least in game number 1? Because Falcons Indonesia seemed to start it off relatively slowly, building around tanks.
I think it wasn't just necessarily like the Harara alone. I think any assassin would have done a similar job because look how everyone is giving so much space to the Harara to farm. Right? Luckily for the Harara, she's able to, mobilize around the map a lot quicker, get to the creeps a lot faster, so she's able to really get the most out of the changes in the battlefield adjustment. but it's how the rest of the members really set it up for them. I mean, you mentioned Jessica26 already, so that is something that we do need to highlight. And you talked about chemistry, and specifically it was chemistry with Fanhua.
Yeah.
Because as soon as you see the Throne of Ruin come in, the AOG comes after as a really good second layer, and then that's how the team fight really goes and coalesces with one another.
It's so refreshing to see the Gatot make its return this way, because I think we've been seeing very few Gatot Kacha games, especially or even in wildcard in tournaments prior that even. There has been the rise of the Atlas, the Balearic, or even the Cho, but the Gatot Kacha in this sense, you see why it's such a terrifying roam as well. And I think for the Hirara specifically, beyond what you mentioned, I guess it's also really mostly on mobility, like what you said. So the fact that the farming has been faster for the hero as a whole, and the fact that Falcons Indo choose to always pick the fights in the mid-river, which is a bit of the weirder parts of the game for us, and they've been always constantly trying to find those early skirmishes when it feels like they weren't as equipped just yet. The Hirara was just able to really take advantage of that with those easy in and outs of the team.
And at some point, she was 2 levels ahead. So I'm wondering, like, Suyo into Yves itself was already kind of like, okay. I mean, if you're comfortable with that, if you're confident enough with that, because technically the Suyo is very susceptible to long-range magic damage, especially in the early game.
For Falcons Indonesia, they were taking the fights priority, right? But they weren't winning those fights. They were getting shut down hard by Seda Esports. And one name that was consistently mentioned was Jessica. Jessica was holding her ground, refusing to budge. How much of an impact did she have? Obviously, we take a look at the Falcons roster, but Seda Esports with Jessica, because she's technically going against Violet in the EXP lane.
Yeah, and in that game with an Alice, I wonder what else Jessica really has like under her belt. Like, does she also have the option to go for, let's say, the more aggressive or damage type EXP laners? And how does that change the dynamic of Seda and their gameplay overall? Because based on that game, it felt very clean. Like a Hirara and them just being the space creators for the Hirara, it already felt very clean. I think Team Falcons honestly really wanted to go for the same approach, because they really started it off with those 2 beefy heroes in the draft. But we didn't see that really happen. We didn't really see that take place.
Well, because of the fast versus slow setup, I'm curious if Seda Esports is going to once again go back into that fast, and more importantly, how Falcons Indonesia is going to respond, because that was a beatdown. Now, again, you go back to the veteranship, they build a roster around Violet. This is where Violet needs to truly be vocal and say, we're okay. Short-term memory, we lost that one. We're going to come back even stronger in map number 2. They're going to have to. It's only best of 3s. Of course, you do have double eliminations in our groups, but you can run out of time very quickly. When you're underneath those bright lights, some of these games can go by very fast, and before you know it, it's over with. You take the L, and that's just how it went. Either way, these ladies are going to battle once again on map number 2, but for Falcons Indonesia, they're going to have to make a very quick adjustment, because that was not the way they wanted to start their MWI tournament for sure. Seda Esports, their first time on the international stage, are looking dominant, and Jessica could very well be a front runner. Who knows for MVP if she can keep at this pace. Of course, I'm kind of the person who loves to get ahead of myself. Shut me down if you need to shut me down, but Jessica truly looked powerful. And one of the highlights, right, is obviously this team, Seda Esports, was built around MWI. They focused on their competitors. They came in with the game plan and they executed incredibly well. So now adjustments. What are we looking at going in to map number 2?
This is really where experience comes to play. You talked about how things are going to go from game 1 to game 2. And technically, Team Falcons are comprised of a team with a lot of experience, right?
Yes.
They've been on the international stage before. They've been on multiple stages before. And they should be able to reset, especially it is a best of 3. There is pressure for sure, because we are at match point.
Yeah.
And yeah, technically we do have, like the double elimination system coming through, but it would be great to win twice in a row.
Yeah.
Right? You can go straight to the knockout stages. So what do Falcons really need to do? I think, would we talk drafts?
I think the draft honestly wasn't as bad. Like it could have really went toe to toe. Maybe a bit more on the early game execution, because it was, I think it's really what their focus is mostly on. The fact that they're a very tempo-based team. So I understand if they really wanted to go for the aggressive plays, but then it should be a win for them if they just really want to keep it going. So the fact that they went for it once, failed, and still decided to go for it again, and I think failed constantly multiple times after that, really didn't allow them to get any room or to find any room to bounce back.
So specifically, we're talking targeting, right? We're talking targeting on multiple occasions in these particular team fights. They wasted so many resources onto the front lines, because I think you mentioned it earlier on as well at Reflections. You were talking about Jessica26 over and over and over. And as we saw the game really unravel, we did see that she was the one that everyone was targeting. Maybe with enough firepower, maybe if they had their power spike, it could have been possible to take down Jessica and then look for something else, because technically she seems to be the one to really initiate these team fights and really figure out how these team fights will unfold in the Land of Dawn. But the fact that the Moskov only had 2 items,
that too.
She was so far away from her power spike. She was so behind as compared to the carry. So they really didn't have the firepower if they even wanted to go for the target on Jessica.
Which they wanted to really catch up on, I feel, because we saw how there were a lot of times Liv was just trying to get farm elsewhere or try to farm, or even in a way through map control, since they were trying to attempt to go for split pushes, since that's what we know the Moskov actually specializes on. But the way that Seda have been also very quick to respond didn't allow them to do that either. So it's as if things fell apart one by one, when the moment that they failed their first 2 or 3 attempts in the mid. I think mid-river, really, you need to pay attention to that. How do their mid duo actually decide to play the matchup against the mid duo from Seda, against Name and against earlier Fanhua? Because I think also that was another surprise that we got to see. Fanhua coming in and having a really good KDA, honestly. That was a Gatot who I think had almost 100% kill participation with 0 deaths throughout the entire game.
So, as far as speed goes, Falcons Indonesia aren't scared to initiate the fights, get aggressive, get in the face of Seda Esports. But how do you slow things down if you're Falcons Indonesia? Is it worth slowing it down and not initiating all the fights and maybe trying to figure out what Seda is all about, as opposed to just constantly bashing your head into the wall and hoping you break through?
I think it goes back to the fundamentals, right? They really need to think about it. It's great to be aggressive, but why are you aggressive? What are you aggressive for, rather, right? That's the question. Like, are you going for an objective? Are you trying to shut someone down? Because it seemed like in the way that they initiated the team fights, sometimes it was just for the sake of.
Yeah. And if you're going to commit to that aggression, who can you afford to be that aggressive against? Because earlier, I think staying and being aggressive is not a problem, absolutely not at all. But if they're just really going to commit to the bit, then might as well make sure that they can really afford to go after these targets, to really take out these targets they really just want to go all out against. And now, I think we're seeing some adjustments from Team Falcons. They did take out the Phoveus and the carry from the options, which then leads us to, I guess, opening up the roam options earlier that were all mostly banned out. The Matildas, the Atlas.
Is this early trauma?
Oh yeah.
Like, carry instantly banned out? That's not a hero that we usually see being banned out, first phase, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, is Seita only limited to carry? Because I don't see another reason why that first phase you would go for a carry.
Yeah, and more importantly, the Carmilla has been a staple ban too. Like, I wonder where this really came from. The fact that they just really wanted to take it out a lot of times. So, okay, we're seeing a Paquito priority come into play immediately in the first pick, but Seda does Jessica play the Esmeralda? Do they really want to go that route immediately? Even for Red 3 later on, let's say, if they just really want to keep their options open. Because I think there are a lot of other priorities you can also go for at this point. there's no carry left. So, but the Eve seems like a safer pick. How about the Claude? Just to make sure that there won't be any counters. Okay, they go for the Esmeralda immediately too. At least you have a guaranteed winning matchup in the lane.
And we finally get to see what the Esmeralda has to offer, right? With how many buffs she was given in the Scarlet Embers patch. We're wondering how OP is this Esmeralda, because everyone really is talking about her. You were talking about the Claude earlier on. That's definitely something they can bring out. It's not going to be as simple because technically you are in a winning position because you're up against the Eve. So it's definitely something that I think Falcons need to consider. But the fact that we have a Paquito on one side, does this also signify that they're not going to go for an assassin in the jungle?
Oh, that's gonna be, especially if they go for that damage bit of the Paquito, then that'll compromise the sustain of their lineup a bit.
Exactly.
I am concerned though, Jessica, being as good as she was in game number 1, going into game 2, a guaranteed win on the EXP lane, especially with Esmeralda, who currently is OP. That is a big boon for the side of Seda Esports, and Falcons Indonesia, in my opinion, are already behind.
Oh, okay, this is interesting too. So we might expect majority of the damage to really come from Guy. Without the carry pick, I feel like they're confident enough still. So this might just take away the fact or the theory that carry is one of her main or special picks if they're going Baksha jungle. Or is it Baksha jungle?
It should be.
Do you think
there is a chance that it could be flex
in the roam?
It can be flex into the roam
because it was picked after the high loss, Jusin. So like those are really high mobility heroes. Look at that. Seda also taking out the Exborg, a hero they played in their very own qualifiers as well.
Which is why I think Baxi is going in the jungle.
Yeah. If they're taking out Exborg, okay.
Do you think that we're living in a world where Paquito can go jungle? I mean, it was meta before.
Or are they forcing it to...
It could be possible, but technically Fredrin's still up for grabs. The Akai basically hasn't seen the light of day as well.
Because I remember there was a time too where high loss could have been in the EXP lane.
We remember that. Yeah. We remember that meta.
There's just so much possibilities if we're talking patches way back. But if we were to follow what we're commonly seeing nowadays, then we are indeed expecting the Baksha to go into jungle. But what does Guy pick up then eventually later on? Because I feel like Falcons ID also sense that they might just put it in the jungle, so they're taking out some of the other options that could just really put out the damage that's needed from Seda. But if that's the case, shouldn't they be taking out the Claude as well? Because Seda's picking up first after the second banning phase.
What's the idea here? Yeah. Technically, they're put in a tough position as well. Like, how big is that hero pool that you opt to go for the Moskov ban? Unless,
or do they feel like Guy doesn't play Claude?
It could be that, or are they going to put something unique in the gold lane? Maybe an unconventional gold laner?
What else is there? If we're talking Shred, there's an Obsidia, but there's again a Paquito.
I mean, Freya is still up for grabs.
But then that leaves you with an almost all-fighter
Freya
lineup.
Against Esme, I don't think you want to do that as well.
Okay, does the Seda consider the Claude here? Or do they have other options up their sleeve? Because we're thinking that the Baksha is going into the jungle. They already have an Esmeralda and Eve. So much space created. There you go. They indeed decide to pick up the Claude. The other remaining matchups are honestly... it's a bit tough to Harith into the Eve and the Baksha.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Not.
I think the most 50-50 would be the Harith, but...
It's a Baksha Eve.
It's a Baksha Eve.
What else is left? I feel like Liv will have to bring out something.
Do you want to play like risky early game? Like the Grangers of the world?
Or do they want to like switch it up? Put Paquito in gold if you don't want to go up against the Esmeralda and put something else in EXP?
Well, we're thinking about it really hard, and it looks like they are thinking about it really hard as well. They're taking their dear time. That is a hero that we have not seen in a while. That is Hanzo and the Irrital.
Hey.
Unconventional drafts.
And could this be Falcons Indonesia reaching deep into their bags to try and defeat Seda Esports, who surprised them so much in map 1?
I have a feeling there might be a chance because it doesn't feel like a typical Game 2 draft in a best of 3. It feels more best of 1. It feels more...
Well, technically, if you think about it, they're already down 1-0. They lose one more, they're
That's
going
true.
to loser bracket. They got to commit everything.
It's a do or die for Team Falcons ID, at least if they don't want to go to the lower bracket and have only a single life left. And say to close it out with a Tigreal. Okay, how could you just go in?
Yeah, this is going to be tough. I mean, the one thing that Falcons ID have in their cards is the fact that there's really nobody to kind of look around for the Hanzo. I guess Esmeralda will have to be able to look for that.
Yeah. Okay, I still feel like Team Falcons ID can definitely play around with how unorthodox their draft is currently. The Irithel in the lane can, I think, manage the Claude if we were to follow like the more previous times we've seen Irithel into a Claude matchup. If it's just laning that we're talking about. But the Irithel moving around these heroes, a Baksha, an Eve, an Esmeralda.
I mean,
that's
she
the
has
tough
movement
part.
speed, right?
Yeah.
That's the thing, right? With we're playing with movement speed and boxes, Irithel should be able to do it.
Well, it's definitely a fun hero selection, and now it's time to move into map number 2. Athena, Mirko, take it away.
Thank you so much to the studio. A great analysis so far, man. Hey, yeah, this is definitely an unorthodox draft. Welcome to the Land of Dawn. We're seeing a lot more picks, and this is exactly why we've been talking about the Hanzos, the steals early on, and Zoe, not aware of it on the Baksha. It's already such a slow clearing jungle. Tries to go for the top lane straight up. A level 2 dive or a level 2 gank attempt here. And with no buff, I don't even know if they can actually walk up to take what a Falcons buff. This is just going to be a big lead to Sev early on.
Well, let's see. One game at a time here for Team Falcons ID. As they've mentioned, that it's kind of like their composition is built for a BO1. They're already down 1 point, and they wouldn't want it any other way to go back onto the lower bracket. Now for Seda Division, on the other hand, I feel like they wouldn't really react that much onto that Hanzo being picked up here for Falcons ID, because we've mentioned that they don't really have to necessarily shut him down. They just have to be really careful, stick to their guns, stick to the plan, which is to farm up as much as they can, and the Tigreal will do the rest when it comes to someone invading them or attempt to invade their jungle here for Seda Division.
Really wonder if Zoe's actually even going to get level 4 before this first turtle. Guy in the bottom lane, losing out. Liv has actually gone for a very aggressive emblem choice. A Master Assassin down below. Knowing that Guy is weak side, he's trying to punish her even more.
Oh.
And Zoe will try to rotate down below. She actually did get level 4, so this is A-okay still. You're not losing out on too much, despite that early orange buff take by Sev. Zoe's going to try to go for the shield unity.
Oh, that's what we're talking about. That for Zoe, they just have to stick to what they know best. Try to be stoic here for our game number 2. Raimundo onto the front. Flicker was forced out of Name. Fanwa getting in on the right, but Revitalize activated as well. Trying to survive here is Raimundo. But Zoe with a shield unity in terms of size already activated. But trying to run away, being blocked over the corner here, offered neutral objective. Name yet again will get the first blood. Same goes for what happened from the previous game.
Oh no, the targeting is all over the place. It looks so good for Falcons ID.
Yeah.
They went in, but they just had different targets in mind. Seda, their composition that really thrives in that position where they can actually delay and sustain through the initial damage from Falcons ID, and they just had no idea who to target together. It really just feels like a big disconnect between the team. Turtle 1 going to Seda with the Baksha. A hero that we just didn't expect to be meta after the nerfs coming into this patch. With a Hanzo stealing her orange buff early as well. This is a disastrous early game for Falcons ID.
It's not like... This is not the same Falcons ID that we've seen compete on a triple elimination, surviving that game hers from way back in Indonesia. And now, for Seda Division, they're just showing how much they want to stay in the lane. Okay, Clark's probably already activated. Liv will get the kill. That's numerous members down here for Seda Division. Jessica26 keeps them at bay. Liv right now cannot do some follow-ups. Nami with a free hit. Valid Crown onto the RWM, trying to run away. Jessica26 hot on her tail right now. And it looks like she will be able to get back. Now Falcons got another punch in from Seda.
And it's the same story again, Athena. It's all about Falcons initiating first, being the proactive team, but then losing track of the win condition. They go in, they use all their resources, but Seda, they want that to happen. It's all about the longer team fights where they can abuse some of those resources being spent already. And look at the zone coming in from Fanhua. Liv has the Purify, but I don't know if she wants to burn it.
Oh, maybe. But let's see, Fanwa being cornered here, Flicker, and now we see has been exhausted. For Falcons, on the other hand, we see them try to attempt numerous fight, but that's it. For Seda Division, they just go ahead and trust their instincts when it comes to Nami committing that very nice box around them, and Jessica26 always on top of things, preventing the very great rest pull here for Team Falcons. Now, objective up.
Violet.
Half an HP left. Violet onto the back line, targeted Nami. Nami will still survive. Onto the front yet again. Seb with a ninjutsu, Pinnacle Ninja, not able to even get the objective. It's Seita yet again taking the upper hand.
2 red trees, and it's Fanhua on the Tigreal.
What?
Do a lot of damage with the implosion, and I think it was like 3 patches ago. Jessica, though, there's no one that can actually handle Jessica. She can actually just be all up in there, under turret, no problem whatsoever. So has the Vengeance too. Chef's just tickling her.
Look, she's kind of enjoying the attention that Falcon's ID is giving onto her. And imagine, she is considered the X factor for Seda Division. Definitely she is. With an X painted on her back, she doesn't even care.
It's looking rough for Falcons ID. They got to regroup somehow. It's not like they have the best late game too when it comes to just pure team fights. Seda wants to play the tempo toe with a dive.
Okay, that's very nice. He got his pathway. Although there was an implosion play here immediately for Fanwa and Joey. Now we see Gaige just going with the free hits. Now the Blazing Duet activated. All those bullets coming in hot here for Falcons ID. It's going to be the Soul Snare, enough stacks, but they have to try and run away. Fanwa onto Livy, hot on her tails. They get the kill. Now Liv is the next target here, but Seda Division, they already got most of the kills, got an advantage, and Jessica26 goes on her day, just clearing up the last bits of waves onto each lane.
They've got all the winning matchups, and they can dictate the tempo of the fights. They started first, and it just creates so much confusion within Falcons ID. Again, we see the targeting all over the place. Livy, Crimson Beacon forward, went onto Guy, but Zev wanted a different target. Everybody is going for their own 1v1s, and it just doesn't look good for Falcons ID, who are already a game down. Seda are putting Chinese MLBB on the map. Imagine that. First match, opening of MWI 2026, and a win against a Titan.
Oh! It's Livian again, my God! What a great setup here for Fanwa. Now we're talking. Now we see why they've built from scratch instead of just buying a whole new set of organization. From building to scratch, now they've got this blueprint. A wonderful standard here for MLBB Chinese, especially on the FE division, right? They're setting a whole new face here on MWI. And it doesn't look like their first rodeo. It's actually looking like a huge contender for the crown this year.
Chef can't even deal damage to Fanhua. Fanhua is just taking it. They're going for the poke again. Seb's trying her best to do the best she can. She's the only one on the team who's still deathless. And it's just harsh to say, but right now, Seda are gapping Falcons ID. The Sea Halberd first item to try to deal with Jessica. Still not enough though for Violet. Livy's going up as well. No glowing one. So they're just that's no wonder. They're relying on just the Sea Halberd from Violet so far to actually deal with the sustain coming in from Seda. That's why they can do whatever they want.
Yep. Leaf only has a Haskell. Understandable. And that's why it couldn't even deal a lot of damage here onto Seda Division. Now they're chasing Raimundo. They don't care. Even if it's the tankiest of them all. They've got enough damage to totally shred them into pieces. Chassis Ball Drone as well here for Jessica26. The problems just keeps on piling up here for Falcons ID.
She's dealt with the wave so well. Now she goes up top again. Chev will get a turret, but that's about it. Now it's a 1v1 against Jessica. She gets away with the Pinnacle Ninja. There's just no one that can deal with Jessica. That's the problem right now. All the battle spells are up. We're waiting. This is the calm before the storm. A big one that can actually be Seida's first win in the tournament. A loss to the Titan in Falcon's ID. A purple buff take by Zoe, by Seida. They're getting control over. Chev has already used the Retribution, and it seems like Zoe will try to go into the bottom lane. They had vision on a few of those members. Raimundo might just be the sacrifice for Liv to get out.
They're willing to commit even with the Revitalize. They just take the bait. That's another additional kill here for Seida Division. And as you've mentioned, Jessica26, the full responsibility was that to somehow zone them out and of course try to spot where Sev will come from. But now she has multiple responsibilities and she's doing stellar at her performance. Now another objective is up. Joe as well is starting off smart here. Violet on the back, but I feel like it's too risky to contest this Lord up into the hands of Seida Division. And now Sev with a ninjutsu, Pinnacle Ninja, already exhausted their ultimate. Lures pathway here for Raimundo. Is that the opening that they want? But Gaigai with a blazing do it, hitting on to the right marks. So Falcon's ID slowly crumbling down. Lord as well will be stalling off here by Lev. Valley with a shutdown kill. Is it the turnaround that they need to actually contest this fight? But no, Seida Division has their eyes on the prize. They don't even care if you get that Lord as much as they want to get that. As long as they get the kill and advantage, they'll take it.
They got the team fight. They were able to, again, prolong the team fight, play around the carries. Name, she did get taken down, but she bought enough time for the rest of the team to follow it up. And man, clean retry, I guess. No, that was a heavy crossbow and a few shots coming in from Liv. Great take on the Lord. We take a look at it again, and it was just so constantly CC'd. Already caught in the midst of it all. Taken very low. Thrown back by Livy on the Juicin. And Liv, she didn't even go for the target of the Lord. It was a hit onto Fanhua. She dashed away towards the Lord, and the AoE of the heavy crossbow hits got the Lord stolen for Falcon's ID. They're playing with just a tad bit of luck here so far, but again, Seida have just been the more calculated Fanhua!
That's two members caught here inside the box here for Nami with the RWM. Very nice pickup here for Seida Division. Raimundo falling down here low. Trying to run away. And now they have to back away. Seida Division with that immediate responses. Very beautiful implosion plays so far here for game number 2.
These implosions have been brutal. Nothing they can say about it, even with the Purifies. You use it and it's an instant blazing duet. An RWM, layers upon layers of CC and damage. They get a trade at least. With the enhanced minions up top with the Lord, they're able to get a trade, but still, it's a tier 2 in the mid lane. Now it's Seida. It's up to them to try to close this one off. Falcon's ID, they haven't looked too good in the last 2 games, but they're a team that can show up in the middle of the game as they continue to scale. They're doing some damage on Zoe.
Okay, maybe now we could finally see some great responses for Team Falcons. I also saw the Malefic Gun ready build up here for Liv. So additional range here.
Violet
would be what we expecting. Violet being caught here by Gaigai and Jessica26. Flicker already activated here. He needs to be really careful. Joe just spots her on here, but Name gets caught here by Sev. That's a really great trade-off here for Team Falcons. Violet just buying enough time for them to actually pick up some of the members here for Seida Division.
The shining star of Falcon's ID, Violet, soaring past the skies on the Paquito, juking everybody and baiting those crucial resources. Flicker out for Gaigai. Got Zoe in a tough spot as a frontliner so that Name can be vulnerable, and Falcons took advantage of that. It's always been chaotic throughout these games, but now that they have the items to actually go for whoever they want, it's starting to actually work out. Falcons ID, they're in their comfort zone right now. They can finally start to break that front to back that Seida have relied on in the past 2 games. Chev, though.
Oh, but still, it's all about exhausting their battles, press or even ulti. They'll take it. And now,
Still Raimundo being caught. Lures Pathway just to disengage.
Jessica.
The last bits of the RWM will hit him. But Jessica26 will just zone out Violet. Oh! But Seb, on the other hand, will still go in against 4 members here for Seda. Placing the way here for Guy. Violet will go down. Double kill again for Guy, making the triple kill. Liv and Seb are the only ones left, but not for long because Jessica26 still has her eyes here on the Liv. Seb is the only woman left here, and looks like Seda Division or Seda Esports wants to finish off this game 2 as fast as they can.
We've waited a long time for China to make their show on the international stage. This might be it!
And this time, they want to put their names on top of the list, and Seda will ensure the 2-0 sweep against Indonesia's finest. This is Chinese MLBB onto the main stage. Wow.
What a way to do it. What a way to put China on the map for MLBB. A win against a Titan in the women's division. MWI has just started with a big surprise, a big bang.
They came in hot with guns blazing. What a way to start off the first day of MWI at EWC.
What a fantastic performance. Again, it really looked like they gapped Falcon's ID. There's no other way to sugarcoat it, no other way to put it. Seda were just better across these 1v1s. Even adapting through the game, we saw a few of those adaptations for Violet, for Sev. But again, the instant response from Seda. We get to look at the replay here, that final moment of the game where the game just went straight for it again. So it's just back-to-back, Lord up, but the decision to go for the throne.
Rinse and repeat. If it works, why change it, right? And for Seda, they just stick to what they know best, focus on the macro. The micro will follow soon, and Jessica26 still hot on the lead.
We're gonna throw it back to the studio to dissect that game.
Welcome back in. Thank you, Athena and Mirko, for casting that wonderful game. And Seda Esports coming out very, very strong, taking down one of the titans of Falcons, Indonesia, doing it in a 2-0 fashion, making it look easy. Falcons Indonesia, they will have a second chance in the loser's bracket, but a very real chance they don't make it to the knockout stage. Hey, welcome back into the desk. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, Eterna, Regita. Good to see you, ladies. Let's break it down, because my goodness, did it go by quickly. Seda Esports on fire.
Yeah, it was 14 minutes in the first game. It wasn't too far off in that second game. A huge gold gap as well. We did see some moments of life, I would say, for Team Falcons in game number 2, but ultimately the execution just really wasn't there.
Yeah, and I feel like a game plan that they had to resort to just because they ran out of options. It was a lineup that they had to wait to scale, and it relied on the mid to late game before they could actually find ways around it. And even then, it was still 50-50 because it relied on the execution and the angles that they could utilize to go up against Seda, who were very dominant across the entire map.
Going back to hero selection, there was a big talking point and a huge surprise, and especially in game number 2, Falcons Indonesia throwing a wild card out there. And I love that you said, Brie, about like, look, it looks like they're trying to go and win a best of 1. Well, essentially it was that, right? Trying to stay alive, force a game number 3, but it took you by surprise. They took a risk, they took a gamble, it didn't pay off.
Yeah, and a lot of it, I feel like they tried to address in this game. Like they felt more careful. I don't know if you would agree with me, but in terms of the more calculated team, it's always Seda on top. Like the way they utilize even the Tigreal, one of the probably the kinds of roamers who have very high downtime in terms of the ultimates, very ult reliant. You see how much they understand how to use it, and how good they are in terms of space creation. I think that's one thing that really showed up in terms of Seita's gameplay. It's space creation and knowing when to take on the fights.
Absolutely, absolutely. Chemistry is also another word that I would definitely put in when it comes down to Seita. And meanwhile, going back to Team Falcons again, we were talking about game number 1 and how their targeting was so off in these particular team fights, and we see the exact same thing happen in game number 2. Again, there were moments where, they got better trades, like a 3-4-2, a 2-4-2, so at least they were able to trade back against Seita. But all in all, again, the targeting, is it a call issue? I'm not really sure what's going on, but they're definitely all over the place. If we're going back to the topic about the Hanzo, we did see that the Hanzo was at some point actually a level ahead of the enemy jungle. So a level ahead of the Baxia, so that is something that we can consider. There were moments as well where Sev was able to get some good kills in. So it looked like she really did try, and I don't think it was the Hanzo pick. The Hanzo pick really did work well for Team Falcons, but as an overall team, the way that they played, it was still off.
Yeah, and I think there's a big discussion, obviously, about Seita and just how well they were playing. You know, the hero selection obviously is incredibly important, but Seita Esports was just fired on all cylinders. They look like a dominant roster, and it's going to be scary for anyone that has to go against them later on in our group bracket. But we had some big moments. Let's talk about our first big moment. Lord Stolen ends up happening towards the midway point. Obviously, maybe potentially a turning point for Falcons Indonesia. Walk me through what ended up happening.
Okay, I think in this moment, everyone was individually just trying to accomplish their job, but it felt like there was a bit of the overcommittal from Raimundo, which didn't really allow or didn't really get the necessary follow-up. It was just fortunate for Falcons that Liv got the last hit on the Lord, but I think that's what I could just really term for that fight. It was just fortunate because everything else wasn't really on their terms. Like, their fight looked very Seita despite them actually taking that Lord.
Well, let me ask this. If you take fortune, though, sometimes you get a little bit lucky. Could that have been a big turning point for Falcons Indonesia? Because they did almost turn things around. At least things started looking up. I shouldn't say turn around, but things started looking up. But they just still couldn't break through Seita Esports.
Potentially, because at that point in time, we were getting to the power spikes that Team Falcons really needed for their team, right? I mean, Irital was starting to do a lot of damage, hence perhaps why the Lord Steal eventually happened as well. But if after that they cleaned up the execution again, it's bothering me.
Yeah, it is, because it felt like
it's close. It could have been close.
Their decision seemed like, yeah, we got it. So the better and the safer option is to just disengage. But even then, they didn't have the right tools to do it. And even so, if they fought back, I feel like it would have been an even trickier situation. Because typically, once you lose on that Lord fight, you would want to find the trades. And Seita felt like they still had the advantage nonetheless. So they went for the chase. It was a very tough spot for Falcons Indonesia.
At the end, though, it was Seita Esports dominating, pulling through, and a massive triple kill led to the undoing of game number 2 for Falcons Indonesia. We take a look back at that big triple kill that ultimately ended up ending the game.
Yeah, this was another, I think, overcommittal from... It's Sev, so yes, she can afford to. Yeah. Because she can just go back to her body, whatever. But it's the fact that they decided to also go all in. Like, everyone else followed. I don't know if you have a term for this in Indonesia, but for the Philippines, it's more of like an audition where you just go in one by one. And it's a very uncoordinated play, which eventually cost them the game more than the triple kill, which felt like it was just handed over to the Claude.
It feels like, okay, you know, to play devil's advocate, I mean, we've been talking so much about Team Falcons and ID and how they could improve coming into their next matchup, but obviously it's also something that we need to highlight coming in from Seita. The fact that they were able to make the team fights as messy and as unstructured as that, I would say, right? Because, you know, like the Jushin was jumping in and then the Paquito was still in the back line. So it was just really messy, and perhaps it was forced. It was a forced error that happened.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that was a lot of conversations about, you know, Falcons and Indonesia just trying to force openings for themselves anyways, especially in game number 1. The aggression was there, the mindset was there, but the execution simply was not. And one of the key highlights was for Seita Esports coming into this, their macros were clearly at the top of the food chain, They know how to break down each and every moment, and they punished Falcons Indonesia. Again, they have a very real chance, but a 2-0 loss is definitely going to be heavy. And then coming up, potentially, whoever it is, it's going to be Team Ray Young, Aurora Gaming will be playing against them. And that's happening now on the B stream, and Team Ray Young was actually up 1-0. So say to esports, let's say theoretically one of those two opponents, I mean, how do we think that matchup's going to go? Because Falcons Indonesia, we hyped them up as one of the best in this group.
I feel like I just don't want to assume anymore, you know? But if anything, I feel like if Team Ray Young actually get to secure the 2-0, that will be a much closer fight. Like, I just won't establish that it's going to be Team Ray Young. Although I really would like to say that they would be considered the favorites if it ever will be a Iseta Team Ray Young matchup. So I'm just putting it out there that I still feel like, yeah, Team Ray Young, if we're doing predictions, maybe it's a 2-1 against
2-1.
if they win this series.
All right.
Okay, I'll go 2-0.
2-0 for Seda.
No,
Seda?
for Team Ray Young.
Oh, no way. Okay, so Seda didn't impress you enough where you're like, hey, this team is looking dominant. Either way, for Malaysia's new guard, man, Team Ray Young would be exciting to see that against Seda. That'll be coming up, I believe, off stream, if not mistaken. Maybe it's going to be on the B stream. I'm not so certain. Either way, that's going to be a great matchup, to say the least. And I think it was, in fact, a 2-0. Team Ray Young does, in fact, defeat Aurora Gaming. So Malaysia's new guard versus Seda Esports, first time international stage. Looking great, taking down Falcons Indonesia. That's a powerhouse matchup.
Wow, 2-0s to start our day? Both 2-0s on both streams.
I didn't expect ours, though.
Same, yeah.
Like, perhaps a lot of people out there as well would agree that maybe we thought it would be a 2-0 for Team Falcons, but it's the other way around. I love it, though.
It's an upset on stream A.
I love it, though.
And we love it.
That's it.
Don't get us wrong.
Hey, things are getting exciting and spicy. You definitely got to love it. Chat, get active. What do you think about our first series, not only on Stream A, but Stream B? Did it surprise you as much as it surprised us? Hey, the club championship is being fought for each of the weeks. We're now in week number 2. Trev, how are things shaking up?
Last week, we wrapped up 3 of our titles at the Esports World Cup. Those being Fatal Fury City of the Wolves, Valorant, and Apex Legends, crowning a new champion in every single one. That puts Na'Vi and 100 Thieves at the top of our club championship leaderboard heading into week 2. Dota 2 continues its action this week as they head out into the knockout stages. We'll be seeing a load of good teams kicked out of that competition. Over in MWI this week, we'll be seeing Team Vitality trying to retain their crown whilst facing off against heavy investment once more from Team Falcons. Gen G signed the runners-up from the previous year, and they'll be looking to play spoiler against Team Vitality too. I'm Trav, and I'll be keeping you updated on all things Club Championship this year.
Well, the club championship, like I said, being fought for. Trav, thank you for the update. He's going to be providing updates throughout the entirety of our Esports World Cup. Okay, matchup number 2. The ladies already taken the stage, and therefore we got to shift our conversations from Falcon Indonesia, Seda, over now to GK Cyber Team GK Esports versus Geltech Cyber Team. 2, again, great teams. And what's fun about this one, GK Nefiria, our only French player in the tournament on home soil. No time zone change needed coming in. And hopefully the crowd are going to be supporting her each and every step.
So is this added pressure or added confidence, right? Because it could go both ways, but I'm definitely really excited for GK Esports in particular because this is our first WEU representative. So I love that about MWI. Each passing year, we get more regions, more faces to look at, and of course, more strategies as well.
And it's no joke, because these are like 6 players from 5 different countries, which brings you the question, how has chemistry been? How has communication been between these players? And how are they making it possible? Because they've already made it possible just by the fact that they've made it here to MWI.
That's a great point because, you know, when you think about teams coming together, especially GK Esports being our most diverse roster, language barriers, are there? Probably not. I mean, they made it to the stage, right? So clearly they know how to communicate and everything is on par. But what do we know about Geltek's cyber team, right? Taking the stage.
Kyoe is back.
I
sounded like a fangirl, really.
I think everyone around the world is a fangirl after we saw her debut last year.
That's true. The mechanics, the Benedetta pick, I think that really made a statement for Kyoe and her appearance as a jungler here in the previous MWI. And now she's back. And by back, I think it's such a significant thing to talk about because she did stop playing competitively for quite some time. I think the last time she played was in season 4, came back in season 7, and currently it's Lady MVP season 10. So she's been playing for 3 seasons straight, only to come back to the world stage, where I believe a lot of people have been awaiting her return.
Well, she's back, and now that she is back, is she going to make the most of it? As soon as I mentioned Geltek Cyber Team, you guys didn't see it, man, but our panels, our analysts, Eterna especially, like, put the finger up. It's like, I'm ready to talk about it. So, all right.
You gotta hype her up.
Of course, you have to, especially if she's coming back. She made a big impact last year. Super exciting stuff, and she's going to be opposite that of potentially Yennefer, right? Who's going to be in her lane, which is not going to be an easy matchup. Now, going to EXP, learning from Jessica earlier from Seda Esports, Ayissa as well as on the other side, Liabon, going to be playing against each other. Now, that's going to be a tough matchup. Who do you have giving the edge in that EXP lane?
EXP lane, so Alyssa versus Liuban.
Yeah.
Well, considering that we're in a meta where Esmeralda looked really good earlier on, I think whoever gets the Esmeralda.
Whoever gets the Esmeralda, that's
just gonna be as simple as that.
Yeah, I guess I just might lean a bit and very slightly just a bit to Liuban, mainly because we've been seeing EECA in the MLBB competitive scene for quite some time. Western Europe, again, we did mention that it is one of their first appearances in the international stage, and they probably, or at least for a Geltek Cyber Team, right, they have a bit more exposure and they get a bit more information from the people around them, even from maybe their counterpart, the men's teams in EECA, and in terms of their gameplay.
But remember, GK Esports, they're comprised of these Egyptian players. That's right. We have Alecta, we have Yui, and they are no stranger to the international scene. We've seen them time and time again.
Yeah.
It's always been them and, the Egyptian girls.
The connection. Right. Yeah, they have that connection, and they've been also dominating so far whenever they do have an international appearance. So that's true. I think there are multiple international influences that we can expect from both of these teams, apart from the fact that they're very diverse in terms of their lineup. So it's going to be an interesting match to see how all these influences come together and how they make it uniquely their own.
And I guess just a new meta in general. I mean, we already had a lot of learning lessons even from our first series. The second series most likely going to give us even more. And GK Esports seems to be, I'm assuming, the favorite between you two, at least in this matchup. However, obviously on the opposite side, Geltek Cyber Team, we do have a specific player that you guys are rooting for all the way. But I am super curious to see the heroes picks because I really don't know what to expect. And I don't think we do either, given these two teams after that first hero selection. Definitely going to be entertaining for sure, but GK Esports looking strong, most diverse roster, and definitely a roster that can make it through at least not only this matchup, but push forward in their respective group. Let's not forget, there will be some keys crushed by the end of this bracket, okay? Yep. You will be out of this tournament. You need to be top 8 if you want to move forward. So 4 teams eliminated, 4 teams move forward out of each respective group, Group A and B. Losing your first series sets you behind and gets you that much closer to having your key, your heart crushed in the crusher by your opponents who just defeated you. Nobody wants to feel that. And of course, for the club championship trophy, GK Esports, Geltek Cyber Team, this is a big moment for them to obviously put the right foot forward, go up, and potentially put some club championship points up there, especially once we get into our knockout bracket. Early predictions from you two. GK, Geltek Cyber Team, where are you leaning?
Okay. I'm not sure.
You want to answer first?
Okay, I will have to go for experience, GK.
Okay. I mean, ECA, I feel like I'm contradicting myself because I said ECA as a region, but I think it's going to be a similar storyline to what we were talking about when we discussed Team Falcon's ID. Only now, hopefully, like they actually get to be the anchors of their team, because we're looking at the EXP and mid, if I'm not mistaken, for EK.
Okay.
I feel like you're a very...
I'm so Geltec right
you're
now.
very Geltec, so I had to balance it out.
I am so Geltec right now.
Their outfits, have you seen their outfits? They're so cool.
Their fits are clean.
They had metallic pants, and then they had like the overalls.
Yeah.
And now they're wearing like the normal jackets.
So I don't say, but we saw them in the toilet.
Okay, and the team mascot's obviously out there too on the table as they get ready.
On a serious note, one of the reasons why I go for Geltec this time around is because of Kyoe, right?
Yes.
She is the core and was the core last MWI, and the fact that she was so good on the Assassins, and the fact that there is more potential for Assassins now to show up back into the jungle.
Yeah.
You know, the Nolan coming back as well. We saw her on the Lance before. Hayabusa Fanny as well, very high ceiling kind of player. I think this might be just the meta for her.
Could be. Chat, what's your predictions? I'm going to bow out. Maybe I'll give mine in just a little bit, but it seems, at least for my two analysts, they're kind of split. One's going one way, the other.
So you have to choose.
Okay, but before I do, let's go ahead and toss to our EWC app to keep everybody informed on everything Esports World Cup.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. Let's go. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler, why? You're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than being hard-sucking masters.
You're going too far now. Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
Is that airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Blow the house down. You look nervous.
You look short.
Everything's good?
Mm-hmm.
Fight.
Okay.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
Hey, welcome back in, everybody. We are getting set up for our second series of the day. It's Geltec Cyber Team versus GK Esports, and we've kind of broke it down a lot, especially on the side of GK, most diverse roster, and then of course Nafira is going to be there, the only French player here representing on the MWI stage. But Kyoe is obviously a heavy favorite here, the Ice Queen herself coming in, and let's talk about the evolution of this Geltec Cyber team, because they've evolved over multiple seasons of Lady MVP. This wasn't a roster that was just put together specifically for this event. This is a roster that has gone through many iterations, but most importantly, many evolutions in a positive direction to be where they currently are. So for Geltec Cyber Team, Kyoe, obviously we're looking at her, but who are some other star-studded players you're like, okay, this is a good compliment to the Ice Queen?
I think we're all eager to see like the quote-unquote debut of these players, because it feels like a revamp in a sense from the last time that we saw Kyoe alongside these players, because again she herself took a break, like a 3-season break before getting back into competitive gameplay,
and was under a different banner
too. So this is I think one of the questions that we are also having before the start of this game. It's the fact of whether or not this is a lineup that gels together much better than the last time we saw, because I feel like it'll be great to see another standout gameplay where Kyoe shines, but it's also great to see the same level for the others, where it's more of like a team effort that we get to see from them.
And team effort indeed is needed because our club championship is well underway. So much money on the line. And if you don't know what the club championship is all about, let's fill you in.
25 tournaments, over 200 clubs, only one club champion. The club championship is the beating heart of the Esports World Cup. Over 7 weeks, esports clubs send their players to compete. Every placement, every win, every podium earns points for their club. At the end of 7 weeks, every point counts. The club at the top walks away with $7 million and the title of Best Esports Club in the world. It's not about being the best at one game. It's about being the best across all of them. Depth, versatility, consistency under pressure. One championship trophy, one title. Who will take it? Watch history unfold in Paris at the Esports World Cup 2026.
There. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Again, the club championship, it is being fought for super hard, and each of these matchups puts the respective org that much closer to securing club championship points to ultimately win some much needed money, especially for many of the orgs out there. I mean, we're talking a ton of life-changing money indeed, even for not only the players, but also for the orgs themselves. I mentioned coaches a little bit earlier and how much of an impact that they can truly have with each roster. For Geltec Cyber Team, they've got a guy called Coach Osprey, who has a long lineage in the scene of just competitive MLBB as a whole. Coach Osprey, like how much of an impact has he made for this Geltec Cyber Team, and how do you think he can lead the charge for these ladies on that stage?
I mean, on the way to MWI, definitely Coach Osprey had a huge role to play. I think we'll just really have to see whether or not he's remaining active alongside Frost, or has Coach Frost taken over. I think we are yet to confirm, but if we know one thing for a fact, it's that Osprey and his experience as a coach is undoubtedly one of the longest running EECA coaches who's had lots of international experience as well.
Yeah, he's definitely not an unfamiliar name, especially if we've been following the international scene. So if we take a look at how everything has really unraveled for Geltec Cyber Team, especially during their qualifiers, I would say huge, right? I mean, they were able to get all the way to the finals, and then they were able to defeat Aurora Avalanche 4-3, and being in a best of 7 is also definitely very taxing. Mm-hmm. Like, you would need extra mental fortitude, and I think that plays a lot, and it requires a lot from the coaches as well to kind of guide that through.
Yeah, that's why we listed down the names and kinds of coaches that you tend to have when it comes to an MLBB team, because really there's so much. There's definitely a lot, especially for I think our players who are currently part of MWI, because how often do you see them given an opportunity to just come together and compete internationally? I think the most significant is definitely this, but other than that, it's like we rarely get to see them meet each other on the international stage. So these are like one of the few times they can really just show up and really prepare for and make a name for themselves internationally. So they definitely just really wouldn't want to miss this opportunity.
For sure, and for GK Esports on the opposite side, they are obviously debuting here for the MWI. Now that is a big deal for this roster, and we kind of questioned the same thing, right, for Seda Esports, how well they would be able to adjust to the international stage. Clearly very, very well for GK Esports. I'm thinking they've got some surprises up their sleeve, of course, being the first ones here. It's kind of hard to play around them. You've seen what they've done, obviously, to the lead up to this point, but maybe they've got some tricks left in their bag.
Yeah, because majority of them are rookies. Even our French player, even Furia is a rookie,
It's
right?
3 out of 2 that are rookies.
3 out of 2 are a rookie. So if it's in terms of unexpected, then yes, maybe in a way, like we are yet to figure out their main comforts and if it's a bit too different from the meta, or if they're already really used to the meta. Because I think based on some of the information that we got, Freya does play meta, but occasionally brings out the likes of a Melissa or an Hanabi.
Which just got buffed. Melissa, right?
Yeah. A Hanabi, we're not so sure because there's an Esmeralda, so maybe not, but the Melissa, maybe, just maybe she also has other stuff we are not that familiar with just yet.
Which I'm actually a big fan of. So, I mean, how often you come to MWI, this is our third one that we've had, or at least on the EWC stage. I do wonder, do you see a lot of new rosters, fresh faces popping up, or is it some of the old guard typically coming in?
Mix. It's
huh?
always a mix of both.
Yeah.
Like we always see a plethora of different players, whether it be veterans, returning, looking for redemption,
rookies.
We finally get a story of revenge that is from a different region, I would say now.
Yep.
Like between NA and Indonesia. Like that was very new, because before that, when we thought about revenge, it was between both Indo representatives, Falcons Vega and Team Vitality, who have been always top 2 for the longest of times, and it's always the same storyline before, like Falcons Vega, always number 2, looking to be number 1. And eventually that entire dynamic shifted into what we have now. So it's so exciting. I think the change of storyline as well, like even our first game, Seita winning that, it could set up for something different altogether.
Yeah, it's a big deal, isn't it? I mean, even on the opposite side for Stream B, Team Ray Young taking the victory over Aurora Gaming is a big deal. I mean, you've got Malaysia's new guard coming into play and taking down Aurora Gaming, going against Seda Esports next, which obviously is going to be a banger of a matchup. I mean, we're talking Seda Esports has been on fire. Jessica was incredible, and they were bringing out heroes that just aren't obviously used in comp, you would think, but here they are bringing out the new meta, and that was something we highlighted. They know the new metas, they're used to coming in for MWI, or at least their game plan come into MWI and just try and bring something fresh and different that the competitors are not used to. And obviously for Falcons Indonesia, that was exactly the case. Ladies are still getting set up. We are just moments away from heading into this next series, getting our pick and bans done, and then going into map number 1. And obviously, I asked the ladies, I said, Geltech Cyber Team, GK Esports, who you going for? I never gave my prediction.
Okay. Yeah, we're waiting for that.
I know you're waiting for it. All right. Now, I'm thinking, I gotta go GK Esports. I'm thinking GK Esports, and I'll tell you why. I love the underdog story. Not necessarily that they're an underdog, but the fresh faces coming in and providing upsets, I should say. I'm a big component of that, and I think for GK Esports, they have it. Just like Seda, right? If you would have asked my prediction, I'm going Seda. Granted, Falcons are a strong organization across the board throughout the entirety of the Esports World Cup. But week 1, they didn't get a lot of club championship points. They've got 2 great teams here that could definitely fight hard and hopefully at least make an impact. They need to get those much-needed club championship points. For Falcons Indonesia, though, they're going to have to fight extra hard throughout the lower bracket. Not going to be easy by any means.
I guess Reflections is always going to go for the less favored team then whenever we are going to see a matchup. So we are.
I don't know, man. Once Vitality takes that stage, I might be going with the easy pick. That's all I'm saying.
That's true. It's going to be a tough choice if it is going to be against Vitality. But I agree, because these are 3 versus 2 rookies that we mentioned, and hopefully is a more successful iteration of more veterans guiding the team.
That's right. Well, hey, from what I'm hearing, Rose is over on Stream B. Rose, what's happening over there?
Hey guys, Rose here live from the secondary stages. We have just recently wrapped up the first match of the day in Stream B with Team Ray Young winning 2-0 in a dominating fashion up against Aurora. And we are currently on standby as we are to enter match 2 where we will be witnessing Virtus Pro going up against Twisted Minds. Will this game be another upset or will we all be surprised with the results? That is it from us over at the secondary stages. With that, throwing it back to you guys.
Thank you for the update, Rose, over there on Stream B, laying down the law. Team Ray Young, as we mentioned, a 2-0 win over Aurora Gaming. Coming up next on Stream B, Virtus Pro versus Twisted Minds. Anytime that I hear about these two organizations going against each other in any esport, I can't help but get excited.
Me too. And this was one of the teams that I mentioned earlier on when we got into the broadcast, right? Twisted Minds, a very unique team, being able to go through from the Mekong qualifiers. And they've incorporated such a unique lineup, very Indo-coded. Jin Chao's there in the gold lane. And we got to actually see them, I actually saw them at the airport. And I was like, you guys confident? Yeah, it's been okay, but I've been hearing that there are communication issues. So no matter how professional these teams are, no matter how professional these players are, when you unite a particular team under different banner from different regions, communication is going to take its toll because their coach is also Indonesian. It's Nasi Uduk, Coach Nasduk.
On paper though, they seem like a very terrifying lineup. Like their mix of players consists of players with very remarkable experience. So you know for a fact that Sa, she's also made waves even in previous MWI. Jin Chao, again, we're so used to seeing her rivalry within Indonesia, but now she's exploring outside.
Jin Chao and Shell.
Yeah, that's another layer to the story that we're currently talking about. And the other players as well, Mei Lane, Daisy, Kao, every single one of them, and the kind of flavor that they bring to this lineup and the difference that they make. So I agree. For sure, for one, communication might be likely an issue, but it's nothing that cannot be resolved completely. I feel like even for adjusting imports, there are just really like common and basic go-to terminologies because the fundamentals are pretty much already established. Like you know the structure of a game and how it normally goes. It's just the team and their unique approach that they usually have to deal with eventually. But we get to figure that out later on. That's a Stream B thing. So again, if you guys are watching, please.
That's a Stream B problem.
That's a
Stream B problem.
They
Stream A don't got that problem.
We have a different... we have Vitality later on.
That's right, Vitality, and then also Geltech Cyber Team, Geek Esports, and Kyo obviously getting a lot of attention over here, especially from the side of Eterna, right? Being a big fan. And you know what? I can see why she's a fan. I mean, she was awarded as the finals MVP. She was making great clutches in a previous tournament. And, a 7-game grand final playing Harley, Leomord, right? She obviously has versatility. She can go in and make objectives hers, which clearly, as a big impactful player, I can see why she's clearly going to be a big impact for this Geltech Cyber team. But is it enough to take down Geek Esports? Because we mentioned the veteranship earlier of, I believe it was Violet, right, coming out from the side of Falcons Indonesia, but that wasn't enough to take down Seda Esports. The veteranship sometimes can't get your team over the edge to take down the newcomers.
Yeah, which is why I'm really hopeful. I'm really hopeful this is a more successful version.
And that's what makes this matchup really interesting, right? We've been highlighting Kyoe for the longest of time, but on the other side, it's Electa. Do you remember Electa? Electa Final Blow? She also plays the Benedetta. I remember that nickname.
Electa Final Blow.
Electa Final Blow, Seda Esports, the final blow to Team Falcons Indonesia, who drops down. And we've got our first decider matchup to protect the key and your heart at the Esports World Cup. Team Falcons Indonesia versus Aurora Gaming, who also suffered a loss 2-0. Both teams have yet to win a map.
Oh, that's tough. I know it's just been the first series, but you're already seeing an elimination match coming your way. And I believe these are being broadcasted tomorrow onwards. because today we're focusing on all quarterfinals for the first round.
Yeah.
So it's tough, at least for that group. But again, in Stream A, you get 2 matches from Group A, 2 matches from Group B. So we still have a lot to catch up on. And even in Stream B, we have to check what is happening over their side. But for now, we know for a fact that we are a few moments away from Geltec versus GK, and we are very, very split on the desk as to what our expectations are for this match.
Yeah, we need another person up here. Well, then again, that would make it even more split because it'd be 4 instead
Wait,
of
don't say that. Don't say that.
No.
Stream A, best stream.
Stream A, best stream.
Stream A, best stream. If you say we need something, then Stream B are going to say, see, we're the better stream.
Oh, yeah.
We don't need
All
it.
right?
We don't need, you stay over there on Stream B.
We're okay.
That's right.
Exactly.
Although they do have a banger matchup, VP versus Twisted Minds is definitely going to be pretty incredible to watch. But we'll get one of those teams a little bit later on. And even our third series of the day, Vitality takes the stage. We'll get to see what form they're going to be in with the new meta. And things definitely will be heating up from that point forward. Geltec Cyber Team versus GK Esports. We are just moments away from our pick and bans, which has been quite exciting to see, again, with the new meta, to see how these teams are going to ebb and flow, obviously, to play against each other. And, got to say for Seda, they definitely opened up the hero selection wide of what we could be expecting. I mean, it was truly exciting.
I guess it's the Esmeralda thing.
Yeah.
Like, are we just going to really pay attention to whoever gets the Esmeralda?
I'm still undecided. I mean, Esmeralda, I think, is strong. I mean, we did see the numbers. The numbers reflect that the Esmeralda will be a very hot pick, but everything else, I still need more games and more matches to see. Because wildcards, first game Hirara, lost.
Yeah.
Second, lost.
Yeah.
Right? A really bad win rate in the early stages of the wildcards. And then eventually we start to see, okay, I think this hero has promise. So we might be seeing something of a similar pattern the longer we get into these games.
That's true. Same for me. Is the Gatot really back? Or was it just like a hero synergy or a game plan thing that we got to see earlier together with the Alice? Right? So there are like a lot of layers of questions that we still have regarding the current meta. But one thing's for sure, it remains very flexible, even in jungle, because we still saw Seda pick up the Baksha jungle and make it work.
Well, it worked, but we could see like farming wise, it wasn't as fast.
Yeah, it wasn't.
So the nerfs really did hit him.
Yes, it did. I think it was really just compensated by the fact that they are a really good team in terms of punishing and like finding the advantages across the map overall. It worked technically, but we're not sure if it is going to work if it were on the same level and if they had the same footing in game.
By the way, Virtus Pro Twisted Minds, this is a really fun one because there's a lot of history with the players themselves on each roster. You look last year, the core players of Virtus Pro roster represented Twisted Minds. They have now switched over to VP. Okay, so now they're representing a different org, playing against their org. It's always awkward to do so. They go through their pick and bans, so I'll let you ladies walk through it. And already, I'm hearing some gasp.
It's the famous combo.
Hey, it's a Barrett's Mathilda.
Barrett's Mathilda.
So
the famous Blacklist combo.
Oh my goodness, Twisted Minds. Maylane and Kao are actually pulling out the the Barrett's Mathilda. We got a glimpse of it there, so it feels very interesting. Still a bit of the utility out there on Stream B.
Well, we got the taste of that as well. That's why I'm still undecided. Like, were the changes towards the meta not as brutal as we thought? Or is it just early stage and everyone's still adapting and trying to find their way in this current meta?
Should be, right? It's just day one. We're still in day one. We might see a bit more changes because even in wildcard, I feel like we didn't immediately want to accept the fact that Hirara is a thing, but eventually teams just respected the Hirara pick overall. And now we're seeing the draft finally take place. It's going to be expanding rivers for both Geltec and GK, and it's looking to be a bit different from our first series, Eterna, since the Eve is going to be immediately taken out. The Freya does too, but it's not like they really paid attention to the Freya even in the first game.
I've been really wondering where this Freya went. Because I still think that the Freya is really overpowered.
That's true.
It's good flex as well, right? Gold lane, XP. it's a good hero all around, and I think we finally get to a matchup where they respect the power of the Freya. The Marcel also goes out in the first phase. It's a hero that ever since its debut has been really making waves. There have been patches and changes towards the Marcel hereafter, and it made the Marcel ever as strong.
Regardless if you're going utility or assassin, I feel like you just don't want to deal with it, Like it's like a Hilda, but it's not. Essentially the same in terms of what they want to achieve, but okay, Kike, early respect. I think they're taking out some of the more known Kyoei options in the jungle, Nolan being one, and considering the meta, I agree with this choice because it's a recently buffed hero.
Yeah.
You would want to see that.
The changes towards the Nolan is the fact that he's a lot more sustainable in these team fights because of the energy consumption or the mana consumption that has been put down. Like adjusted, like it's really good. Like he can stay in these team fights a lot longer, isn't as reliant on the purple buff. Obviously the purple buff will still be a huge factor towards how strong the Nolan can be. But the fact that the Nolan can rotate very fast in the early game is definitely a hero that we are looking out for in this current meta.
Yeah, similar to the Hirara in a sense, which by the way gets picked first by a Geltec Cyber team. We're seeing Kyoei Hirara in as early as game number 1 in this best of 3 series. Probably the closest to a Nolan that you could get since it's been banned out. But for Geekei Esports on the other side, Jusin, Eve out for the options, but they do secure the Esmeralda for themselves. Another Baksha game. Immediately prioritized for Geekei too.
So we're seeing a pattern.
Yeah.
Right? Hirara heavily prioritized. Claude is still definitely in the meta. Gold lane as well. Atlas Roam is also something that we've been considerably accustomed to even pre-MSC wildcards. A very quick Valentina pick though, and is it purely for the Fatal Links?
I think Valentina might just be next in terms of the mid prio if we're talking about the mid lane picks that we actually really want to prioritize in the current meta. Since the Jusin and the Eve are out, Valentina might be their next best option, aside from the fact that yes, Geltec have already secured or shown us a roamer which could provide a really good option for their IMU ultimate. So now they take away even the Gourd and are just probably really making sure that Yui will get the better matchup in the mid lane, because things so far are looking great. They can expect so much help from the rotations of both the Esmeralda and the Baksha. These are really fast rotating heroes you're seeing from Geekei so far.
Which is scary. They need to figure a way how to slow things down just a little bit for themselves, right? If we're looking at the bans, it does seem like Geltec is heavily prioritizing the gold lane matchup. Clint goes out.
Wow.
I'm wondering if they want to go for their Harith ban next, but I guess they can't go Harith because of the Esme. Do you think it's too much magic damage?
I think it'll be the safe option, but it also, yes, might compromise their damage spread a little bit, because they've also already went with the Valentina Esmeralda, and we are yet to see where the physical damage is gonna come from. Okay, you know what, let's skip physical damage and jump straight to true damage.
And this is a very interesting pick, because back in the day when Claude was the most number 1 priority pick, which is kind of similar to as it was now, Leslie was the counter pick towards the Claude. But with so many changes to the Claude, with so many changes to the Leslie, is it still the case?
I just played Claude into Leslie yesterday. The laning is still not fun. If it's the laning. But there are other factors that we have to look at, because it's a fast rotating Hirara Atlas 2 on the other side for Geltec. So we also are yet to find out what the mid lane pairing is gonna be together with the Atlas, because following this, what else is there? Like, if you want to just match them head on, there's a Lilia. Oh, okay, this is
okay.
This is a really good pickup. It looks very annoying for these close ranged heroes that Geekei have actually picked up so far, because you're leaning in the Baksha and the Valentina. Somehow you gotta close in to your targets.
That's true. There's also a double setup for Geltec, right? They have the Atlas and the Terizla, so if their combo goes through as planned, it would be very great. But another unorthodox pick hits after the Leslie here for Geeke, as we do see now the Kufra being picked up as well. I don't know how much of a great time this Leslie is going to have. Leslie needs to go Purify, but she also needs Flicker, and now they're forcing her into a really uncomfortable spot.
Yeah, at least in terms of the Claude, you have a way to just cancel out the Blazing Duet and just push him away. And same applies for the other targets who are closing in, but that's the thing. It's not just one target chasing after you. There are multiple heroes who can just jump at you, and you're just constantly forced to find or escape from all these setups.
All right, well, it's time to get our game number 1 started. There's been a lot of setup. Now it's time for action. It's Geltic Cyber Team versus Geeke Esports. Casters, take it away.
Welcome to the Land of Dawn, folks. Thank you so much to the studio. After analyzing all of that, the drafts are in and we have another Baksha game. So, is utility even dead? Is the question right now, right? Like, we mentioned a couple of times, me too, that like, I don't think we're gonna see a lot of utility.
Definitely, especially in the recent patch. Although it really depends on the pilot, on who uses it, right? It's all about the mechanics, and so far on to our first half, or the first match rather, where Seda was able to go for a 2-0. It's mostly more of a balanced type of a Rara on the jungle, which is kind of assassin, and then went on to the backshot. I think it really depends on who you place it with. But right now, I really like how GK placed a Valentina and as well as a Leslie on their gold lane, partnering it up with a Baksha jungle.
And it's a crazy greedy choice. Hey, Turner mentioned it. You kind of have to go for the Purify. There's so many layers of CC that you got to deal with. Nefiria will go the different route though. It's a flicker on Nefiria. It's also lethal ignition and the weapon mastery. So all in on that greed. If she wins out in this lane, it'll be great. If she doesn't, yeah, that's it's going to be problematic for sure. Kyoe, very interesting pathing. Goes from the lizard straight into the gold crab, and now she goes onto the purple buff. I actually really like that. And honestly, if you're just looking at the draft, Geltec got a really good draft. Coach Osprey, I've rated him for quite a while now, and I'm very happy to see just a bit of Verso, even though we get to see him this tournament.
It's definitely refreshing to think that they've managed to get a Valier out of Sonjik here against GK Esports, which is quite perfect in my opinion. And now we see some action happening here. And we see Flickers already exhausted here for Sonjik and the others. For GK, they're just not yet ready to get into any skirmishes so far, because as we've mentioned, they will be having a hard time. A wild composition, but let's see how will they work this thing out here for game 1.
I mean, speaking of just pilots, you know, in general, you said Baksha, utility jungle, depends on the pilot. I think it's the same for the Claude. It's almost like a hero that just has no counters if the right player is using it. Tokyo, so far, doing a good job. Go for the gold crab, actually takes it away from Nefiria as well, and that's what I'm saying. All comes down to
how you play it.
How you play it, how good you are. Good immobilization. Great start here as they get tempo and they go straight onto the neutral objective. Kuejo straight down below as well. Liuban already level 4.
Oh, very nice zone out here for Kuejo. And as well as placing out the frigid bread as early as possible. Eliza with the jump. Sonjika will be able to back away. There's going to be steering turns here. Get a first blood here is Yui. Meanwhile, Sonjika with a trade-off of double for 1. Geltec getting most of the advantages here, and Eliza, even though that was a great entry point, just didn't have enough respo to make the most out of it.
There you go. Just a really good start for Geltec so far. It's just a turtle take. They were first onto it. It's all about tempo and building up. Set up before the neutral objective. Meanwhile, for GK, I really feel like they should try to rotate onto Nefiria instead of going for those neutral objectives. They have pretty good rotation speeds. Tokyo this time won't be too fortunate to actually steal that away. Nefiria will be the one getting it. It really feels like, especially after that initial setup for Geltec, it should have just been GK looking for a trade up top, especially considering they got a winning lane for Nefiria against Tokyo.
Yep, Brigida has already mentioned they actually tried the Claude onto a Leslie, but now they're onto a Fabu. Kyowe is just going wild, and I think the meta fits her best. Because it's one of her specialty when it comes to assassin type of things, and the mechanics just fits perfectly when it comes to a Hirara under her hands. And now they go easy on the initiations. That's a quite an Neferia is the next target. Now they see the Frigid Breath. The flicker already baited out of her, and I think that is very crucial here for GK Esports.
This is the gold crab secure, actually taken away by Sanjika over in mid. Good rotations across the board. The flicker burnt out means that if they do get prio over this lane, they can just rotate over again and it's going to be a free kill. Especially with the Hirara rotating over. Kyowe already utilizing expanding rivers. The shield unity used up by GK. Electa using it maybe a bit too early as they go for the rotation up top, but Tokyo is very aware of what's happening. Again, it really just seems like Geltec will be the ones holding it.
They're making things easier here for Tokyo, so they don't really think it's much of a threat here for Neferia. As long as they get the flicker out of her, things are looking good. Now for GK, they're trying to force out some kind of vision, and it's still Neferia! They come back to Leobon with the last hit. They go in with a Fatal Links. A4, you or A5, you going down immediately. All of that before an objective take here, and Kyowe will most likely get this free turtle on their hands. Now GK, they can't do nothing but stare back. Easy turtle here for Geltec.
Kuejo with a dive again. Perfect match coming down.
What a combo here.
Still has Purify. Kyowe walks up.
Okay, now she's just tower hugging. She just need to survive. But how can you survive if there's 5 members of Geltec in your face? And they're not stopping at all. Tokyo gets the kill. Geltec just putting in the guns and the farm enough here for their gold lane.
So well played. Kyowe leaves it to the rest of the team as well. In the bottom lane, the wave has already crashed down, so at least GK can get a turret traded back. Kyowe's got to be careful walking up to these bushes when there's no one around. Again, though, for Geltec, they get a kill, they get that team fight, they get the neutral objective, and then the turret as the cherry on top. So it's just that proactiveness that they have that has given them so much more of a lead. The classic EECA stuff, man. It's not just about micro, it's not about that team fight, it's all about setting up, getting the advantage through macro. And that's been the main problem for GK. They've gotten winning lanes here and there, but they just haven't been able to utilize it to really maximize those winning lanes.
And for Geltec, they're just making the most out of it. There's like in-your-face type of composition, but as well as the discipline is there. Really great Sanjika move here. With a follow-up as well, Electa just rolls around the map. Kyowe is getting the most out of it, farming as much as he can before another objective take. GK on the other hand, we just saw Falling Star Moon out of Alyssa. Just one girl here, and the rest of Geltec, they're just really relaxed when it comes to like finding the right targets, but if it doesn't work, they don't force it out of GK.
Tokyo's doing such a good job playing that weak side. Now he's becoming the strong side of the map, just everybody rotating towards her as Kyowe is the one sent to clear Asa.
Oh, now they get Kyowe! With a follow-up Fatal Links as well here for Yue. Kuejo trying to run away, Frigid Breath. Flicker is already exhausted as well. Now we see a big play here for GK Esports, and now they finally get their hands onto a neutral objective, the last turtle for game number 1.
Solid stuff. Finally, signs of life for GK. Finally, they're able to catch Kyowe here, and it seems like Asu wants to go for more. Up top with the flicker as well onto Liuban. I don't even know if they had the resources to kill her. Even if that Tyrant's Revenge landed, Kuejo knows the flicker is down, but doesn't have the Fatal Links. It'll just be now a slower game. Tokyo, everything given over to her. It's all about her being the main carry now as we move into the mid game. Tokyo with the Golden Staff, Neferia a bit behind. Kyowe goes for the War Axe here, right after the Hunter Strike. A bit more of a safe approach. No Sky Piercers for the Hirara so far in MWI. And it's the rush for Electa onto Radiant Armor, which is quite interesting. I understand, you know, Sanjika's been a big threat, but Tokyo and Kyowe, I thought, were going to be the main ones that you have to deal with as a frontliner.
I think that is somewhat a tunnel vision here for Electa to just solely focus to the defensive build, but now for GK Esports, maybe that's the plan. They go for the mental mind games. Alyssa forced out of her Purify, and now Geltec just focus fires onto taking down a turret here. Falling Star Moon just in there the last bits of minion wave, but that backfires on your face. I think this should have just gone out and back away, given that it's already obvious that the turret will be taken down by Geltec. Now they go for the mirror move here onto the top lane. But for Geltec, they still have this in the bag. Advantages, most of it is on their side.
Yeah, Kyoe wants to get a bit more into the bottom lane. Asu's getting chunked.
Okay, Rigid Red. No can do. Electa just slowly rolls away.
And Kyoe deals with the wave in the bottom lane. That's a holy shield taken before the first Lord even spawns in the game, which means, hey, if Geltec gets the Lord, this could be a free base turret down below. Depends on how they siege it down, right? They have great zoning with the Terizla and the Atlas. Kowejo with a face check. Tokyo forced to back away with the BMI. It's all about mid-control right now. Alyssa's trying to form a slow push down below. Kyoe just farming again. Alyssa's got to be careful, though. Purified down for another 20 seconds. You don't know where Kowejo is. Liuban's going to handle the wave up top. And it's all up to Tokyo to utilize the expanding rivers. So for GK, they see the claw down below. Do they try to go for the Lord straight up?
I think they want to rush this one.
Alyssa.
Okay, now they see Kowejo with Alyssa going all in, frozen as well. But Kowejo caught off guard with a fatal lace in your face here for GK Esports. Will they get the trade? No can do. Alyssa falling down. A5U as well. Nefair with a shutdown kill. They're trying to chase down Yui as well. Tokyo with the last hit of the bullet. That's 3 members down here for GK Esports. And right on time, Tokyo even manages to get 1 kill out of them.
GK are playing it well. They've gotten some great initiations. It's just they don't have enough damage. It really just seems like they're banking on the Furia to slay these guys up front, and it's not working out. Everybody's going back and forth so well for the side of Geltec, and there's not much they could do about it. They're just going in back and forth. There's that untargetable skill from Kyoe as well. Tokyo's going back and forth with the BMI, and so many more initiations you gotta deal with those penalty zones, the fatal links coming around your way. I understand what the composition is meant to do right now, but it just seems like these back and forths and these angles that Geltec are using to initiate on GK, it's a bit too much for them to handle.
Exactly, because for GK, they weren't able to actually use their own crowd immunes here. But instead, it's them using it just to escape from the wrath here of Geltec. You have plenty crowd controls here. You have the Falling Star Moon. You also have a very nice transition with the Titan's Rage, Titan's Revenge for A5U, but that isn't happening. Because the moment they're seen on the map, Geltec just goes assassin mode immediately. And now, Conceal play yet again. Lord onto their hands, slowly making their way here onto the bottom base turret. A5U with a jump. Now on the different angle, it would look like a great initiation. But no! Kowejo with a fatal lace gunning. 2 members here. Tokyo with a blazing red follow up. And the rest of the gang just gives it their all. Very nice return and bursting fireballs here for Son GK. Geltec immediately, as you mentioned, takes down the base turret 12 minutes into the game.
The objective conversion of Geltec. Fantastic this time around. 12-3, but it's how they actually managed to get leads across the board. We get to see the replay again with the Holy Shield down earlier, set up by Kyoe. They can just brute force their way into this turret take, and what a play by Kowejo. Baits out the Purify. There's another Fatal Links coming around by the IMU of Yui, but it's just not enough to deal with him. And again, we see the same problem for Nefaria. She's doing damage. She has some of the items ready, but it's single target. These guys, these women from GCT, they're able to go back and forth so well that that single target just does nothing in these team fights.
And for Geltec, they just have to like juggle around on who will get the first bullets from Nefaria, and that's it. And then another one comes in like Liubon, and the rest for GK Esports can do nothing about it. This is the thing about being too tunnel vision. Linear damage as well is a problem here for GK Esports. The item build earlier as well was a bit of a question here for Electa. But now we finally see an Antiquaris onto her arsenals. And for GK Esports, they just need to hold on. For Geltec, we see Kowejo as well.
Fatal Links.
Landing another Fatal Links onto A5U. Electa on their front line with a shield unity. Her son's activated as well. But
Furia.
look at Liubon and Kiowe as well, ensuring those bullets and the fans hitting her in the face. Alyssa trying to run away. Basic and as for Tokyo will be enough. A mega kill. 3-for-1 trade-off. Geltec still got a damage.
It's really just a battle front to back. That was a very questionable initiation that worked out anyways. It was an all-in over onto a roamer. Asu. The rest of the team followed it through though, and they were able to get it done. Again for GK, Neferia's been free hitting. She's just safe in the back, hitting, getting all these shots. It's the reason Liubon actually fell. So damage is there. Items are ready. It's just now, how do you get past your front line getting bursted down before you can actually burst some of the other front lines? And the fact that they just have so many ways to get away. Look, again, Neferia free hitting this entire fight, but not able to shred these frontliners down as fast as Geltec. They were the ones going at it. Look, right? Kiowe gets away just in time Tokyo walks up, and by the time Neferia walks up, they're already gone.
Okay, for GK Esports, we understand that they more on the dive type of composition. But what's a great mage to deal with those kinds of in-your-face jumps? Sonjika's Valier. She just pushes them away from the targets, and then the bursting fireball. Man, that's so wild. So GK on the other hand now.
Oh, Divine Glaive and the winner crown.
Oh my gosh, now they're getting ready for the final battle. Okay, there's a Kuejo yet again. No Fatal Links connecting onto anyone. Now there's their time to punish them. There's bursting fireballs here in turn all over the place. And Neferia with a single bullet shots here will deal a little bit amount of damage, enough to shoo away Geltec here in the process.
That's the thing. Neferia is starting to really hurt. Damage dealt ranking #1 in the game. Those free hits, those small wins have been paying a lot of dividends to the team right now. GK, they formulated this composition to play for the hyper carry in Neferia, and so far, it hasn't worked out well. But right as we got into that 15-minute mark, we finally get to see how much damage she can actually output with the right items now in her pockets. Great reaction by Neferia. It could have been a real bad situation as Kuejo went in with the Fatal Links, but again, brilliant reaction. GK gonna have to handle that. They're gonna have to rely on Neferia constantly being able to flicker out of these engages from GCT. Because if Geltec get just one big penalty zone, followed up by a Fatal Links on Neferia, all of it goes down in shambles.
But that's the thing.
Kuejo.
It's kind of scary to put all your bags into one basket here for Neferia.
It is.
Because the flicker, that's too much of a CD. And for Geltec, they could just time it perfectly so that they will be able to jump in from the back here for Neferia. But that's the thing. Now, they just focus on to somehow make scarcity, make the jungling harder here for GK Esports. We're approaching the 17-minute mark, which is kind of good here for GK Esports because they're slowly building up their items that they need. Aside from just solely relying on the damage of Neferia, they have to be tanky enough to just go on the front lines, let Neferia go for the free hits. Now for Geltec, really need to be careful on who they will be targeting here. And when it comes to finding the right spots, and now the Lord available to be grabbed. A5U and Yui actually has a very nice position here. But Kuejo already having the frigid breath. Advanced thinking. They spot the Furia. Now they go. Wow! Then the Fatal Links connects. Now they know there's no more flicker here. GK slowly crumbles down. Kiowe with a chase. A5U on a hot spot as well. Kuejo with a double kill. Tokyo with an unstoppable kill. All those bullets targeting onto the faces of GK Esports. That's 4 women down. Now they have a single catapult minion wave here. They've tried to finish game number 1, and that is it. Geltec with a very dominant game win.
That's the gamble you play with when you go for the Leslie and the flicker. Eterna mentioned it in the studio. If you're a Leslie, it's a gamble to take flicker. It would have been a gamble to take Purify either way just because of the layers and how many of you can just walk up to the Leslie. Still great reactions, but the flicker, and my lord. Just the vision to walk past everybody. To see that, yes, there's only one carry. There's only one person we got to deal with. All these frontliners, all this peel.
You don't care.
Won't be for anything if the main damage is down. The vision to look for that play, fantastic. Fantastic, and it was actually just that secured them the win. Could have been maybe a comeback for GK, but Geltec, they sealed the deal real quick right there. We get to see the replay again. Kuwejo, my MVP for sure. We're gonna throw it over to the studio to dissect it even further, maybe talk about that crazy dive. It was a Hail Mary, but it worked out. Neferia could not handle those many girls coming at her.
Thank you very much, Athena. Mirko casting is electric, I gotta say. Game 2 will be underway very shortly between these two wonderful teams, but my goodness, what a start for Geltec's Cyber team, dominating GK early on. Big early kills led to 2 early turtles, and they just spiraled from there.
Yep, it was a game of whether or not Neferia could actually find the targets in the space. Because especially when, what is going on?
Did you change your pants?
Why'd
you do that?
I got so excited as I was watching. I spilled coffee all over my pants. So I don't want to talk about it. But I did a wardrobe change. Yes.
It looks great either way. Whether it's white, whether it's jeans, hey, you're crushing it out there, okay? Hey, they're quick. A lot happens in a map. Not only the gameplay, but also in the wardrobe changes. It's quite wild up here. Hey, it's been a lot of fun, though. It's been a lot of fun. It really has. And I've been learning from you, too, and I really appreciate it. Again, first time entering into a MOBA. MLBB is incredibly exciting. I'm really enjoying the action and the gameplay. And Geltec Cyber Team truly took advantage of their hero composition, specifically, right, Atlas, as well as the Valir. You mentioned controlling the mid lane. I felt like they did that very well. That ultimately, like I said, led to the Turtles, which gave them a gold lead early on. Like I said, I'm trying to learn. If I sound dumb, give me some leeway. We're going to get there by day 5, okay? But that early lead was quite significant. And on top of that, the early kills, because I think at one point, it was like 9-3 very quickly. And now one thing you mentioned, though, Bree, coming up was Leslie, potentially an uncomfortable spot, and Kufra as well. Value reduced due to the single targeting. These team fights just did them no justice.
Yeah, I agree. I also, had to look for ways that they could really make use of this Tyrant's Rage and Revenge combo, because hypothetically they do find a setup. The damage is expected to come from a very single target hero in the form of a Leslie. You do have a Valentina, but the Valentina at that point had very little scaling accomplished due to the fact that they had to manage the matchup so much. Like the laning or the mid control, as mentioned here by Reflections, hasn't been as easy for their mid duo compared to what we saw from Geltec Cyber Team.
Well, we set up not only this match, but also Stream B. It was Virtus Pro going against Twisted Minds. Rose, how's that series shaking up?
Hey guys, Rose here once again, reporting live from Stream B. Just to keep you guys in the loop, Twisted Minds has just won up against Virtus Pro in a 15-minute game. And as we enter Game 2 in this series, will Virtus Pro be able to equalize the score, or will Twisted Minds sweep their first match this MWI? That's it from us in Stream B. Throwing it back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Rose. Again, 2 streams happening, multiple matches taking place at once. Make sure you have 2 monitors, 2 phones, whatever you need to stay up to date with everything MWI and Esports World Cup. Twisted Minds taking an early lead up 1-0. Virtus Pro, do we believe in them to come back, force a Game 3? What are we thinking? Eterna, come on.
That's my girl. That's my girl, Chin Chow. I don't know what happened in that game, but I'm pretty sure she had something to say about it.
Yeah, she's pretty historic, right? I mean, I was looking at her stats and looking at her history. Like, she's got a lot of history when it comes to MLBB as a whole.
She reminds me of Roger. I don't know why. Chin Chow is like equivalent to Roger.
Really?
Yeah, that was her hero back in the day.
Yeah, I remember her going through so much hair color changes as well. I think she's been here long enough to have multiple changes in terms of her hair color, because that thing doesn't wash away as quick. So yeah, she's considerably a veteran in the scene, and I agree. She probably did shine in that series, and the trend so far has been 2-0, but I don't know if VP could break it.
I don't know. By the way, speaking of hair color, I got a couple of grays coming in. I might have to take some advice from you ladies and get rid of these grays so I can look 22. I think that's what I am. Hey, check it out.
Age gap.
That's right. It was a great series, though, for sure. But it really was. GK Esports consistently trying to come back. We get down to our final moments, and it was Galtech Cyber Team just closing the door shut. And it was just a brutal team fight.
That was beautiful. That was beautiful. I think Miracle mentioned it as well as he was casting Cuello on the Atlas. Now, this really reminds you of how much of an amazing hero. This was the play. That was the play that really sealed the deal there for Galtech. The fact that she was able to find that flank, understanding that Neferia did not bring the Purify. She still had to force the Flicker, considering, the Leslie doesn't have an escape tool, which is why I was so worried about the Leslie pick earlier on. She was able to utilize that to her advantage, take her out, because at that point of the game, Neferia was dealing so much damage, but luckily enough, they tunnel visioned on that.
Yeah. And I think it's been another example of the EXP lane and the roamer just really being the anchors of the team and doing such a good job at finding these perfectly timed initiations. In that particular example, again, it was Neferia who barely had the means to get out, because even if she did still have a flicker left, she had to use it to get away from the Atlas who was chasing her. And afterwards, you still have a penalty zone. So there's just so much chase that you had to get away from, and it was not an easy task. And to add to that, I think that was the first time we ever saw the Esmeralda finally shut down, because we didn't really get to see the Esmeralda perform as much. It's not a matchup thing, I'd say, like against the Tarizla, who people really consider to be just an NPC or a filler type of EXP laner to just get the job done. It's not really a matchup thing. So I think it was really more on the execution and just Galtech being the better team in this particular game.
Yeah, because I think it was Jessica, City Esports, who was utilizing Esmeralda quite well, right? And clearly doing it very well. Esmeralda is probably going to be a pick we're going to be seeing quite often. I am sure of it. Harara as well. We've now witnessed that twice as the first pick during the hero selection. I'm sure it'll be much the same going into the next one. And speaking of the next one, obviously Leslie, a lot of criticism towards Leslie, a lot of criticism potentially towards Kufra as well, just not getting as much value. So now for GK Esports, what's the adjustment?
I would say drafts. I wouldn't even just put highlights on the Leslie as well as the Kufra. But I don't really enjoy seeing a blind Valentina. Like, I don't know if that was a comfort pick, which does happen to a few teams. Like, it's a power pick. That's why they go for the Valentina really early. But it feels like in that composition, they could have gone for something different, right? The Lilia was available. There was still the Zetian. So even though the Yves and the Jushin was banned out, they still had the option of going for the Valia themselves. So again, personally, I also didn't see the Valentina pick or the impact that the Valentina pick had in that particular game. What did you think about the Valentina?
It could have been very impactful. I understand it was a blind pick. Not a lot of us are fans of Valentina blind pick, but at the same time, it felt like the next best option since the Jusin and the Eve were already out, in terms of the current meta at least. But the fact that they decided to pair it with a Kufra, I think it was very limiting in a sense of how aggressive they could play the mid river, like the mid duo, like their combination together. Because Kufra is a roamer, you just expect to really catch you by surprise, go for the setups. It's not the type of roamer to play aggressive, and it's not the type of roamer that's in your face who's just constantly trying to annoy you every single time. So the Valentina pretty much had to do a lot of work by herself instead of her being coordinated alongside a reliable roamer in that sense.
Do you know who would be then the shot caller for GK Esports to get them on board with the same strategy? Because if you look at them, obviously you're getting into these team fights, it's not working out well. You're then trying to potentially send out a solo hero. That's not working out because you're getting shut down because Galtech Cyber Team, they're staying together, right? And they're not moving. It's tough to take those individual solo fights. Kufra, again, not getting that value going into this next hero selection. Gonna have to think it through. But then again, you go back to our previous series, Falcons Indonesia. They came out wild, right, with their hero picks, and they overcompensated trying to make back the lost ground that they lost just previously. And I'm really hoping GK doesn't get into that because I felt like they played decently well. They did, in fact, it worked a bit during that first series, or that first map, I should say. But I don't think they're so far behind to where they just need to break the mold and just go into an uncomfortable hero selection and just try something wild.
I get it. I understand. It's us. If we're going back to our wild card mindset of hopefully teams just simplify their approach, you know? Like they just don't overcomplicate things to a point where even they themselves have a difficulty of pulling it off because of just how demanding the lineup eventually becomes.
Yeah.
Because that lineup felt like you had to land a setup, but where's the follow-up going to come from? You had to make sure that Nefiria was well farmed enough, but even when that time came, like that could only do so much because everyone else from Geltec was also just as farmed up.
So let's keep things simple, right? Let's go back to the drafts. Let's go back to the fundamentals because I think they were definitely overthinking it. And I like the approach for GK this time around, right? They are going to be on blue side this time around and they do respect the Hirara. So the Hirara finally gets eliminated away. Kyoe will not be able to get her hands on it. And I think that's huge respect and one of the main win cons that GK really need to focus on, right? They need to be able to shut down Kyoe. How do they do that is perhaps ban out the Hirara. That's something that they go for. You see the Yves being banned again, Phoveus banned, Freya, Zushin, and the Marcel. So what will be the priority here for GK? Do they want to go for something a lot more safer, like pick up a Claude in the gold lane, right? Win that lane for themselves. So they go back to the fundamentals and they find a winning lane.
Simplify it and make sure that it's at least a power pick or a winning matchup. But I think they will go for the simpler yet safer route as they decide to prioritize a Harith first pick. But apart from this, I think the Nolan remains accessible for Geltec Cyber Team if they ever want to consider that, considering that that's the Hirara that's banned out. And I think it's great to like opt for those kinds of heroes that could just generally make positioning difficult and dancing around the Zaman Force very difficult for the Harith. But again, in this scenario, it's another Valentina that they decided to pick up. It's Geltec doing it this time though.
Okay, so is this a blind pick considering that they want to eliminate a Sora, a potential Sora? It's an interesting early emphasis, I would say, for the Valentina this early.
Yeah, I think the Sora Valentina matchup has been a couple months back. It's been a couple months back since we last saw something of that sort. So it does feel like just a general priority for the Valentina, but it does make you think twice about picking up those other very ultimate reliant heroes that could still come out. So GK, I think generally their first three picks have been very safe in a sense. Like in this regard, if you do expect the Esmeralda to come out, which Geltec will not let past, they still have an option of further limiting Kyoe's hero options. Since they did opt to go for the Esmeralda, because either way they could have taken it out since they prioritized the Paquito and Harith, but this is looking a bit too dangerous for them because they've already picked two heroes who are very reliant on shield generation.
At this rate, I think they need to do that. I agree with you. And they also need to consider how... That's why they went for Hylos. Okay, technically Hylos has a point and click stun, right? So even if, let's say, Kyoe goes for something assassin heavy, like let's say a Harley or a Nolan, there is some catch coming in from the Hylos. And that's why maybe they picked up the Paquito themselves. I know they picked up the Paquito, understanding that there's still an Esmeralda on the other side, but they also need a source of burst after that point and click stun hits.
But can they reach that point where they'll have enough burst? Because it's looking like they're going to be forced to play a bit passive, considering just the matchups so far. It's a Harith Claude. It's manageable, but based on Geltec's rotations in game number 1, it feels as if it will be a bit easier for the Claude to get away. And this time, the Esmeralda is going to lane up against the Paquito. And the Hylos isn't really an aggressive type of roamer per se. So now you'll have to expect how they compensate for this lack of proactiveness in their last two picks.
Which is why, if we take a look at the bans, you see Geltec being very particular of who they're banning out. They're going for the Gord, they're going for the Kimmy, because they also understand that they need to be able to limit the rotations from the mid lane, right? So what are we left with? Zetian is an option. It's not as safe. She still does have the passive to work on to protect in the Harith, so they can roam around a lot faster. But I think safe Lilia.
Do they want to Valir themselves? Because I don't think it's ideal considering how annoying the mobilities we're seeing from Geltec are so far. It's an Esmeralda and a Claude. and you don't know if it's going to be like a sprint or a Purifier Esmeralda so far, because based on GK's lineup, I don't think there's much threat in terms of crowd control. I feel like even the Claude would have a much easier time. Even Tokyo might have a much easier time if it's just that, because even GK took out the Atlas themselves. So right now we're looking for their Rome and I think it's their jungler. So Kyoe, Nolan's gone. Some of the heroes she recently used in the qualifiers include the Harley and the Leomord, but are they actually options in the
I don't think Leomord, but maybe... Kyoe special! Hayabusa comes back into the fray, a hero once again that we don't see quite often. I think we saw it once though in the wild cards. Yeah. And it won.
I think it was 50-50. Falcons Mena once. Or no, I think it did win because the other team that they went up against was just another Hayabusa specialist, but we didn't really get to see it come out. Now it's looking very tough for a Harith. Yet again, just because of the additional layer of threat in terms of the ganks, like the Hayabusa being there, you want to use that momentary stun on who now? Like, is it the Hayabusa? Is it the Esmeralda?
Which is why I think we need catch. I don't think they can go for an assassin in the jungle. There you go. Baxia comes through. It's a lot safer. It needs... I mean, because of the nerfs towards the Baxia, rather, sorry, the rotations aren't going to be as easy and as simple as it would be for like a typical assassin. But I guess we do find out the value of the Valentina. Faramis. Faramis, Hylos, and Baxia. What do you think about the wave clear?
Wave clear, if it comes down to hopefully not where they have to deal with a lot of waves, could potentially somehow get away with it, but it's not ideal. Things aren't looking ideal for GK Esports. How long has it been since we last saw a Faramis into a Valentina and them just really voluntarily doing this to themselves, right? It feels like they've just added so much more layers to how we are expecting a much more passive gameplay from GK rather than what they should be playing if they really want to take control of the game, because they're being limited in terms of their matchups already. Yeah. On top of the fact that Geltic last pick a Belleric.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful. It's a cherry on top, right? There's the composition entirely for GK is they need to dive in. They need to go in to these team fights. The Belleric is just the cherry on top, going to be able to really deny all those initiates, I would say, in these particular team fights. I think, once again, this could be a 2-0.
It could very well be a 2-0. However, can we see GK Esports fight back? Let's find out. Atheno, Mirko, take it away.
That's a good question. Reflections. We're going to jump into the land of Dawn here to answer that question exactly. What do you think, Athena? Is it a 2-0 or do you think GK can do it? 1-1.
To be honest, in this composition, I think it's a 2-0, especially onto the hands of Kyoe's Hayabusa.
Dang.
Remember, it's one of her specialty. But let's see, maybe the willpower of GK will be enough to kindly stretch this match onto game number 3.
Yeah, the only question I have is just like, is the box just still good is the question right now, right? We've been seeing it a lot so far.
Yep.
I think we've seen it like 2 times, right? One time it won, the other time it didn't. And Kyoe's just been having a blast on these assassins. Another signature pick here today. Lethal Ignition is the choice for Yui though, so not really just a full utility type of Faramis. It's all in for damage on top of it.
Speaking of damage as well with the Faramis, it just gives more value onto Sonjika's Valentina. Eterna has mentioned this, and give Geltic a really nice advantage too. But let's see. But now, we appreciate the effort of Liubon just spawning out here with the started dances as well. But A5U would have immediate first blood. Surprisingly, it's GK Esports getting head-to-head this early onto Geltic.
It's a really good start for the game to Hylos, I guess, because it is Asu who actually gets the first kill of the game. It would have been great if it was someone else. This is the thing about the Harith, though. The Fury is really going to struggle this game. Last time she was put onto a winning matchup. This time, it's not so much a winning matchup level 1 to 3. Tokyo's going to have a blast in that lane, and on top of it,
definitely,
with the winning matchup and the Hayabusa, with a Valentina all around, it's going to get even tougher. On top of that, later in the team fights, Liubon's on Esmeralda just soaking in those shields.
she is going to have the time of her life.
Uh-huh.
With a Paquito and a Heart. Imagine all the team fights they are on. And we see the true value as well of what Geltic has done here onto their composition. And right on cue, Turtle has respawned. There's Alecta, but I don't think their damage will be enough. Might be more on the clutch of play here for Alyssa. She needs to keep Killway at bay, and that is exactly her plan. Learbond goes in. Let's see. Kuejo, on the other hand, forced out of her revitalized Tokyo with a free hit onto Alyssa. Now they get rolling in with Tokyo Blazing Duet. Yui falling down immediately. Celtic goes in with a kill, plus a turtle as well. That's 2 birds with 1 stone immediately for Celtic. And Azu as well might fall down. Then Sojiki onto the front with the basic attacks, plus the sticker as well is enough to taunt them down. Non-stop MLBB action from minute 2. And Celtic had the most out of it.
What?
And part 2 yet again. Alyssa onto the tower, but still enough for now. That's Celtic yet again going in. Just when you thought it's over, it's not yet finished.
My goodness. Started off really good for GK, but what happened after that? They were looking for a brawl. Unfortunately, as you mentioned, Athena, it's the backfire of picking a Faramis into a Valentina. Sanjike was already level 4. Yui, not quite at that level, did not have the Netherrealm to play with. So at the end of the day, it was Geltec who got all the advantages that GK should have had coming into neutral objective 1. It's a sustain, it's just battling it out, and also a whiff on the flicker for Alyssa that gave way for the rest of the team to collapse on her now. It's Asukan, the Wrath of the Dryad.
And Asu can do nothing, even with a glorious pathway. That's what, almost 1/4 HP left for her. And for Geltec as well, we've mentioned that this is going to be a total massacre. Starting it off with the Esmeralda being prioed, and Sonjike with a prio pick of the Valentina as well. We see GK kind of struggling. They do have somewhat of a game plan here. Just let Neferia and Alyssa snowball, but that isn't happening because most likely for Geltec, that's the next course of action. Target and shut down Neferia as early as possible, and all they have to do is just wait for them to actually take the bait. And Tokyo, right now, might have a hard time, but all she needs to do is just clear off the wave, not really putting herself onto the line, and Sonjika onto the back. Now we see some kind of a sandwich method. Asu forced out of her glorious pathway.
Alecta?
And Alecta will be saved with the nether here by Yui. But now they're left defenseless. GCT right now has the chance to totally tone her down. Even the Diamond Force, Neferia is forced to back away. Sonjika with a dash out. The flicker has already been exhausted as well, just to try and run away. Alyssa will catch Kiwi onto the side, and Neferia did a great job as well, putting down core damage dealers here from Geltec.
Overextension, a mistake by Geltec, instant punish by GK. As they're looking to play it around again. This time Yui has a Netherrealm, right? That was the big difference from the first turtle, and you could see how much of a difference it actually played in that skirmish. GK was able to just prolong those team fights, play around Neferia and peel for her while all the frontliners took the damage. Alyssa, great flank, caught Kyoe off guard as well, rotated quicker as she cleared in bot. Now for Geltec, I think you can actually add a bit of a question mark there. Coach Osprey, very detailed when it comes to just win conditions and playing around those objectives. Geltec could have just taken the free turtle for a dive on the weak side, but they instead tried to go for a fight. They wanted to save Tokyo up top, and it costed them a lot.
And that is why you have to stick to the plan. Be disciplined as well here for Geltec. That is too much time wasted actually onto chasing down members of GK. That's why they were able to maximize their sustain lineup. The free hits here for Neferia, and now Kyoe still will secure the turtle. Plus now they slowly disengage. Neferia with his Salmon Force not able to really put a dent onto Leobon's shield as well. It's all about surviving first for GK. Plus I like what Alyssa is doing. Just pushing off the waves here against GCT, forcing up to their top.
She's been doing what Keto hasn't been able to do in day 1 of MWI so far. Splitting the team up. Leobon!
Whoa! Okay, that's a force copied Netherrealm here for Sonji K. Kuwejo on the tight spot. Neferia will get you with a Zaman Force. Clutch Netherrealm, but Tokyo still gets in with a blazing two-wet. Now Alyssa goes in with his punches. But now for GCT, he slowly retreat back, but Sonjik is still alive with key away. Dashing in through the members of GK, but that is 2 members immediately down here for Geltec. Sonjik with a clutch of flicker just to escape on that impending danger from GK Esports. Now they target the mid lane turret. Geltec caught off guard there onto the jump from GK.
It's all about waiting for the Netherrealm and then the Zaman Force, right? Because as long as the Furia plays around as Zaman Force, as long as they have the Netherrealm, they're completely fine taking these fights head-on against Geltec. Again, Turtle 1, it was just GK not able to fully utilize their composition because it was a Yui that was still level 3 without the Netherrealm. After that, it's been smooth sailing every time they go for the 5v5, but now Alyssa gets caught in a 2v1.
Even the Triumph of Dryad was committed onto her solely, and Alyssa will be able to dash away constantly. Tokyo running for his life, and Alyssa will do it. He won't go back down. He won't die onto the hands of GCT.
1 HP gets away from a 2v1, but unfortunately, it's still a loss at the end of the day. A tier 2 taken and nothing traded across the map. Tokyo gets it, just a bit delayed there. Alyssa wants to go for the chase. Needs to respect. Kuwejo is waiting just around the bush, around the corner. Now with Sonjika baiting out the Zaman Force.
Okay.
Small window opens up and they're going to utilize this window. Straight they go into the Lord. 8 minutes in. This is the first Lord of the game. Kiyowe's already on it.
Okay, it's all about placing yourselves earlier on the vicinity of the Lord. Tokyo, focus fire onto the Lord.
Rapid trying.
Okay, now they change targets. Right connecting. Electa with Yui as well with another realm. They're safe, but surprise onto Sonjike.
Tokyo.
Now they have to back away. Neferia going on the shutdown kill. And they go in. Killway as well will get the immediate takedown, but Alyssa goes in with a trade. Oh, that's a very nice bowling star here for Liu Bon. Yui trying to run away. It's going to be the Ghostbusters here. Asu for the save, but it's Liubon onto 2 members. I think this might be it. That is going to be a kill here onto Liubon. Meanwhile, onto the mid lane, it's Electa slowly retreating back. It might have been messy, but I think GCT still got the most out of it.
GK's box was scattered by Geltec. They had so many angles to attack from Tokyo. Great discipline this time around, really learning from the mistakes of the last few skirmishes that didn't go their way. It's all about waiting for the Netherrealm and the Zaman Force, forcing them into these really weird situations where they just can't utilize their resources together. Once they're scattered, it was just GCT pulling off the Blazing Duet, getting those damage. Oh, the poke over on Yui.
Too much. Either way, for Geltec, all they need to do is just wait for either the Zaman Force or Netherrealm, as you mentioned. And all they have to do is just wait for the perfect timing, wait for the perfect person to show up on the mat. Wrath of Dryad here for Kuwejo. Even if Revitalize has been activated, Netherrealm's clutch here for Sonjike. The suppress is enough here for Electa as well. And they go in, Neferia with a free hits with the Zaman Force, but the jump from Leo will stop them on their tracks. Tokyo with a blazing duet chase down onto Neferia Electa. And this will hit right onto their heads. Sonjike with a dashes as well onto the side lane. Alyssa now the ball is on their court. Will they go for the kill? Yup, but the BMI is there. Tokyo won't fall down. Sonjika with a kill. Neferia goes in with a trade. That's too much of a mess. But Kyowe, out of all that has happened, will focus on to getting that Lord.
Oh, GK, I see what they were trying to do there. They were trying to just go in straight up, brute forcing their way into a 5v5, but they get caught in Kuwejo's Wrath of the Dryad. The Revitalize gives her just enough time for the rest of the team to follow up. Great Netherrealm to again delay the death of the frontliner, and all that time was used with the Zaman Force on. A window open right as it was gone, right as it went on cooldown, and Geltec saw the vision, went in and punished GK out of that team fight. A few desperate moves here and there as they try to recoup. Alyssa went for the flicker, trying to go in for the kill here, but Tokyo gets out just in time with the BMI. Great read as well by Songjika, is able to provide enough heal. You can see the built-up frustration from GK. It looked so good up until it just all fell right in front of them.
And that's the thing. For Geltec, it's all about the mechanics as well, and how well They will survive the incoming attacks here for GK. Lord onto the top lane.
They don't have the best of
They've
clear.
already managed to tore their way out. And Kyobe with a shadow kill. Almost half an HP left here for Nefaria. That shield will be enough. Tokyo, immediate takedown. Kuwejo with a Wrath of Dryad. It might not be enough. And now they slowly make and crawl their way back onto GCT. It's 3 members down. Liubon. Okay, with the Cyclone Eye, Nefer with a chase down, Zaman Force as well. Shield is enough. She's just brute forcing her way out of this with a flicker as well. That's 5 women chasing her down, still surviving. But for GK, all that matters is that they could push back onto the turrets of GCT.
That's true. They just got to make sure they don't stay here too long. That wave up top is looking juicy. And they call it off. It's a wave up top, gonna build up, and that's why Geltec want to stop these recalls. They want to have those minions be a threat all the way while regaining control of the map. GK, this is very scary to play with a whole wave crashing down again. They're gonna be they're forced to walk back to base all the way to the top wave. And it's Geltec who wanna capitalize on this. Purple buff still secured by GK, so not much was taken away by Geltec, but still. Despite all that, despite a big win, 3-0 in that defense, they're only able to get a tier 1 in the mid lane, and now it's Geltec back with the map control.
Yep.
Tokyo, though, way too aggressive. I know she was trying to get that turret down, but you have to respect the damage of GK. It's just deja vu to game number 1, where Nefaria started to get those items rolling on the Leslie. This time it's on the Harith. Damage dealt ranking, Nefaria is very close to the rest of the team. Tokyo, Sanjika, obviously still top 2. Kyoe is just doing assassin job, right? It's all about cleaning up.
Tokyo, you might have the damage, but remember for GK Esports, they slowly crawling their way out. So they still have enough of skills to totally sort out on who to target. And now for GCT, we've mentioned, even if they lost on that specific takedown onto the turret, NG was able to take down a turret onto the mid lane. The good thing is that they still had the lead, and now they're forcing their way again with Kuwejo's Wrath of Dryad. Electo right now, half an HP left. Crucial save here for US Netherrealm, but that's it. GCT will stake still the risk here. They know there's no more plan B for GK Esports, but Nefaria goes in with a plan A, which is to totally annihilate members here for Geltec. Now they slowly back away. That's a 1-for-1. Electa isn't having any of it. Kuwejo might fall down. Alyssa targeting Tokyo with a blazing duet. And she will be doing it. What a save, what a kill here. But no, Sanjik is still alive and kicking.
Nefaria.
Now Nefaria is left alone here onto the mid lane. Will she risk it? I think that's enough of a gameplay yet here for GK Esports. They need to relax.
They really do. I mean, at this point, they need to start brawling more and more. Live from Paris, by the way. Got a few stars in the building here watching. Shout outs to them. Very entertained already. Geltec, back to the point. It really comes down to how they utilize the Spar lane up top. They have the slow push constantly going in. They do not need to go for the fights. It's on GK to force a fight away from them. So for Geltec, it's all about playing the slow game. Yes, Alyssa's on the Paquito. She can go up top to handle the wave, but having that man advantage, hold on, Geltec. They're looking for the sneak. The Harrods up top, the expanding rivers.
Okay.
Gives them a bit of a boost, but Kyoe just... Oh, Electa!
Okay, that's crazy. Electa just again with a drive-through. Retry still. Kuwejo with a lot of dive. Now Geltec is forced to tore them down. Making the most out of it. Tokyo with a blades into it. Hitting on the right marks here for GK Esports. Nefaria and Nasu has to find a way to actually defend for their base. Liuban goes in with a falling Starman. They're just buying enough time for their minion wave to slowly crawl their way onto the base of GK Esports. And this might be it. Nefaria. This is the final clash of the day. Or might be. Because now Liuban slowly takes down the members of GK. That's a total wipeout. And Geltec yet again comes up on top. They're just waiting for the next wave of minion to actually help them finish off this round. But there is a few seconds left for GK Esports to totally reset and defend and not let GCT finish off this round onto a 2-0.
A hero play by Electa that saves the game. Geltec wanted to end. If they got a Lord, I think they would have still been able to go for that team fight with the Lord, getting all the base turrets. So at the end of the day, I think GK, that steal ended up still saving the game for them.
Okay.
Oh, they still want to just go for it. They think they're strong enough. The Fury is back up though.
Okay, it's all about asserting your dominance here for Geltec. Yuban already committed the falling stars for the next few
Has
seconds.
to.
GK Esports
Taunted.
actually has the chance to somehow just come down onto the map, clear off the last bit of minion wave that Geltec has managed to sort their way through. And with that, 16 minutes into the game, still it's not yet the end here for GK Esports.
Nope. It isn't the end. They still have a shot. It's 3 base turrets down, which makes it incredibly difficult to come back. But I think these girls have shown how tenacious they can be. What a steal by Electa! No one checked the bush. No one Kumar'd. You sometimes need to Kumar, you know? He's got to check the bush.
And with the backsha.
Yeah, oh, that's true. But okay, that's true. The Baksh is the one waiting in the bush though this time.
Yep.
It's not the one checking the bush.
Okay. But for GE Esports, that is somewhat of a breakthrough, actually. It was quite refreshing to see Electa go in with a big highlight play, the most crucial highlight play against Geltec Esports. If they didn't get that Lord, that might have been the end of it. But now for Geltec Esports, now they check each and every bush. That's a very expensive lesson to learn, and Liubon as well has to be really careful onto committing the falling star, even though it's kind of a low cooldown, but still a few seconds may be what GK Esports needs to actually come back from this deficit.
Yeah, they had a shot earlier. They tried to send the Harith up top instead of the Paquito. I feel like this is a mistake that we're seeing again. GK's got to send Alyssa up top to deal with the wave. This is an evolved Lord.
Yep.
If Geltec learn from their mistakes, if they go and send some of those members into bushes, which they have done, Kuwait just holding the angle, Liuban as well. There's no way for Electa to get a free steal again, and she's caught all alone, isolated down below.
Oh, even committing Raptor Giant onto Electa alone.
Uh-oh.
Okay, there's going to be the glorious pathway here, copied as well. And the regional one, there's going to be an intersection created here, Tokyo, with a blazing duet, Neferia going low, even with the Salmon Force. What can they do? There's going to be the Shadow Kill as well, layered properly here for Geltec Esports. Sonjike with a free to unstoppable kill. Killway onto the front. Electa will fall down. Liuban is massacring everyone on their path here for GK Esports. Yui trying to run for her life, but it's Geltec yet again with a minion wave helping them. They want to actually end this game, and they just did. That's a 2-0 yet again for a second match.
GG, well played. Geltec Cyber Team and their in-game adaptations, just learning from every single mistake and coming back from it. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. It didn't happen twice. It happened once. Electa held a bush. No one was holding it. Second time around, they had both frontliners holding these crucial bushes, not giving Electa a single opening to make it to the Lord Pit, to get a possible 50-50 trade. And it was just well played.
Man, that was wild. Imagine
Osprey's happy.
trying to attempt the same move, and they was like, no can do, sir. No can do, ma'am.
No can do. They dealt with it so well. All inning of Baksha getting the Wrath of the Dryad, but in the late game with the Claude fully built up, you shred that Baksha. And we get to see the replay again of that moment right there. They were late to it. Nobody was accompanying Electa. They thought Electa could just get another good angle to walk up to the Lord Pit to go for the retreat. And it was a bait in the end of the day. Geltec knew they never wanted to go for the 50-50. It's all about fighting, it's all about brawling, it's all about creating a chaotic skirmish where their heroes would do better. We're gonna throw it to the studio to dissect that game yet again.
There it is, Celtic Cyber Team get the job done. 2-0. It's been 2-0s all day. We have yet to get a game 3, but the bracket continues to progress nonetheless. Our loser bracket is starting to look stacked as you would expect it, but we need to break down that series that ended in a 2-0. Celtic Cyber Team looking unstoppable. Hey, I'm Taylor Reflections Noble. Of course, we've got Eterna as well as Brigitte. Good to see you again. No wardrobe changes this time.
Nope, not this time.
Staying consistent. Maybe I'll throw one out there. Hey, it's been a good time, though. Another 2-0.
Yes.
Man, Celtic, I mean, just out of this world, playing very well. But I got to think, as I'm learning, it came down to the hero selections both times. I think they just got the leg up in both of the hero selections.
I agree. And despite it being a 2-0 this time around, this was one of the longer games that we've seen so far, right? 18, 19-minute game. And we did see some trade backs coming through between both teams. And Geeky seemed to have a little bit more of a footing, especially because of the changes to the heroes. Nefiria on the Harith is something that we do need to consider, despite them losing that one, because as soon as I saw that Holy Crystal come through, the team fights looked very, very different.
Yeah, that just proved how flexible Nefiria was actually on a gold lane. She could either pick the meta Harith Claude options or might as well go for the more unorthodox picks, which are yet to be as successful in this case, because we haven't seen like the likes of the Irithel or not even the Leslie actually get some wins today. So it hasn't been working out for those who have been trying picks who are a bit too out of the meta. But at least this time, it's a much closer fight, I agree. It could have gone both ways, because even that last sandwich play, I think that we saw where we got to see Nefiria actually trying to wrap around the other members of GCT and try to use a Zaman Frost from behind. It also could have went their way. It just so happened that they were, or at least for GCT, their targeting was very, very on point. They got to burst down the necessary heroes before that team fight actually even favored PK.
Well, we had a lot of great moments. Let's break down at least two of them, starting with moment number 1 that may have turned the tides a little bit, but maybe not so much. We take a look at it, Eterna. What are we looking at?
I think they went in a little bit too deep here. Obviously, Kyoe is an interesting sort of player because she's really aggressive. Normally, we do see that the Hayabusa goes in for finishers instead, but this time, we see that she initiates a lot. And in regards to this is what I was talking about, right? Nefiria hitting her power spike, ultimately able to turn that game completely around, that team fight completely around, and so they were unable to end it there. And then they needed to respect the timings a little bit more coming in from Celtic, but in the end, Celtic still did come out on top.
Yes, they did, and they also came on top because this moment here, Bree, walk me through it, because clearly Celtic, right, Cyber Team coming out, proving why they deserve to be moving forward.
If I'm not mistaken, was this the drive-by? It wasn't the drive-by. All right, so this was one of the latter and quote-unquote messier team fights that our casters were actually pointing out, simply because of, again, I think there was a slight miscoordination in regards to that particular team fight, because it came to a point where they just had to individually do what they can to at least get trades or clean up after what was initially the unsuccessful result of the team fight. Because I think it happened a couple times, especially on Alyssa. Alyssa, a lot of times on the Paquito, had to come in quite late, understandably so. There is a way around the Paquito wherein you just opt for the late entries, especially if you're building around damage and just trying to go for cleanups. But in this scenario, against a lineup who had equally the same, if not better mobility overall, because again, you were trying to chase up against the Hayabusa, a Valentina who had dashes herself, and even then Esmeralda, it wasn't as easy of a task for Alyssa. It felt like she had too much to accomplish by herself, and it's not like she could just completely rely on the high loss either. It was a very, I think, an individual assignment that Alyssa had to do as the EXP lane, as the Paquito.
Yeah, I felt game 1 was just a blowout, right? I mean, it was Celtic Cyber Team doing incredibly well from the very start, getting the early kills, getting the 2 turtles, ultimately going to the Lord, and then winning the round. But then I didn't look at game number 2, and honestly, I felt Geeky played a little bit better. You know, a little bit of a longer round, showed a bit more life, which is positive heading into the loser bracket.
Absolutely. It should give them a little bit more confidence, and obviously something that they can take away from this game for them to learn in their next match ahead. it's an interesting notion to look at them this particular game because obviously we do see a little bit more confidence coming in from Electa, especially with the drive-by that she was able to get. That Lord Steel really came into clutch, prolonged their lives in this game just a little bit longer. But again, Electa on the Baxia. We've seen a few Baxias today. It still begs the question, is Baxia still a viable pick in this current meta? We've seen the Baxia kind of fall short when it comes down to the rotations, despite Electa being able to get that retribution down.
Yeah.
The best thing we can say about the Baxia right now is that it's still reliable. But will it get you to the places you want it the way that the Baxia used to do? Because the rotations aren't as fast. The clear isn't as great. And when you lose that early game in this current meta, it feels like it's very hard to come back.
Yeah, the emotions running high on the stage. How could they not? After all, you're on one of the biggest stages. It's MWI, and everybody on that stage wants to win. And man, just it hurts me sometimes to see the anguish, the pain in the ladies' faces across the board, right? Whenever it comes to EWC, because when you lose, you are that much closer to having your key crushed. It's not a guarantee, though. Again, this is double elimination. There is a loser bracket. And these ladies can absolutely come back, and they are going to fight to do so. We'll be watching their matches, I believe, tomorrow or the next day after that. We've got 5 days here in the Allianz Vault after all. Again, like I said, heartbreak, elation. You're going to see it all throughout the Esports World Cup on that very stage for MWI. But I tell you what, one thing is for certain, you're never going to be disappointed. GK Esports, Geltech Cyber Team has concluded. That was a 2-0. On our Stream B, Twisted Minds getting a 2-0 themselves against Virtus Pro. They will also move forward, which sets up our winner bracket to be quite stacked. It's going to be Twisted Minds now going against Geltech Cyber Team, which is going to be a brutal matchup. You're actually quite excited about it, it seems.
If you asked us who we would be predicting for, I think we will take a bit of time before we get to decide.
Okay.
I think we need to review. Oh, well, we get to see it in person now.
Oh, that's great. That's great. Yeah.
I think I would really need to review what exactly happened in that.
1-1?
Man. That's a signature 1-1 pick on Chinchao, but it's a very unorthodox pick too.
Yeah, I know it's signature and I know it's comfort, but we've been always debating on whether or not comfort can get you as far in this current meta, but they've made it work. Even getting the Mathilda in their hands, not entirely sure how the draft went, but that looked like a lot of comfort for Twisted Minds. And if I'm not mistaken, Sa too, I think there's a lot at stake for her. She's been very emotional in the previous MWI. She definitely wanted to win it there. She was so close. And now it's great to see her back with, I think, a lineup that they're very comfortable with. Just look at them, all smiles.
For sure. How could you not? You just 2-0'd your opponents. You were up, 22 kills to 14. They played incredibly well. We're seeing some heavy hitters for sure. Ultimately, though, these 2-0s, they can't continue, right? We've got to get at least one Game 3. I'm sure it's going to be coming up relatively soon. Let's take a look at our bracket because I was breaking down at least one of the matches. Let's get an overall understanding of what's happening not only in the uppers, but also in our decider matches down below. We've watched now all the opening matches, basically. We move forward now. Geltech Cyber Team going against Twisted Minds. And we say to Esports versus Team Ray Young. The drums are out. It's starting to get loud out here for Team Vitality. I can't wait to get this next matchup, which is going to be coming up next, as I said. But for the loser bracket, it's Falcons Indonesia, Aurora Gaming, our first decider match that's going to be taking place. And of course, we wait for GK Esports. Who's going to be playing against them? Well, it's either going to be Vitality or MIBR Loss. Curious who it's going to be, but let's start talking about this matchup in just a little bit. I think we actually do have an interview with one of the Geltech players after their win. Let's hear what they had to say.
Hey guys, Rose here. Right now, I am with the Geltech Cyber Team Kuwejo right after their win up against GK in a 2-0. Hello, Kuwejo. How are you?
Hello, I'm nice.
Okay, now congratulations on that win, and I do have a few questions for you. Maybe we could start off with, how did you guys actually prepare for your matchup today?
Наш аналитик готовился к ГК, смотрел их игры, подготавливал драфты и, конечно, привыкали к телефонам немного, поэтому было немного сложновато.
Our analyst
prepared well. He analyzed and screened all the Geekai matches, so we did our homework well, so to say. But also, it took us time to get used to the phones. Let's say it was a challenge, but we were ready to face it.
Now, speaking about your analysts being very prepared onto this, so I have a question. Were you guys surprised with the Faramis pick?
Да, мы были удивлены пиком Фарамиса. Это довольно, редкий пик, скажем так. Но у нас была Валентина, поэтому мы отыграли вполне хорошо.
Yes, indeed. Indeed, we were very surprised. It is just a very rare peak of such an occasion. Nevertheless, we had Valentina in our team, and we felt like we did well.
I agree, you guys did amazing. But I think another question to ask would be, how did you guys remain composed and, chill throughout the game, especially knowing that Geekai was slowly starting to gain momentum and could potentially even come back that second game?
Мы понимали наши ошибки, то есть мы их совершали, и мы сразу понимали, где мы ошиблись, поэтому мы просто обсудили план, что нам нужно сделать на лорде самом, на объекте, и сделали его, убили всех и закончили просто игру.
Well, I guess we just tried to learn from our mistakes. We knew exactly where they were, and we knew that we could recuperate and make up for them. We also knew where the Lord was, where the center was, so we got in there, we killed everyone, and that's what we did.
I love it. Very, very self-aware. And you know what? Last question. Tomorrow, you guys will be meeting Twisted Mind, who also just won in a 2-0 sweep over at Stream B. Are you guys ready for that?
Мы готовы, будем стараться изо всех сил и попытаемся показать хороший результат.
We are so ready. We will do our best to win, and we will try to demonstrate the best results we can.
I love it. So much girl empowerment over here at MWI. Thank you very much, Kuejo.
Thank you.
Thank you. And that is it for the winner's interview. With that, let us show it back to you guys.
We're there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Thank you, Rose, for all the coverage out there. A great interview overall, getting more insight into these ladies that are competing in the MWI. We're going to keep them coming all day long. Hey, check it out. Next matchup. What a matchup it is. It's Vitality, MIBR loss. The drums are out. The flags are also flying high. This is going to be a matchup you do not want to miss. And South America's New Hope joins the hunt. Now, this is the question. Can anyone close the gap? For the longest time, Vitality has been at the top of the food chain, winning, 33 total events in the span of just a couple of years, 3 out of the last 4 when it comes to MWIs. They're back-to-back. You've got the queen of the tanks, Vivian. Now, she is vocal, and I love her energy, especially in that grand finals interview. And speaking of interview, we got Rose to break it down before the match.
Hey guys, Rose here. Right now, we are with Vivian from Team Vitality, the mother of tanks in MWI. Hi, Vivian. How are you?
Hello, I'm fine.
Wow. Okay, so right now I actually have a few questions for Vivian right before we get into the game. Now, Vivian, as the defending champions of MWI, how are you feeling going up against MIBR loss on your opening match?
I'm feeling good and enthusiastic.
Enthusiastic?
Yeah.
Excited?
Excited, enthusiastic, and membara.
Oh, she's very, very energized.
Chill. No. Chill.
Chill. She's not membara, she's just chill. Now, Vivian, before you have previously mentioned that no team has been able to close the gap with Team Vitality since last year. Why do you think so?
last year ya, because I know what the problem when we get hard game. Ya, the problem is in be myself. Anjay, bener nggak? Di diri kita gitu kesalahannya. Jadi kalau misalnya kita sampai nggak tahu, aduh kenapa kok kalah, kok susah, itu baru kayak wow banget lawannya gitu kan. Ya kayak gitu sih.
Okay, so what Vivian is trying to say is that it's not that the team that they were going up against were extremely good or strong, but it was more to the fact that they actually knew what they were doing wrong as to when the games were actually starting to become hard for the side of Team Vitality. They were self-aware, which kind of makes them stronger in a sense. Now, Vivian, the last question is, France is the home ground for Team Vitality. We know that you mentioned last year back in Riyadh, it was mostly Team Falcons fan. So this time in France, Paris, do you think that, you know, you get the home ground buff, the advantage to secure your 4th MWI championship?
Sangat memberikan energi lah. Terus ya berharap semoga penonton Vitality-nya juga banyak gitu. Jadi belum tahu juga kan pertama kali. Cuma kita tahu ini di Perancis pasti supporternya lebih banyak daripada waktu di Riyadh kan. Kayak gitu.
She said, although it is the first match and she hasn't seen the crowd for Team Vitality in MWI, she knows that the turn up will definitely be more compared to Riyadh last year. And of course, she says she's very much energized. And I think this girl is already buffed for the match. Thank you so much, Vivian.
Yeah.
Terima kasih.
Makasih Kak.
Makasih. With that, guys, let us show it back to the studio.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
The venue is getting loud, and rightly so, because Vitality starts to take the stage to play against MIBR Loss, a series that is going to be guaranteed to be great. We've had 2-0s, but this one somehow feels like it's going the distance. I think we're going to game 3 because bringing it in, MIBR Loss, Brazil's dream team, right? They're not going down without a fight. They're empowered by the returning player of La La Land.
That's a major thing that's coming through, right? It's one of the major stories for MIBR Loss. The fact that La La Land is returning, she's definitely a staple when it comes down to international female MLBB. And other than that, I would say for Mikiari, this is a huge deal, right? She's on her redemption arc. We've seen her with STMN Girls back in 2024. She was a part of Corinthians as well in 2025. And the thing that really hurts me the most is the fact that we got a fun fact in that she wanted to quit after that.
Oh,
that's tough.
Yeah, it is. And hopefully this becomes a much better experience for her, because it's not just her who's returning since 2024. That's also La La Land, who's also last seen during MWI 2024. I believe she was part of Dream Max Girls. And I think that's another staple name in terms of the international organizations you commonly see when it comes to the world stage. But this time around, they're under a different banner and they're with different teammates who I feel have already established their chemistry in a sense, because their gameplay reflected some really good aggression, but it's not being reckless for the sake of it. So I think that's one thing we have to look forward to, because whether or not they achieve that is going to be a challenge up against Vitality.
Yeah, to piggyback off that, High OB is the one we're watching out for. Loves the aggression, loves the scrimmages, right? Getting up close and personal. Now, that was something we did witness with Falcons Indonesia. It ended up backfiring. They were taking the fights. They were aggressive in the face of Seda, but hey, it didn't pay off. And you're absolutely right. For Vitality, they're probably going to be ready for that. Now, Vitality, of course, as I mentioned before, back-to-back champions. 3 out of the last 4 MWIs they have won. 33 events with the majority of this roster have been won. I mean, they are a powerhouse team. You got Vivian, of course. By the way, love Vivian's energy. I really do. Every interview, she's always chill, super cool, right? but vicious out there on the battlefield, the mother of tanks, okay? So she's going to be bringing the energy and bringing the heat in this series for sure. Now, fun fact, looking towards the future, we could have a potential rematch with Na'Vi, the 2024 Grand Final rematch, or it could be Galaxy Phoenix if both of those teams end up making it through all the way. Let's start taking a look at our hero selection.
All right, here we go. It's looking to be a bit different this time. The Paquito gets taken out alongside the Freya, but the Akai is respected for Vival. I think when it comes to Team Vitality, it's just so tough to run out of options when it comes to hero pool. So might as well just go for the very standard and safe bans on the blue side if you know that they are on the red side. I'm wondering what the priority is going to be like for MIBR Lost though, because currently based on what we've been seeing, there have been very, I think, few instances wherein we see like mid lane. So it's more on the jungle gold that's prioritized right now.
Because the problem is the mid laners get banned in the first phase, right? Eve, that's exactly on cue, by the way. Eve, Jushin gets no time at all. The only time we see the Jushin is 0% win rate so far, so that's only 1 out of 1. Not really sure how things are going for the Jushin, especially after the nerfs towards her range of her second skill or the Lantern Flare. So we'll see exactly how this pans out. Do we expect something along the lines of another Jushin ban, or do we think that maybe the Claude will be respected in that regard? I think Marcel was one of the heroes that we usually see being banned out, coming out in the first phase, and the Marcel does come through here. MIBR Lost this time around are going to be on blue side, so now they have the chance to pick up something for themselves early on. I think a safe Claude. Still, I don't know why the meta really didn't shift for the gold laners.
Yeah, now it's Jushin that they prioritize too, though, not paying attention to that slight nerf that you got to see from her in terms of her skill number 2, and it is only one of the few times that you actually get to see her open, so understandably so. Pandina is likely also having other options still under her belt, because she's been playing MLBB since 2016, but she's very new to the professional scene, that's for sure. But then you can't take away the fact that she's been playing this game for so long, for multiple years. She's been through how many seasons now?
2016 was the first year that MLBB came out.
Who would have thought? Who would have thought?
And we're all the way here. So quick response coming from Vitality. They are going to go for the throat here, going for the meta picks. Atlas, again, another hero that we've seen still being so popular. Even before wildcard, still a very staple pick. Really great when it comes down to, mid rotations. Not as great when it comes to clear, but Atlas really makes up for it with the passive, right? The constant freeze that goes through. It's really annoying, especially when you get to poke the enemy.
Especially in the hands of the mother of tanks. It's going to be Vivian getting a hold of the Atlas, one of the most meta roam picks that we currently have.
You're right.
Right? So what better way to actually see its highest level or ceiling when it comes to what it's capable of doing across the map. But MIBR Lost, right now, I think interesting. They go for the carry option priority. Understandably so now that they show us the Alice. They definitely would want to limit the potential counters to that. At the same time, I think the carry has had a fairly okay time in laning up against the Claude, even compared to the Harith, which I feel like has had its moments earlier today.
And it also could be, giving a signal to Team Vitality, right? It's like if you want to pick something a little tanky in the jungle, it is going to be a problem. I wonder if they still want to go for that. I think, though, Vival particularly has an array of heroes that she can utilize. I want to see her back on her assassins.
I do. I want to see that too.
Right? We haven't seen it in quite some time. We saw it, I think, back in the first MWI. We see the Guinevere come through, and because of the Atlas, it shouldn't be a flex pick. This is a Guinevere in the jungle that MIBR now need to think about.
Just when we were asking for an assassin. But this works, you know what? This works. I want to see the Chun-Li skin too, if ever we get to see that. And honestly, the way that they're able to layer it, this is just very Vitality. You can expect them to just steadily tighten the game towards winning it out. And I for a fact, think that this would be an okay jungle regardless of what kind of roam pick could eventually come out. Because we still are yet to figure out what the roam is going to be for Ray, whether it's going to be a heavy on invades type of roamer, because as of the moment, they're just really banning out the Belleric. And I feel like this is also a tell of what Team Vitality actually want to accomplish. They just want to go like straight for the aggressive plays, just want to go for the commit and the dives with the spatial migrations and the fatal links, and they don't want something or any hero that's necessarily going to stop them.
So I think maybe a hero that we should be looking at for MIBR loss would be the Gatot Kacha. Like I think match number 1, we saw the synergy between the Alice and the Gatot Kacha, the Thorn of Ruin into the AOG. It was a symphony of skills that really worked out when it came down to team fights. They don't actually deny that away just yet, as they do see the prioritization of the Matilda ban instead before we get to that. So it's still an option for MIBR loss to utilize. Meanwhile, for MIBR, a very, very heavy signal onto Cine, right? We do see the Gord, the Kimi being banned out. And remember, for the past few tournaments that they've been in for Vitality, it has been Cine that has picked up the finals MVP.
Oh. And I think this is a great start for Cine as well, because you get to pick up a mid lane that's equally aggressive. You could pair it up with the Atlas and just be as annoying and the mid duo up against, as of the moment, it's just a Juice in. So you could just really go for the reach. And MIBR loss, what are they planning to go for in the roam? Is it going to be a proactive type of a roam for Ray? Are they willing to do that and risk that up against a lineup with a utility like a Guinevere, who's just not the best target to go for if you want to go for reach? So other options if they want to like keep it safe?
Yeah, that's why I think Gatot.
Gatot is going to be like one of the main.
Really good counter engage. In case Guinevere jumps in, if they want to follow it up, I think Gatot Kacha would be a really good pick here. Oh, they go for Grok.
Yeah. In a way, I feel like you could still layer it in a sense with the Alice. Like there still can be a potential tech charge into the Throne of Ruin or vice versa.
Yeah.
But then you have to face a Lilia early game.
But that's the thing, right? Lilia early game is going to be brutal, especially let's say Glowing Wand gets picked up. But the thing is, they needed someone to be able to clear the mid, right? Jushin against Lilia, it's really difficult because of the lack of range now for the Jushin. So with the Grok being there, it should help facilitate if they want to go for early rotations. Suyo into Lilia, however, is also something that we do need to consider. Again, Suyo in the early game especially, not as great against magic damage. So that's another thing that we need to consider, but they top it off with the Lapu Lapu pick.
Yeah, for the first time, I think we're not seeing an Esmeralda in this game, even though it was left open, and even though there have been instances wherein, well, fairly enough, they've been safe enough to not pick direct heroes that could just get countered out by the Esmeralda overall. So I think this is going to be a switch up for the series between Team Vitality and MIBR loss, but early game presence and threat is definitely looking to favor Team Vitality this time around.
Well, it seems like it's time for our game to get started. It's Vitality versus MIBR loss. A matchup of two titans from two different regions representing themselves on the world stage. Let's get it started for game number 1 with Mirko and Gideon.
Thank you so much. We're already jumping into our third series of the day here at the Esports World Cup X MWI. And so far, the games have been great. The compositions are starting to get a little bit more interesting. Right now, we're already seeing Vitality coming up with really good composition. Looking at team fight, great zone control, and especially those neutral objectives is where we're going to see a lot of fun.
Dude, we were expecting, some more damage maybe coming out. Maybe an Arlet early. Make Control City! Gonna go for first blood. Flicker out already for Ray. So, exactly as expected. La La Land, though. Rui doesn't want to give it for free.
Hey, we're talking about free stuff here at Cine. The fact that she is coming in hot with, especially the sprint as well, really goes to show that she is expecting her movement to be top-notch. I'm not going to get hit by any of the big abilities. I'm going to kite everybody, and everybody's going to suffer for it. When we start looking at the emblems as well, nothing too out of the ordinary. However, a lot of wilderness blessings from both sides.
That's true. They really are just trying to play around that movement. But it comes down to the mid lane again. La La Land already using the Purify. Cine could not walk up, a bit too low. These matchups, though. The thing about Vitality is sometimes they'll be put on bad matchups, but they'll still win out anyways. And I think that's the case in the gold lane. Chell and the Claude It shouldn't be a winning matchup against the carry.
I mean, it's doing well. At least now they can play the traditional strong side, weak side, right? We were already talking about the fact that Lapu wasn't going to get much done in the lane itself. Maybe at level 4, that's where they're going to take advantage of it. But they also need Vivian to be level 4 too. But we look at that top side once again. Again, Chell going to be the main way to be able to kind of scale later down the line. I am a little curious how this Grok is going to kind of compensate for this, right? Yes, you can cut off people's angles, but more importantly, if you were looking for something to counter-engage, I was thinking Gothod. What about you? Do you think that coming with this Grok is going to be enough, especially on neutral takes, or is this purely for later?
I think it's purely for later. They're just going to play the late game later on. I mean, maybe the mid game. They know they're going to lose out in tempo anyways after seeing the Lilia. There's no real reason for them to force out these neutral objectives, especially considering they were thinking about the Suyo. So you're already going to have to delay the skirmishes from happening. Fumieko with great zoning. Oh, even the Flicker baited out high up. Gets away in time against Counter. The perfect match. Now it's an all-in. First blood for Fumieko. The Throne of Ruin lands on 3. Vivo able to get away just in time as Lalaland pops in Crimson Beacon, and the rest of the team now corralling over Ray. It's a Lantern Flare to get Vivo low down by Lalaland. Ray getting away just in time as Vivian is forced away with a perfect match.
And that's going to be 2 junglers traded out for each other and no neutral take for either side. The score is still 1-1 as Chell already put down low.
We've seen a lot of upsets today. We saw just one earlier, a Titan falling in their opening match against a newer region. Could it be the same here? Vitality. Usually with a lead like that in tempo, when they're winning these lanes, when they get to the neutral objective first, it usually just ends up with them steamrolling through.
Unfortunate. Hit with the first tech pause already, but hey, I will say that Stream A so far, all the games have been going 2-0 all the way through, and these are not like, overwhelming victories. Some maybe, but most of the time, it's pretty even, and I like the ideas these women are coming up with. Great picks overall, with solid ideas. Some may say that they've got maybe more progressive ideas than some of the main events.
I concur.
You concur.
I concur.
That's all you got to say about that.
That's all I got to say about that, right?
I respect that. I respect that. But overall, I do think that right now, as we are, waiting for the games to continue, it's a good time to start talking about the mid lanes here because Lilia has been shown up more times than I would have liked to see, and even looking over at Stream B, it seems to be the same case.
Yeah, the mid lane is just all about Juice and Eve. Even after the nerfs, dude, like, how long has Juicin been meta? 2 years? A whole 2 years.
No, it can't be 2 years at this point. Did she come out last year? Oh, she did. You're right. It is 2 years.
It's about to be 2 years of a whole, like, Juicin Prio meta. It was always first picked at M6. It was always first picked at MSC 2025. It's always first pick even now or banned, which is crazy. Even after the nerf to her range, which I thought was really going to hurt her. Eve's a good old, though. She's been meta for like 4 years. So at this point, the mid lane's getting a little bit stale. Just want to say, just a little bit stale because it's just the same picks all over. It's either you get the Juicin, the Eve, then you have the Kimmies, or then it's finally an open mid lane.
An open mid lane? I don't think we're ever going to get to that. Mid lane's just way too important, especially in the meta now, connecting every single lane into one. All roads lead back into the mid, and so far, based on the jungle pathing that we are seeing, they will end up on the correct sides of the map if they want to contest for this. Lost have the opportunity to maybe, give up this neutral and maybe attack the top side, but it looks like after what happened on the first initiation, they want to get some revenge and get that turtle now.
Fumieko with walk-up Vivian. Perfect match onto Ray, just a bit of freeze. Ray's holding the Tectonic Charge. The combo is going to be massive. Tech Charge! And a flicker onto Vivo. That's a Spatial Migration landing with a Battle Requiem as well as they go for the Retribution and City, who secures it. Now as the Black Shoes coming out, as Mikiari is able to get the kill. Vivian caught all alone. Fatal Links on 3, but there's no one to follow it up. It's just Vivian with the flicker out and the perfect match as Vitality traded Turtle for kill.
Really nicely played by Fumieko, right? Making sure to just zone out the enemy jungler. Make sure they don't come remotely close. And I think Ray also had a pretty good idea as well. However, they didn't synchronize the attack. The Throne Ruin came just a little bit later and didn't get the priority targets that they were looking for. And unfortunately, they weren't able to control that space well enough. For the upcoming initiations, it's about that timing, synchronization to make sure that there are no more openings. And especially when you're playing up against Vitality, they will take advantage of those openings. And we could see that it could have been a mistake had it not been for Cine.
Every single one of those openings usually will be punished out, but so far I feel like it's Vitality leaving those openings for MIBR loss. They've been the one capitalizing around a lot of these mistakes from Vitality. Maybe overconfidence coming into this. Maybe, again, them feeling like, hey, this is home turf. We got the crowd supporting us. we can go all in, all out, even with a semi-late game composition.
That would be a bad idea if we saw them actually aggress. And that's what I want to see, right? Vitality, despite the fact that they were able to get at least one turtle, they're still technically, when we're coming down to the gold, a little bit behind, right? My guess for their main force of attack, they're just going to keep on, hey, we don't need the lanes. We don't need to affect them. We're already winning them from all across the board, right? We just need to get these neutrals, and by mid-game, this should be done.
You really got to be careful of Mikiari, though. Those Throne of Ruins have been massive, especially with a tech charge. Great steal with the Queller on the XP Crab. Now, we were already talking about this all the way from match number 1 where we saw the Suyo. It ain't that good of a pick against a lot of the magic damage that Vitality has. But so far, a level ahead of Vival, despite not even getting the neutral objective.
It's probably the best scenario, especially since he's got a pretty good clear in comparison to the Guinevere. But now, they are starting to take the space, and I like seeing this because Vitality initiate.
Fatal Links, Tectonic Charge, oh, it's the all-in. Vival takes the kill now. Cini, no black shoes, able to cat away with a sprint already as they go all in again. Those Raging Slashes, taking Pandinia down. The Blazing Duet onto La La Land under turret. Now that's the Vitality we were expecting as Vivian stays alive with a flicker out of the tier 1 in the mid lane, and Vival will snatch that purple buff away. If I were Leo, I would say that's Grand Theft Purple.
That's class. That is real class coming out from Vitality. Again, great initiation, but most importantly, the fact they understood what needed to be done. We're not only going to raid, but most importantly, we're going to put the enemy behind. All right, sure, you're already level 8, 1 ahead. Look now, 2-2, already 1 level ahead, and now looking to go even further with their advantage.
There were so many whiffs. While we were talking about it, you do not want to leave these openings against Vitality. Possibly the best women's MLBB team that has ever existed. I don't even need to say possibly. I think that's de facto at this point. And that's what happened. Ray lost a bit of that composure. Tectonic Charge just to react to that Fatal Links combo. And a lot of whiffs. Turret again for Vitality. The objective conversion is Vival tries to get a sneaky little spatial migration on MIBR losses La La Land.
They got to take their time here, Loss. They need to play some really good defense right now because so far Vitality have been the aggressors. Loss should expect Vitality to be making those first moves. My guess, now that bot side is already destroyed, you know that they're going to head to that top side. They got to control that tri-brush area, but right now, as you can see, Vitality 1 step ahead. Look at the punish.
Spatial migration with the foul and Requiem Ray. This time, no tech charge. Straight to a kill. Killing spree, Black Shoe City. Gets away in time for Mieko with, oh! Flickers in, great read from Pandinia. Raging Slashes now punished down with the Throne of Ruin as he tries to go for the trade, but it's Pandinia with a kill.
They got nothing to follow up with at this point, right? I was thinking maybe Vivian was going to come on in with just a fat Fatal Links, but they don't have enough damage just yet. Cini already focusing on that mid lane, and they open it up. A single trade, but still the gold. Wait!
So almost a kill. Baits out the Purify. And that's all you need. Now they can rotate up top. But even then, we saw, they went in, they whiffed the initiation, it's A-okay, it's instantly, what objectives can I get around the map? 4 for me Echo's death, and Cini spotted it, that vision into the mid, gets to tier 1, goes back up top now, trying to get that tier 1 up top to really just force MIBR to play away from the Lord.
I love it. I love it. Not only are they looking to play tall, but they're also to go wide, right? Finding as many openings as possible. And Lost, the defense is good when it's against the tall, but against the wide, they have to be a little bit more aware. Now with Lord already in play, you can see that Lost is going in a sweeping motion from mid to clear up as much area as possible from Vitality as they are trading cooldowns against each other.
Vitality first onto the neutral objective. The story of the game so far. 2 turtles. We didn't get to see 3. It was such a delayed turtle 1 that we only get to see 2 turtles this game, and they're blitzing it. No response from a MIBR loss. I think at this point they know they've lost the tempo. They're just going to play it safe and look for the defense against this Lord.
It's understandable. It's 22.5k to 25.9k with a 3.3k lead coming in from Vitality's side. They're already half of a component against MIBR's loss. At least for Medina, she'll be able to break that tier 1 off top side. And look at the coverage coming in from Alice, from Mikari as well, to ensure she's not going to get flanked.
It's going to be traded though, however. Chell's onto the bottom lane, tier 2. Conceal from Ray. Vivian opens up with a perfect match, zones them away from this tier 2, and it'll be free. Thrown a ruin to the flinker. Onto Vival, tech charge as well. Everything thrown onto Vival. The Val Requiem gets surrounded, space migration as well. Vivian goes in for the Fatal Links. That was high up, taken low, but not down just yet. Cini takes her down with the Black Shoes, gets away. Vivian, a sliver of HP, taken out by Pandinia. As Fumi Echo looks to go for the tier 2 up top. And a tier 2 in the mid lane, dealt with by the Lord and Cini. Now it's Chell with his own onto La La Land. It's all on Pandinia to clear this one out.
They're going to definitely lose their holy shielding here. They're trying to delay as much as they can, stagger these waves. Losing mid inhibitor isn't the worst, but they want to protect those sides to ensure that the next Lord is actually contestable. For now, the second Lord empowered minions are going to come in, and Vitality, they could try and force something here.
I think it's just going to be the base turret and mid. That should be it. They can look for more, but also Vivian doesn't have the Fatal Links, is not in position. We get a quick check on the equipment again.
Real nice here from Vitality's side. Now, Winter Crown already complete, as well as the concentrated energy from Vival, now looking to get into more tankier items later down the line. Suyo, however, does not have the War Axe. So again, probably why we see once Suyo gets hit, hey, I gotta back out, and I just have to say no to the fight entirely. I can't heal back up in time to re-engage.
I honestly feel like the Sky Piercer is a big... it's honestly like it's a nerf.
It's a nerf?
A lot of times... Hey.
You would prefer two swords.
No, it's a... Hey, yes. But also, this is very relatable. I do really well. I go 5-0. Then I get the Sky Piercer and I start dying, you know? Not a single kill after that. And I think that's pretty relatable for a lot of Suyos out there.
The curse is real. The curse is real, whether men's or women's. Both are real tough to deal with. But at the same time, right, there's a couple of members that it makes a little bit of sense to get a Sky Piercer. For example, like Cine, right? You catch him before the black shoes. Even if you don't have that many stacks, it's possible.
It's just tough, though, now, right? Because you don't have the War Axe. You can't stay in the fight like you mentioned. And there's just so much going on for Vitality. They can play the long game with the damage coming in from the Lilia and the Claude. And for MIBR loss, it really comes down to that cycle of skill. They have consistent damage, but not enough to deal with Vitality's consistent DPS coming at you. And look at the setup. Just crisp clean by Vitality, as we just expected from them. Bottom lane slow push. They don't give MIBR loss a chance to deal with it up until the Lord spawns. 10 seconds, they are utilizing Expanding Rivers, taking control of the entire map. Chell, not even willing to give up on those stacks. She wants to keep it at 5 all around so that she can go for this. That's an all into the back. Vivian walking up as well. Gonna ruin. Oh, they go for the damage, but Pandina is already down. Now the Blazing Duet by Chell! Spatial migration combo. City's putting the glooms down. At 12 minutes, you'd usually see Lord 2, but Vitality want to go to game 2 with a lead here. Only a count of minute and they'll brute force their way into match point.
And there you have it. Game 1 already falling into the hands of Vitality. That is what you see, a world-class series being played here itself. MIBR lost. They got to work on that early game. They cannot let Vitality get back in a position like that.
I think the early game was the best version of MIBR loss we've seen in this game. It was just the mid and late game converting on those objectives after getting the initial lead that was kind of questionable. Vitality, once they got into the mid game, it really felt like they were the ones taking the proactive moves, and MIBR took a step back.
It was that tier 1 up top side. Once they lost and unlocked the Claude, it was going to be problem after problem after problem after that. Ideally, maybe they had a way to shut that down, but I was thinking it had to be one simple mistake. Just Lilia and Claude just standing too close to each other, and both of them getting engaged upon. That was the only way.
That was the only way, and Vitality closed the doors on that opportunity straight up. They saw the vision, they knew where they were weak, and they covered it up straight away. It's kind of like that interview that we had with Vivian. She said, we learned from our mistakes. Yes, we had some vulnerable performances, but after that, we just learned no one's strong. We're just making mistakes.
And I like the self-awareness, right? Because it really goes to show they are taking it more serious than a majority of people. And ideally, hopefully, enough of our competitors are ready to match that type of energy.
I certainly hope so, man. MWI last year was a blast. We got to see crazy upsets, and we've already opened up with a massive one today.
Feels like a continuation. With that being said, we're going to be throwing it over to our quick break. When we come back, more MLBB action.
Vitality proving why they are the defending champions, taking map number 1 and potentially ending this series in a 2-0. However, I know it. It might be our loss. They are not going to go down without a fight. They're looking to come back. Hey, welcome back into our studio, I should say. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, Eterna, Brigida. Good to see you both. Great game number 1. The fans going nuts. The drums are out there. The flags are flying high. Vitality looking great.
I actually was surprised with the amount of confidence that you got to see from MIBR Lost too. Like, it reflected so much in terms of their gameplay, and there were just so much coordinated plays and skill layerings that I did not expect to see in as early as game number 1 from these two teams. Like, both had their unique ways of dealing with everything, like the tech charges into the Throne of Ruins from MIBR Loss, but on the other side, I think we saw a bit too much of the synergy with the spatial migration from Team Vitality.
A lot to ask both of you, of course, but for all of you out there in chat, check it out. We've got our new in shop. It's Rhino Day. The brand new interactive effect for Rhino is available now. Check it out and join the celebration. New in shop. We love our new items in the shop, do we not?
We do, especially when we want to flex onto our enemies or we want to be a little bit, cheeky against our enemies. We love those stickers to, give out more emotion.
That's right. It's Rhino Day. Check it out. Let's talk about our first highlight, though, because there was plenty of them throughout this map. Number 1, of course, between Vitality and MIBR Lost. Bree, what are we looking at?
Oh, this was the first one. I was talking about that fatal links into the spatial migration, which I think set up everything that happened afterwards in this fight. Because if not for that early pickup that we got to see towards Pandina, I don't think they would have proceeded with this fight because it was a bit of a 50-50 still. There were still some moments wherein we really got to see MIBR Lost really clap back, and it's great that they started that way. I hope they still don't lose hope and carry that over to game number 2 because they had a really good start up against Vitality in that game.
By the way, that was, I think, you mentioned about the confidence coming in from MIBR Loss, and that's when we saw the early game be a little bit kind of shaky for Vitality. But that was really the moment. That was like 5 minutes, 6 minutes in of the turnaround where they finally were able to find their momentum back and, regain the confidence coming into the mid game.
Well, let's look at moment number 2 between these two great teams. Again, plenty going down. We now start to get later into game number 1. We're now at the 9-minute mark. The transition over into mid is there. The Lord fight starts to take place. What are we looking at?
This is, again, a really, really great show of, I would say, chemistry coming through from MIBR Lost initially. Like, it looked really good. You could see Mikiaru, finding her moment, looking for that back line, and she finally gets it. Yeah. The follow-up as well was really greatly timed. And then Team Vitality just comes back.
It was a Winter Crown play. My goodness. Like, who'd have thought that she already packed that Winter Crown too, right? Like, I honestly would have think that because she seemed to be alone. Vival seemed to be alone.
Exactly.
She seemed like the best possible target in that moment, but they still didn't get her.
Hey, the adjustments.
That's right. The adjustments indeed. And that's something Vitality is so good at. And even with the interview with Rose with Vivian, it was like, look, when things get tough, we know how to adjust. And Vivian recognizes that, sees it for sure. It's smiles on the side of Vitality, and for good reason. They continue to win. But some good moments for MIBR Loss. Still in good spirits despite taking the loss in game number 1. They're going to be just fine hopping into map number 2. After all, it was a great game. It did go the distance, and I'm not losing hope in our Brazilian team of MIBR Loss. Let's see what they can do in map number 2. Now, coming into this, the narrative was MIBR Loss tends to be quite aggressive. They love the skirmishes. They like pushing fights and engagements. Yeah. Did we see a lot of that from them here?
So maybe get a draft that can facilitate that, right? Because we did mention about the Suyo in the drafts, the fact that the Suyo is very susceptible to early game magic damage, and they picked up a Suyo into the Guinevere. Like, we were already saying that up against the Lilia, it's already going to be so tough, but up against a Guinevere as well, It's tricky. It's tough. La La Land as well on the Jushin. If we're talking about early game rotations, if they want to be very aggressive, they need a draft that can help accentuate that, and they weren't able to get that. That's why I think even Gideon mentioned about having a Gatot Kacha instead of the Grok. We did see the Grok finally get a moment, but if they really wanted to win on rotations, they could have worked with that.
Well, check it out. We've got Stream B happening right now, and Rose is over there with all the coverage.
Hey guys, Rose here, live to you from Stream B, and as of now, an upset and a shock has just occurred after Galaxy Phoenix actually managed to take Game 1 from Na'Vi in a 14-minute game. Now, as we prepare and enter Game 2, I wonder what will actually happen. Will Na'Vi be able to bounce back and fix the mistakes that has occurred in Game 1, or will Galaxy Phoenix continue surprising and shocking the world? That is it from us from Stream B. Throwing it back to you guys.
To move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
A big update indeed from Stream B. Thank you, Rose. Na'Vi down 0-1. One of the implications of this matchup was the fact that we talked about it. We were like, hey, can Na'Vi win? Will we get that rematch? I don't know if we will, because Galaxy is looking great.
This just proves the point that while we have 2 mics right now, yes.
Do you want 3?
Do I look that shocked? I don't know how to process everything, but this just proves the fact that Cambodia, indeed, in general, as a region, everyone else seems to be stepping up. It's not just their men's division that we're suddenly seeing skyrocket in terms of competitive gameplay. Na'Vi, I think we need to review that, I think that's the first thing I'm doing after we end Stream A. Yeah, I don't know about you, but I'm doing that.
Sure, go back and watch it.
Yeah.
And you know what? I think it is worth the watch for sure, because again, Na'Vi, a powerhouse team. And we're expecting to make a deep run, not only in our groups, but also going forward in the knockout stage. I mean, a contender for sure. We talked about our contenders to potentially beat out the likes of Vitality. Well, maybe this will be the one. Who knows? Na'Vi's going to have to step it up against Galaxy Phoenix. Hey, check it out. 2 champions, 1 game. My Champions Pick event is now live. From July 27th, submit your predictions for the MSC and MWI champions for a chance to win 50,000 in-game diamonds and MSC 2021-2025 tournament skins. Don't forget to leave your picks under at MLBB Esports Post for even more chances to win. Lock in your champions now and cheer for your favorite teams. Hey, matchup 2, map 2 about to be underway. It's Vitality versus MIBR Lost. The returning champions take the stage to the drums and the flags, and they're not hesitating to at least take down their competition. I shouldn't say dominate, but at least take them down. They looked great. Now, going into the hero selection, I really appreciate what Eterna said. Look, if MIBR Lost wants to be an aggressive team, forced to skirmishes, forced to engagements, well, let your hero selection represent that. Don't start slow. Go back to your bread and butter of what you're good at.
And I don't think you can afford to play slow against a team like Vitality, because they'll just constantly ramp up the pace until you cannot recover from being behind up against a team like this. So it's a must that they stick with really what works with them or for them, and what really brought them here, which again is very systematic and aggressive gameplay that is deceivingly reckless but is actually not. So I hope we get to see that from MIBR Lost heading into draft number 2, because was that broken walls that we're seeing?
I believe so. It's time for Johnson.
So tell me about the aura of Vitality, because, I mean, winning just nearly everything, when you go against them, what do you think the competitors feel?
The aura, exactly as you mentioned. Like, it's something that inevitably gets to them in one way or another, but hopefully not much to a point where they tend to overthink and just react
to whatever Vitality is doing. And I think it's great. MIBR lost didn't seem like the team to be like that. They weren't as reactive to just whatever Vitality was doing. They were trying to do things by themselves. And I think that got them some small wins across the map a couple times. So as of the moment, I think we're seeing a very similar trend in terms of the bans so far. Likely to see another Marcel taken out alongside the Eve and maybe another mid lane, either the Eve or the Juicin.
Yeah, we're waiting on that right now. If they want to go for a little bit more respect, or do they want to go for the Akai ban as well? It's still something that's still so up in the air. Like, is the Akai still a viable choice? Is the Baxia still a viable choice? Is the Fredrin still a viable choice? I think we only saw the Fredrin banned once, and other than that, it was left open completely, and nobody really picked it up. It's always been just like the Herrera. I wonder if the Nolan will come to light this time around.
Yeah.
And obviously, it's an interesting question about the gold lane matchup as well. Carry and the Claude. Last game, we did see that the Claude was able to be a little bit more versatile when it comes down to the team fights because of the mobility, the BMI, and so on and so forth. But when it comes down to laning, like, is it worth it to go for a carry early?
I think it's not that they just wanted to pick the carry into the laning for the Claude. It's more of them picking the carry alongside the Alice that they also prioritize in the first phase. Because if they actually... No, actually, it's not that they had to do that too. Because I believe Claude was actually first pick, right? It was
Zushin, Atlas, Claude, and then the carry pick.
Right. Wait, so they got the Juicin first, and then the Atlas Claude was revealed already, right? So they didn't necessarily have to do that. So yes, I think that was the mindset. So it's not really more of a safe option for them. I don't know if it had something to do with comfort, because again, there were multiple other gold lane options still available,
like the Harith,
like the Harith for Pandina. But let's see if there are some certain adjustments that come into play this time. Because again, the Esmeralda was never really touched upon in game number 1. Not sure if they have it in their kit or if it was just something they disregarded because of the nature of their lineup. But as of the moment, Vitality has no Atlas to prioritize, and the Akai you mentioned.
Wow. It's a power pick.
It is.
It's a hero that we saw last year, actually, at MWI. One of the heroes that really gained popularity. And obviously, Team Vitality were one of the teams to be able to utilize it properly as well, especially in the hands of Vival. Now, is this a flex pick, is what I'm wondering?
Because there's also a Mathilda that's still available if they wanted to like pair it up with the Akai in case that it does get left open for them. Because MIBR loss, I think that was one of the bans that Vitality actually used against them in the previous game, but that was towards second phase because there were a lot of other priorities first. And speaking of, the Claude is also still available. Oh, they go Kimmy Grok this time for their first 2 picks. I'm so used to seeing like the prio of a Kimmy Gatot in terms of like the combo in mid, but now it seems like MIBR lost just really want to stick with the Grok, I guess.
At this point, I think it's comfort.
Yeah.
Right? Either comfort or power, but either or they're prioritizing the Grok once again in a situation where it perhaps doesn't need it just yet. But now we know a little bit more about MIBR loss, so that says something. And of course, the Kimmy is a strong pick considering that the... Wait a second. Yiv and Jushin are still up and they go Kimmy. So that's also quite peculiar.
And they don't consider it for Team Vitality either. So they just lock in the Valentina, which obviously, as a response to the Grok, will be one of the better options in the mid lane. And the Claude we earlier mentioned for MIBR loss is now taken by Vitality. It seems like slowly we're getting to understand what the comforts are and what the priorities are for MIBR loss. It's not like they really are after the most meta in the gold lane, even if they're given the opportunity. They're more comfortable with the likes of the Grok and another Suyo game, which they're seeing right now.
And this time around, it's not as bad, I think, right? I mean, the Suyo does farm quick, right? And this time it's up against a Valentina. So depending on how Cine plays it, it also will share how much of a threat that magic damage will actually give over. I'm still wondering if this Akai is flex.
Yeah.
Let's leave it to later. We're going to the bans now. And Bellaric does get banned, so they are assuming as well that this Akai is still going jungle.
Yeah, and they might as well want to just force it there if they want it to be like a more expected matchup, because of course the Suyo into the Akai kind of tricky, but the Suyo is known for just finding ways around heroes with really heavy crowd control. So especially in terms of objectives, because I feel like MIBR Lost, also based on game number 1, is the type of team to just confidently take on these objective fights. They're not necessarily just like backing off or settling for trades. But the Esmeralda finally gets taken out. Ooh, what could this mean?
And Arlet actually does too. That's actually a really good call, I think, for MIBR Lost. Just really recognizing the power of the displacement coming from the Akai and how it synergizes well with the Arlet. It's again another thing that we saw from MWI 2025.
Yeah, what could be the option for Fumi Echo this time if they took out the Esmeralda? Because the Paquito's gone, Freya's gone too.
If they want Scepter, they can go for something like, you know, the Terizla.
Or they want another Alice.
That could also be possible.
Because I think that backline would be... Oh, they ban it out themselves. Because backline, I think, remains a question mark for Team Vitality at this point. Not unless they just really want to go from front to back. And they're a very systematic team, so it's not surprising if they just want to stick with that.
And it's also a respect ban coming in from Vitality, right? You saw the Alice earlier on in the hands of Mikiari. Exceptional work, by the way. Being able to, you know, look for opportunities.
What if it's like a damage XP lane that they're considering for Team Vitality?
I mean, right now it's Uranus in the EXP lane. Do they really want to go damage?
Oh. Okay. Against the Uranus.
They can't afford to. Do they want to go dead lane? Do they want to go Benedetta in the EXP lane for Fumi Echo?
Because we're looking at the Roam XP, and these two picks really set so much of how like the game is gonna pan out for Team Vitality rotation-wise. Okay, a bit of both worlds. Lapu Lapu gets locked in for the EXP lane, but Vivian, or is it Vivian?
It should be.
Should be Vivian. There's like do they go CC again?
I mean, they can go for something like a little bit more, you know, show Matilda. Ah, there you go. You mentioned Matilda earlier on. Good call. It does come through now for the Akai.
I forgot it was open. Like, I thought by second phase they would have already taken it out. But yeah, MIBR Lost, looking to lock in their last... Whoa! Against an Akai lineup too. Plus a Valentina.
Lunox has Shred.
Yeah.
Definitely a little bit more versatile when it comes down to the mid laners. The big question is, will she be able to get the itemization fast enough? Because I think that's always been the problem with the Lunox, right? Early game, the damage really isn't there, but she does have a lot of tools in her kit to deny a lot of the offenses that could potentially come from Vitality.
Plus the positioning. How tricky could it possibly be going up against this lineup from Team Vitality?
Well, it's never easy to go against Team Vitality. It's MIBR Lost. Let's see if they can get the job done. Forza, game number 3. Let's head into game 2. Mirko, Gideon, take it away.
Thank you so much, Reflections. We now move into match point in our series. Right now, Vitality is looking to close things out, but MIBR Lost has this one opportunity to extend it to a game 3, and they're doing it with comfort picks. I have never been so nervous for them in my life because Vitality, they're running a simple composition that knows exactly what it wants to do. Lost, Padina, this pick, it solves the problem if it makes it to that finish line, if it gets to that 3 items.
That's a very good point. It's also a Master Assassin Rupture. Lunox in the gold lane. Shout out to Shen, my boy, who's been playing Lunox Gold with me all this time. So he showed me how it can work. You know, you go up close like this and you're just going to lose out. The sustain is ridiculous. You can zone the Claude really well. So we'll just see how it actually works out later on, because it's all about rotating as Lunox, right? You're not really just there for the lane all the time. You need to rotate, you need to try to just burst this Akai down, and it's a pretty good answer, I guess, if we're looking at the Mathilda too, right? You just don't want to... I mean, speaking of the lane, it's really good against the Claude.
Yeah, it's just one of those few heroes that actually is useful because of its iframes, right? There's so many engagement tools from the side of Vitality that it feels very easy to fall into these traps. But now that you have iframes to work with, you can actually start playing that push and pull with Vitality. You can start baiting them out, like similarly to game number 1.
I like how they're playing this instantly. The instant adaptation from game number 1. Vitality had the tempo all throughout, mid, top, bottom. Now it's MIBR Lost with Mikiari rotating, cutting waves already. Gonna be able to rotate into neutral objective 1 first, and it's all about poking the Akai. Getting her to use the heavy spin for the neutral objective is gonna be massive.
Unfortunately for Mikari, not enough, but now, instantly, first blood onto Vivian. Ray finds the catch.
There it is. It's all through tempo. They have the tempo even in the jungle when it comes to clear for the Suyo. Even from level 3, you're already up ahead. You can go and look for those fights. Fumi Echo gets level 4. Mikari a bit slow to it because of the XP crab. But she finally gets it, and now it's all about the poke onto Vival. Traction pulse lands. Vival gets away. That's going to be the Bravest Spider used up by Fumi Echo. Goes to the flicker as well. The tech charge by City. A bit whiff there. Fumi Echo goes to the Raging Slash, but Vival is still on a solo kill down below. Pantinia getting a kill. So it's a 1-for-0 at the end of the day. A turtle for a kill on Chell.
Oh, unfortunate. Unfortunate indeed. They need to make sure that Chell is going to be able to scale well into this game, but Padina, again, great job here. They did lose both of their flickers. There is another opportunity as they go straight into the heavy spin.
This is a solo play for the Akai. City walks up, gets a splash of damage, and I guess it's all just calculated. LaLaLand trying to go for the trade, circling Eagle. Good peel by Vivian. The mother attacks. That's LaLaLand with the flicker in forward. He's gonna have to regret that from the Echo with the walk-up Bravest Spider. LaLaLand down. A stun lands on Mikiari, who still has the Purify. A bit more damage down on her as he moves back under tier 1.
Oh, at least Mikari is here to actually help the wave. Medina is going to be able to pick up the gold, but again, what an aggressive play here, not only from Vitality, but the eagerness of LaLaLand to try and secure and get these trades back. So far, it's 2-2. We're kind of dead even, but at the same time, Vitality is still maintaining a pretty good gold lead despite everything that has happened in the early stages of the game.
2-2. We can look at that lead. It's just a sign of an elite team always. When the game looks so close, but yet you're still able to hold a gold lead. Ray with the walk-up gets caught by almost everything. Has to tech charge back away from the stun of Fumi Echo.
Really interesting play there, especially. A great idea coming in from Sunny especially, right? Get the traction pulse, immediately look to make the play, and while this is happening, right, you can see Mikari checks, where's the Yakai? Instantly a free camp.
We got that sister buff down below as well. Great rotation by Sunny. Relieving a bit of pressure. Vival, though, she's been out farming the Suyo. So is the utility jungle even dead? I think this proves that it's not, or maybe Vival is just too quick with it with the Matilda.
Maybe it's a little bit of the Matilda, but I definitely think it's when it comes down to having those buffs, right? The extra gold is definitely important for a lot of these assassins, but at the same time, you just don't need as much. Oh, wait a minute. They could look to turn.
That's a lot of damage. Wait a second. Blade Surge down on a heavy spin. Good traction pulse appeal, but Fumi Echo dives under turret. The Raging Slash is enough. Two-man stun. Attack charge lands on 2. Now it's an all-in coming in, but a good peel coming down from Vival's. Pandinia isn't able to get in. The Brilliance pop now. She tries to disengage, but Chell has already rotated. This should just be a free neutral objective to Vitality.
It's the indecision here. There are moments where it looks like, yes, we could actually turn this around, but we don't have enough resources. Let's all regroup at a different side, and then by the time you make the choice, it's too late. Vitality is just one step ahead, and now they're converting their lead even further. Tech charge connects.
Blade Surge Blink gets away. Ray with the flanker, but City's too quick. Fumi Echo in the midst of it all. Two-man stun. Raging Slashes. Killing spree and another for a double under the tier 2. Now Vivian with a circling eagle, City with a splash of damage. That's a Suyo down. Mikiari next to the chopping block as Chell picks up the turret down below. A splash of damage, give him the body slam. Now a heavy spin under turret. It's a Purify used up by Mikiari as Chell's looking for the blazing duet. She's gonna have to wait. Pandinia splashed down by City.
City is playing out of her mind. A creative play with the IMU and the tech charge to follow it up. They still are unable to break this mid-tier 1. Even Vivian in the middle of that fight was proxying the mid-wave to try and break it open. Vitality are covering every single one of their bases, and Lost, unfortunately, can't see the bigger picture.
With a Matilda and expanding rivers, these rotations are coming at MIBR Lost with literally no time to react to it. Now they rotate into the bottom lane. They make some proactive moves, but they're gonna have to lose some in the process. Pandinia already down with the Brilliance. Fumi Echo wants blood, goes under tier 2! Raging Slashes kited away by Pandinia. Finally a shutdown, but the tier 1 finally cracks. Blazing Duet though with City. The Executor taking LaLaLand down. No more damage from Mikiari and Ray. They're just going to have to back away.
The synergy is looking really good from Vitality. Every single one of the members look like independent strongholds. And unfortunately for Los, they need that command. They need this is the final call. And because of that time, Vitality, this 4.3k has been looking really good for them, but a majority of that lead is actually leaning onto Fumihiko 4-1-1, and as well as Vivian 0-1-8.
That was a big shutdown. That was a big one given over by Fumihiko. It was a very unnecessary dive as well, but it looked really cool, right? I mean,
did.
It's style points, especially here with all the Vitality fans. Luckily, though, it's Mikiari who got the kill.
Whoa, Circling Eagle coming out now onto Lala Line, but they're, again, is this a punish finally?
Nope, it's a stun, Raging Slashes as well. Just a bit of fun that they're doing right now. Good immobilization. Fumihiko instantly with the response to body block the shots from Lala Land. They get tempo down below, but Vitality have all the control to just get this for free. Absolutely no chance for Hayab to walk or rather even blink towards the Chell with a BMI forward. Oh, they're feeling it, Gideon.
Oh yeah, they're getting real disrespectful and they're going even further beyond, right? Look at the opposite side of the map as Mikari is trying to make sure to get some kind of space for her team to kind of open up this map even more. And they've already netted the bottom tier 1. They're now looking for the mid tier 2 at the same time. This should give enough time for the jungler to actually clear that bottom side here, unless... Does Lost have enough wave clear? They should have, right? I mean, if they proxy one of the waves, then maybe, but it's starting to look a little tough.
Uh-oh, Brilliance used up. Traction Pulse lands on Vival. Fumihiko sent down below to clear out the wave against Mikiari. She's going to have to deal with another wave, and this gives tempo over to MIBR Lost. A fight from Mikiari. Not much you can do though, not a lot of initiation tools. Pops into Consecration, great read by Vitality. They just go and isolate Mikiari from the rest of the team. No way to respond it over. Purify! And still, it's Vitality with the kill.
Vitality with the kill, but more impressively, at the end of it all, I mean, Vitality, they've got some great... Oh, the tech charge from City catches 3!
Uh-oh, tech charge back, Hayab! Gets her first kill of the game, a Queller. A bit of disrespect to go in for Mieko now, all the way, Raging Slashes. Taking her down, a stun as well, but Hayab gets a second sack of the Sky Piercer now with the Blazing Duet. Guts on Lala Land. That's Blade Surge and a triple for Hayab.
Finally, Hayab, I got this War Axe. I've been stacking it up all this time. I'm just waiting for the wave to get a little bit closer. And again, honestly, considering everything that has happened, this is probably the best outcome for Los.
And those are Sky Piercer kills, Gideon. Those are 3 big stacks that she just got.
Huge stacks, in a matter of fact. Now, for this upcoming Lord, I think this is where... before, I thought Vitality has got this already, but now it's a different case. We get the DHS purchase coming in from Lala Land as well. The Demon Hunter Sword going to be dealing that max health damage. So, people like Vival got to be careful. But let's look at this replay one more time, because it all started with the initial play from Fumihiko, trying to force it forward even further after Cine goes for the engage. But immediately they realize, wait, our entire composition actually depends on actually having cooldowns in comparison to Kimmy, who can fight forever.
You can see the emotion already, man. Oh! Big fight of the Lord. Vival just picks it up. MIBR Lost will give it away. They still have great clear. And I think it is the better choice right now to go for the defense, especially considering you have Mikiari who can actually just delay these side lanes from coming into the base.
People start pulling attention here as they look for mid-tier 1.
Oh. Cine, tech charge offensively, circling Eagle on the backliner, tech charge from Ray! Vivian is taken low, gets away just with a sliver of HP thanks to the FOTO.
Oh man, that's got to be a little frustrating. Probably thinking about maybe getting lethal ignition next time, but you know, this is going to be enough. That already sends the message, and now the Lord is coming from the top side. Now, the waves are definitely going to be a little interesting to deal with. I want to see whether Lost decides to give up at least one inhibitor here, or are they going to give up all their outer inhibitors? Sorry, outer turrets.
Mikiari in the bottom lane just holding that wave. Divine Glaive already completed for Pandinia. That's the reason she was able to get Fumihiko that low for Hayab to get the execute on the Sky Piercer. And look at the way that they're dealing with these waves. One down below again. Mikiari doing a lot for MIBR Lost. Lord already at half HP. Traction Pulse comes around as well, and this is without... Oh, wait, is Pandinia has already used the ultimate earlier, so it's a tier 2 in the bottom lane, in the mid lane. Tier 2 in the bottom lane is the only one left standing now for MIBR Lost. And Mikiari's cutting waves inside of the base.
Yes, beautiful. This is exactly what you want Uranus to do so you don't have to deal with the pressure, but now they're fighting back.
Tech charge, knocking people off there. Guiding wind, not enough. Hayab, 40 stacks on the Sky Piercer. Now this is a very dangerous Suya, you're gonna have to deal with Cine with the respect. Pantinia flickers it forward, gets the kill. Fumi Echo now looking for the flank as well. So Uranus is still dealing with the waves. Fumi Echo now call alone. That's the Blaze Surge, and now the Soul Sever. Bravest Spider coming down, and she's able to get one down. La La Land escaping the stun now. Traction Pulse landing as well with the help of the Guiding Wind. That's Haya walking up with the Soul Sever, but the Guiding Wind gets her to safety as now it's Chell in a 1v1 against Mikiari with the rest of the team. Corralling over a Blaze Surge. Fumi Echo with the flick around, and now it's Chell!
Oh my
with
god!
With a blazing duets to clean it all up.
He's not done with it just yet. They're looking for Ray to close this out as well as they push from that top side. What a crazy sequence.
That's a triple for Chell. Unofficial, but it still counts down with a circling eagle. Vivian takes it away. It's now just Pantinia. Spawns back in the map. Can she do it? 1v5 against some beefy tanks.
They should be able to do this, but yeah, she got 2 items, needs to go into Brilliance right now to clear this wave to save the mid inhibitor, but the second wave is coming through.
Uh-oh, Vivian gets away into safety. Cine with the walk up again and the splash of damage. Perfect time for the Lord to spawn. 10 seconds and Vitality set their sights on it.
Oh my goodness. I've been trying to figure out how in the world have they not been able to get enough damage, and it's more so, it's less about the damage and more about the space, because so far, Padina,
absolutely,
she's got the damage. She just needs the time to unleash it.
That's where it gets difficult with so much coming at you. So much CC, pure damage as well. And it's a glass cannon build. Now without the brilliance, Mikiari's getting shredded down. Has to use the consecration. No purify for another 16 seconds.
The waves are not in a good place as well. Lost has to make a choice. Either you force it now or you give up this Lord and focus on clearing those waves. They're dealing with bot side. There need to be some attention towards that top. And you can see here, Vitality, they're backing off. They know they've got that huge wave top.
Mikiari, no consecration. They're going to go all in on her. Purify. So they bait out the consecration, the first initiation. Now it's the Purify down. And the wave is massive for Vitality.
Oh yeah, they're about to lose an inhibitor here, and Vitality, they know it. They know it. They back away. Honestly, they just need Ray, because if they pull the Lord too far out, they can use that wall to actually reset the Lord, and force it to actually start moving back into position. But with this missing inhibitor, Lost, it's now or never.
Vitality want to play it chill. La La Land already taken very low. Mikiari now. No Purify, they're gonna go all in on her with no Purify. It's an easy pin down, and Cine picks up a kill in the backline. Vivian, who goes bad for bad against the mid laner from Mieko. A stun with a Raging Slash, now goes in all the way, forcing a flicker out from Pandinia. Stolen Brilliance by Cine, and look at the 2 members, Chell and Vival, who set their sights on the Lord. And that's another objective taken by Vitality.
That's what we call in the biz a perfect chokehold situation, right? You're just trying to slip the hand under the neck and just close off blood flow to the brain. And unfortunately for Lost, they could not make that decision fast enough. They missed out on big timing. They could have considered a couple of options, but the most important is to guarantee that Vitality are off, send 1 member to the top side to clear it off, and then reset together.
They're going for all types of chokes right now, man. It's not just the rear naked, it's all everything.
I mean, I think the triangle might be a little bit too hard here, because Lost, they've been playing a lot as 5. We haven't seen them gone for the big interceptions just yet. And I got to give it to Vitality. They've been way more aware about the positions of the Lost members. Even Mikari showing up for half a second between Tier 1 and Tier 2 was enough information for Vitality to play the defense.
One thing's for sure, though, they're just going to try to go for the finish right here. Lord of the mid lane already. That's a base turret taken down up top, down below. MIBR lost, holding on to the resources now to clear it out. For Mieko with the Raging Sands, or sorry, just the Bravest Spider. Now the Raging Slashes.
Wait.
Already Ray walks up, Tectonic Charge! Oh! Turns it around, Haya with a double. And Vitality can't close it out. Now they're running for the hills. Haya with the walk up. That's a winner crown already used up at Ginny. Tries to peel for her. But Mieko in the midst of it all. The tech charge to get away, but Haya's gonna walk up as well. That's the flicker out the safety as Vival's trying to provide enough peel to get away. Haya with walk up again, gets it. It's Immortality down. Vival walks up with a heavy spin, and they get the kill with the Retribution.
Oh my goodness, I thought there was enough. I thought there was enough stacks, but it's not over just yet. Even Cine is in trouble, and they're looking to convert this even more.
Mieko has the Bravest Spider, but they're all gonna get gunned down by Pantinia and La La Land. Under turret Brilliance, Pantinia returns it with the triple kill.
Bendinia finally scaled. They finally scaled. They have the members defending the base. No inhibitors left, but this is their moment if they can find a huge set again from Ray. 3-man knock-up, 3 members dead. Yes, it may not be the correct targets, but at the same time, it's better than nothing, especially 16 minutes into this game. The death timers are so long.
That's a desperate haymaker you need to land at the finishing rounds here coming into it. 60 minutes with a Lord, with all the base turrets taken down. It really just looked like it was all in or nothing. MIBR, they had one shot. They took it, they got it, and it all started with Ray. What a fantastic tech charge, but also Vitality a bit too greedy, going in again with such low health bars.
Yeah, I mean, it is, at the end of the day, it's a very delayed wipeout, but it works out well for Lost. At this point, it's that next Lord, because in most situations, when you don't have an inhibitor, when you don't have enough wave control in 3 different lanes, is where it gets difficult.
Purify.
Should be okay, right?
Oh, maybe not. Circling Eagle as well through the consecration of Purify. She gets away in time, but Vivian with the glue takes her down. Now it's Viva with a heavy spin over on Lala from Mieko. Goes over the stun. Good dodge by Bendinia. Bases in everybody. Goes over with Brilliance as well as Vivian walks up without Chell. Blazing into another flicker onto Bendinia.
Oh, they're still going hard. Viva needs to hold strong ahead. Oh my goodness.
Ayom. Timing it right, Soul Sever just cuts her down. Now it's Vivian trying to run away. Hayam just needs to land a Soul Sever.
What?
The flask of the Oasis saves her and it saves the game for Vitality.
God, that's got to be so annoying. But at the same time, somebody's got to go back and clear these waves. Every single move we see coming out from Lost, they are winning fights, but they can't get into a position to end this game just yet. They need that Lord. They need it bad. 63 maxed out already.
That is massive. No wonder she's been tearing people apart. Every single Blade Surge Soul Sever combo takes you down instantly. Chell might need a Wind of Nature. But even then, I don't even know. There's just too much magic damage.
Yeah, there's a lot to work with here. The Circling Eagle is going to get thrown out to try and delay this, but where's the jungle?
Uh-oh. Vivian has just baited out those big abilities. Tech charge already down. Hayam. Oh no, 24,000 HP on the Lord. Viva will take control of it, and they don't have the waves to play around it.
Oh no, they just didn't have enough damage. They didn't have enough sustained damage to do this.
Fumieko instantly with the zone. Hayam's gonna have to choose. She chooses to back away. That's a heavy spin that confirms it. Cine caught in the bad spot, is able to splash the damage, and that's Hayam with a walk up. Forces out the flicker, the evolved Lordo. Taken by Vitality.
Oh my goodness. Is there a world they could have got it? I felt like they could have potentially forced it, or
they should have just 50-50'd, I think, at that point.
I don't know. It's either, I would say that the safest option probably would to be, you know, find a pick, stagger the entire team for the side of Vitality, and then maybe 50-50. Now they find Vivian and they're looking for more. Mikari, you can't afford to die here.
Vitality. Evolve Lord up. Vivian opening up bushes she shouldn't have to. This gives MIBR Loss a big chance to come back again. 30,000 HP on the Lord. It gives you damage reduction, but you've only got 4 members.
We gotta wait to see whether or not this tech charge is gonna hit 3 members like last time. And the setup is already here as Mikari is ready to open up the map to follow the rest of the team.
Fumieko with a flicker out. Tech charge! Ray! Turns it all around again. Vivo, gets caught by the wall. Pins her down to Brilliance now.
So good, so good. These tech charges have been so great from Ray. After the early ones where it's like, I'm assuming just, you know, getting used to it, getting comfortable on that stage. Now we're seeing a real game in the late game.
This is a stalemate. Gideon, the fights are just going to Vitality, the neutral objectives because of the heavy spin, but it almost seems like the Lords don't matter. They clear it so quick.
I agree. The Lords kind of don't matter, but at the same time, really, what they want is just the Lord-empowered minions and the Lord itself, and even the damage reduction. If they get hit like that, there's really not much you can really do about this. I think that even from the POV of Cine, who's supposed to kind of control the Grok, that anti-CC in the middle of that tech charge, you can't stop it once it's been unleashed.
Chell.
It should be okay here.
Hell of a poke.
I mean, it's one hell of a poke, but at least... Wait, do they have a Guardian Helmet? Let me just double check here on the item list. And it looks like despite being full build, no Guardian Helmet here. Might need to consider that, but at the same time, anybody could just explode out of nowhere, right? There's just no vision to play across this map, and that's forcing Los to stick really close to each other. Mikari has no clue right now that Vival and City is there, and now the interception!
This is greedy. Mikiari has the Purify and the Consecration, but no one's there around to save her for now. That's a slow coming down. Mikiari gets away, and now it's a re-engage. Ray, brilliant position, gets the wall, tech charge, but it only lands on Vival.
Oh, they were trying to force something out here.
Look at the wave down below, Gideon. Vitality want to keep them here.
Yep, again, this is the same rear naked chokehold that Vitality will put you in when you have a scenario where you don't have your side inhibitors and the Lord available. It's atypical.
Oh, wait,
here.
the minions are doing a lot of damage.
Oh, it's not going to end the game at the very least.
But it should be free, neutral, objective. It's still Hyob sent down. Hold on, desperate move, Pentinia! Tries to go for the haymaker from Echo. Two-man stun, now with the radius slashes as well. La La Land able to cut away right now with the rest of the team. Just goes over to the Lord. Again, the cut coming out from Mikiari. Hyob picks up the assassination as Cine pops the brilliance. Lord taken again. Chell looking for the kill onto Ray with no tech charge. Mikiari though, did she stay a bit too long?
I don't know. Again, not enough. Actually, should be enough mana to get like 2 more rotations here, but with that concentration.
Heavy spin though. No Purify up, and they know it. Mikiari a bit too much than she could chew, and now even her immortality is going to be popped down. That's with the Evolved Lord in the mid lane. They're dealing with it though.
Yep. It's
not enough.
It's a 4v3 scenario, and Perdina is coming back up in 13 seconds. They can delay this. They can easily delay this with the barrier. And you see the Nature's Barrier come out. Lord can't really go around it too easily. Buys them 1 second here as Perdina is 3 off from coming back to life.
It's a Holy Crystal. Will certainly help in for Endeavor to clear this one out. Pandinia back up, 4v4 in the base. Fumieko still pretty far away, 4 seconds. Ray goes in, tech charge as well, but Vivian pops in. It's an Eagle now! It's City with the tech charge! Win a crown already by Pandinia, now with the brilliance as well, gets away as they clear out the Evolved Lord. They still want to go for it though. With a nature coming out as Hyo's going to get taken low, but now it's going to be Chell walking back again. Everybody can try to go for the base right now as Ray gets pulled away from it. Wave in the bottom lane, crashing down again as Chell gets a bit more healing with the photo. That's Pandinia with the chaos, and now it's Hyob with a crazy move as MIBR lost. Stay alive.
I don't know how they're defending this every single time, and honestly, Vitality walking into enemy territory, it could have been a savage if everybody just clumped up together to let this Suyo get the Sever down. Oh my goodness. But I think that the damage, majority of it, it's coming from La La Land as well as Perdina. If we look at the damage ranking, yeah, that's what I thought. She's gunning people down. It is ridiculous. Nobody can deal with her darkening at this stage of the game. And I think even for Cine, like the tech charge is the safest ult to take.
Everybody's so low ranged as well, right? If you're Vitality, everybody needs to get up close and personal to deal damage, and against Pandinia, against even La La Land, there's just so much utility to save her from that almost to kill Chell. A pixel away from death.
Oh, they got to play this macro style. I think that Vitality, they've almost guaranteed themselves every single Lord in this game. The only way that loss catches them is if they set something up, if they're able to get that 3-man knock-up, or again, as we've seen, the tech charge.
Tech charge by Cine though. Aya with a Blade Surge.
Good game sense, very good game sense. They noticed Ray walk out. There's probably somebody nearby, right? Didn't want to overextend here, but now that top wave still the same problem.
This is a great call by MIBR lost. They see the claw down below. Mikiari still has a tempo advantage over her. With the traction pulse, doesn't land, doesn't even bait out a bravest fighter from Fumieko.
Now they're going to reset the aggro once again. I mean, yes, it's great for Vitality, but at the same time, Lost, they need something to work with here. His top side needs to get cleared up.
They find the timing to go down below. Circling Eagle onto Mikiari. Purify still up. Don't think they're going to go for it, but Chell wants it. They're just going to shove the wave enough to create that slow push with the super minions.
And it's only going to build up here.
It's dealt with again by Mikiari.
I mean, Mikiari is going to always try, right? It's not the most efficient way to clear the waves, but somebody's got to do the dirty work. And unfortunately, Mikiari is now realizing, wait a minute, they've made a call and lost. They might just force this.
Wave and mid cleared out, though. They got to pay attention to that mid wave. Vivo! Heavy spin, baited out. That is a massive ability. City gets away with the guiding wind. Look at the mid lane. Waves already crashing at the base. Massive tech charge, but there's no follow-up. Now the rest of the team coming down as the guiding wind comes over to bring City. Waves now in the bottom lane and the top lane. The base is down to half. Oh! It's a desperate move. Pandenia walks in with a flicker as well. Vivo is gonna have to lose her immortality. Waves in the bottom lane, waves in the top lane. That's gonna be Chell looking for the mid wave as well. Echo tries to buy some time. Cini in the back line now, trying to go for the splash of damage. Lalaland with a flicker on, gets caught with a lazy duet of Chell. And the wave in the bottom lane. The minions are just gonna crash into the crystal. Cannon minions doing work. Pandenia with a recall, now clearing out the wave in time. But they've already lost 2 members. Chell on Mikiari, who's still able to survive for now. Now it's Ray with a flicker out of safety as Pandenia and Mikiari are sent to clear the waves.
Oh, the experience is showing here as Vitality are looking to try and close this out. The Brilliance already for tech charge to 2.
Pandenia with a walk up again. Immortality right there. Vivian cancels it all with the guiding wind and the circling eagle. Fumieko with the stun. Pandenia finally down as that's a Rage Slash to take her out. Ray caught in the midst of it all right now as that's just the gun down from Chell. Vitality had to sweat, but they ended up still getting the clean sweep.
Oh my goodness, that was a tough fight. We were talking about this Linux being the problem in the later stages of the game. We saw that, and maybe arguably a little bit more. We see Lost start pushing themselves to the peak, and that is the type of performance I am expecting when you are facing off against the women's champion.
Holy moly.
Crazy game, hasn't it? Like, I'm still thinking about it. The experience to say, not only are we going to retreat, we're going to go in 3 different directions, and we're going to meet back up in the mid lane, guaranteed on top of that, Kimmy.
Just a full-on delay around the Lord, utilizing it as bait. And it's just a forced error here. MIBR Lost had no other way but to bite on that bait. It's either they go for the all-in or the recall and they concede the biggest objective in the game at 26 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there were a couple of mistakes as well, like Vivian dying in the middle of a Lord push was obviously another reason why it dragged on even longer. But just look at the way that these fights are playing out from Vitality. So good overall. And most importantly, you see how they make the decisions. We need macro, and then we use micro to execute and implement our strategies. Great plays from either side. But with that being said, man, I can't wait to hear from Reflection as well as Eterna and Brigitte just in a little bit. We're going to be throwing it over. Thank you so much.
What a series. Now I can see why MLBB is so exciting. MWI is lighting up. The series ends in a 2-0. Yes, but it's not representative of what just went down. It was incredible. Let's talk about it, ladies, because my goodness, a 26-minute match. I think it took 6, 7, maybe 8 pushes on the base in order to finally get the win for Vitality.
There's so much to unpack. Yeah, because he said 6, 7 pushes to the base.
Stop it.
Oh,
I didn't even know.
So we've had our moments today. Okay?
We've had our moments,
Yeah,
man. But I'm still having a moment. You actually, I can't believe you still have a voice, Bree, because you were screaming
I know.
each and every defense.
I don't know if I was screaming at the game or the fact that Na'Vi lost 0-2.
Well, that's true. That is something we also have to talk about as
Two
well.
things were happening earlier.
At the same time.
At the same time. What a series, though, that just unfolded. I mean, MIBR lost. Yes, they did take an L. They will move down. However, did they look great defending and truly showcased resilience, composure, and the sheer willpower to not give up. Unbelievably impressed. So many great moments. I would love to take a look at a couple of them, man, because I don't even know where to start, quite honestly, because going back, again, you know, I'm thinking it's over with. They're pushing the base. It seems done with, but Bree, let's go back to the 4-minute mark. What are we looking at?
This is the 4-minute work where I think it was still a bit close between both MIBR Loss and Vitality. Like, you could see how, I think this was the first few minutes where, honestly, I feel like this was enough to show us why they were very comfortable with the Grok.
Yes.
The setups with the Grok were exceptional. I think this was enough reason for us to just shut up whenever they prioritize the Grok and not say anything.
We finally understand what the hype around the Grok was for, right? Because in game number 1, maybe they were adapting, right? Like the adaptations were coming through, you know, maybe they're getting used to the stage, the audience as well. I mean, everyone was cheering for Vitality. It's definitely gonna like hit you mentally a little. So we finally get to see that impeccable charge there, and it really was over and over and over again.
Yeah, let's take a look at moment number 2. Let's see where we land. I'm pretty sure we're going to have a ton of highlights. 26 minutes to gain them. We now double the time. We're up to 8 minutes and 40 seconds. And Eterna, we start to look at, again, another great team fight, another great moment where Vitality starts to push MIBR back.
Yeah, this is like one of those moments where Team Vitality are just looking for some highlights.
Sure.
All right?
You're all just trying to lay out, pad the stats.
Like,
I understand that.
They definitely didn't need to dive that deep. I think there were so many moments, especially in the early game and the mid game, where Fumi Echo went a little bit too deep behind enemy lines. So I felt like in the early game, there was a little bit of disrespect from the team. Like, there were so many pushes that they didn't really have to go for, and then it ultimately gave so many leads over back to MIBR loss. But obviously, we can't deny the craziness coming in from MIBR loss from them as well, because they were able to capitalize over the mistakes of Vitality.
Well, I'm hearing this next highlight is long, Bree. Let's take a look at it, because this has to be the push and pull fight for the base. We're now at 11 minutes, and this isn't going to be, I don't think, the base fight just yet, but we're definitely getting up to it. And we do have a couple of solos breaking away from Vitality, but it is going to be MIBR starting to take hold, to push in on them. But either way, Bree, it's a scrappy fight for sure. Who ends up taking it?
Well, it was, and in a way, something Fumi Echo was a bit warranted to do because Vivian was there. It was very evident that there would be some follow-up, and it was not just Vivian, honestly. It was a highlight for Chell. Because I think Chell, for the longest time, because of just how well MIBR Lost were able to play even the long fights, weren't really able to just allow Chell to shine. But in this particular moment, the entrance was just perfect. This was an unofficial maniac, if only Vivian didn't steal away the 4th kill, but that was 4 kills you could definitely hand over to Chell.
Yeah, Chell was, especially towards the beginning, middle, and even towards the late, we were like, or at least the commentators were screaming her name, man, because she was going ballistic for sure. But then I think we get deeper and deeper into the MIBR matchup, and then obviously the base is pushed forward. And you know what? And then it reaches a point where now I start to hear the narrative shift, okay? Pendinia, for example, an integral portion, or an integral player, I should say, protecting the base. Hayab also. Hayab was lighting it up. I want to say around the 18-minute mark to the 20-something minute mark. She was going insane. 2 players that we did highlight in the very beginning, and man, for good reason.
That is the beauty of having a Sky Piercer, right? Suyo, in particular, you usually see 2 different kind of builds, right? One with Sky Piercer, one without. And usually, when you're on a roll in the early game, you pick up the Sky Piercer to kind of end the game as soon as possible. But in this retrospect, they kind of used the Sky Piercer in an opposite way. Yeah. They were kind of in a 50-50 matchup, but then they picked up the Sky Piercer, and that really turned that game around.
And I think it's wise, because MIBR loss, I guess it kind of occurred to them that why is there a bit of disrespect in terms of like the last few team fights? And they knew that they could take advantage of this opportunity where Vitality tends to overextend, and truly enough, they did get a lot of kills off of these overextensions.
So Brie, if you don't mind, talk to me about that overextension. Is it Na'Vi just feeling on top of the world, nothing or nobody can beat us? Are they maybe getting a bit too loose? Or is that just their play style and then they kind of figured out, you know what, this isn't working, let's go ahead and readjust?
It is somewhat of their playstyle, but at the same time, a bit too much of their aggression, because it's very understandable if you want to keep the aggression, especially if you're playing with such a significant lead. But at that moment, it felt like they completely lost track of the fact that there was a Lunox on the other side, of the fact that there was a scaling lineup too that you had to respect, and that the Hayab actually got in a lot of Sky Piercer stacks on the Suyo. So there was scaling that you could just not disregard once you go up against this lineup of MIBR loss. But Vitality played the latter portions of the game as if that was non-existent. So I think it was a slight miscalculation too on their end, which fortunately they actually did resolve, and they started to, I think it started to eventually get to them. But now, as the casters mentioned too, a lot of the experience and veterancy also showed up during those last few crucial team fights.
Okay, gotcha. Well, it seems like, man, Vitality still looking like the most dominant team out there. Don't know if they're going to get beat. I was even looking at chat a couple times. No, I shouldn't. I was looking at chat a couple times and they were saying, man, they are looking great. They definitely are the best. But from what I'm hearing, we got an interview set up with the winners of Vitality. Let's hear what they had to say.
Hey guys, Cindy here with me. Congratulations on that win.
Thank you.
Ooh, now I gotta ask you. It's not the usual dominating win coming from the side of Team Vitality. What happened today? What do you think about your performance?
Well, maybe because we don't have a lot of data about them, so the Lunox is a bit unexpected.
And painful.
Very painful.
Very painful. Now, Sini, you've mentioned the Lunox, and we all know coming into MWI this time, we have a new patch, a new hot fix being played. So I gotta ask you, what do you think about the current mid lane meta?
Ooh, I think I like the current mid lane more. Because, I don't know, a lot of heroes that I like are being used now. So, let's see.
Will you play Lunox?
I might be.
Ah, that is fun. I haven't seen Lunox in the pro scene. Honestly, it's been a hot minute. And of course, did you know that over at Stream B, Galaxy Phoenix just 2-0'd Navi?
You just told me.
That is crazy.
That was really surprising.
You weren't expecting that, right?
No.
So if I'm not mistaken, your next opponent could be Galaxy Phoenix coming from Cambodia. Once again, a team that is lesser known, lesser active, which means lesser data. So how are you guys preparing for that?
Well, maybe just watch the games that just happened and learn from that.
Do you think they will take you guys on a surprise tomorrow?
Hopefully not. I want to play it safe.
You want to play it safe. You know what? Thanks, Cindy. Congratulations on today's win. With that, let's right back to you guys.
Thank you, Rose, always for that phenomenal interview. Yeah, big news. Na'Vi falls 2-0 to Galaxy Phoenix. Eterna, that is huge. Coming into this, our contenders, right? Na'Vi was one of them.
Here we go again. The mic is pointing towards me. But yeah, now I'm no longer seen, so I could just show whatever reactions or frustrations I'm feeling right now as we get a closer look at the game, because I did not have enough time to do this. Like, watching MIBR Loss go up against Vitality, I could just not take off my eyes from the screen. But now it's so tough. Just look at the gold lane matchup too. Like, it's a 0-3-1 to a 5-0-2 Claude from Winnie of GXP. And mind you, it's one of the roles they decided to change. But I really want to think they had enough time to work on that chemistry and that change in roster before MWI.
And remember though, before Malaysia really ramped up when it came down to like the ladder board of all the regions here, especially in MWI, it was always Cambodia at top 3. So they're finally finding their groove again. They're finally finding their rhythm again. And they're really allowing everyone to understand like, hey, we're back. We're a region that you really cannot just count out. So that's really exciting coming in from Stream B.
For sure. Exciting indeed. Look, taking the stage is about to be Genji versus Foot Esports. This one is going to be fun. We heard from Vivian at the start of the day. Now let's hear from her rival of Ashley. Hey, Rose, what does Ashley have to say?
Hey guys, Rose here, and as we enter the last and final match of the day, we are with Ashley from Gen G. Hello girl, how are you?
Hi, I'm good.
I finally get to interview her after last year, which I didn't even get the chance to. So you know what, how are you entering this matchup up against Foot Esports?
I'm good. I don't want to repeat the same mistake of like being overly confident, but I'm going into this with the mindset of expecting the best and preparing for the worst.
I like that. We're seeing a more calmed Ashley this season. I feel based on, the vibe whenever I pass her in the arena. Now I have a question. Last year, after your second place run, a lot of people are actually expecting a lot from Gen G this year. But tell me, in your opinion, what should we really expect from you guys?
I mean, like going into this tourney for the third year in a row, I did see this coming. I know a lot of teams have their eyes on us if it's not Vitality. So, I mean, we're going to have to see how this plays out in the beginning because we're obviously in the group of death for the third year in a row. So thank you.
Thank you, Marco.
Thank you.
It's always like that. Now, you know what, Ash, a little bit of a controversial question, but this year, are you still gunning for the moniker Mother of Tanks? Or perhaps we could expect something new from you?
Honestly, I think I would rather be known as something else and go for a different title. I'll give the Mother of Tanks to Vivian, and perhaps we can think of another title.
That is maturity right there. I told you guys, a different Ashley this season, more composed and more calm. So if you guys think you have a moniker for her, maybe let us know, you know? I think that will be really nice. Thank you very much, girl, and good luck for this match up against Foot Esports. And that is it from us. And with that, let us show it back to you guys over at the studio.
Ooh, new title. No longer the queen of the tanks. What are we going to get by the end of MWI? Hey, check it out. The brand new interactive effect for Rhino Day is now available. Check it out. Get involved. We love our new skin, stickers, and everything that you could possibly get for Rhino Day. Hey, our final matchup of the day. It's Gen G versus Foot Esports. Stage, take it away.
Thank you so much, Taylor. Ladies and gentlemen, these players have been absolutely on fire throughout MWI Day 1 here at the Esports World Cup. And you guys thought that it'd be predictable, huh? You thought you knew every single result. Hell no. As we already saw Team Falcons Indonesia going down against Seda early on, that just goes to show the level of all of these competitors, Damascus.
Hey, that's what I want to see, Rob. You know, it's competition. Competition, if it was predictable, we wouldn't be there. We'd be bored at home, and we're there to know if we crown a new champion or not. And speaking of new champion, Vitality is definitely the favorite, but that was not an easy win against a region that's kind of underrepresented, so everything's up in the air at the moment.
That is absolutely right. Now, guys, those were just the first 3 matches. Next up, what we'll be seeing is 2 teams with international stage experience. And of course, both with a shiny new upgrade in the jungler department. Over on one hand, this is the first North American team to have ever made it to a grand final, period. And over on the other, that would be hosting our M8 over at Istanbul. And this will be the time for our women of Turkey to shine. National pride is on the line. Let's get to it. Back to you at the studio.
Hey, thank you for setting the stage right. All right, it's Gen G Esports, Foot Esports going against each other. Our final match of the day. Winner stays in upper, of course, for the others. Well, they drop down, forced to protect their key. And the way they do that is by winning through the lower matches. It's not easy, but it's never easy being a champion, is it? So Gen G joins it, are in a roster. Now, this roster ended up inheriting the core roster, of course, who finished up the runner-up last year's tournament. So the revenge tour is very real. They want to beat Vitality if they can. And by the way, 2 champions, 1 game. My Champions Pick event is now live. From July 27th, submit your predictions for the MSC and MWI champions for a chance to win 50,000 in-game diamonds and MSC 2021 to 2025 tournament skins. Don't forget to leave your picks under @MLBB Esports post for even more chances to win. Lock in your champions now and cheer for your favorite teams. North America, an underrepresented region. Gen G comes in. What do we think about their chances?
That's the beautiful thing about this region, right? Because last year they came in as underdogs, eventually evolved into dark horses.
Yeah.
And somehow, some way, coming into this year, they are now contenders.
Yep.
It truly is a unimaginable storyline, I would say, for the North American region. And people call Gen G esports now the North American dream. So can they keep that dream alive? That's going to be one of the main stories that we get through for Gen G. And like you mentioned, it was Gen G now was Gaming Gladiators before. So it was with Rui now, who, interestingly enough, I don't have as much info on because she wasn't playing in the qualifiers.
Yeah, and that's mainly because she came in for MWI specifically. Now it's I think one of their most significant changes as well, because again, Rui, if there's anything we know that's not part of the qualifiers, it's the fact that she was part of Terror Queens last year's third place. And this, I would say, maybe people would consider to raise the ceiling in terms of how Gen G could really play a lot more explosive games because of the hero pool that's associated to Rui. And she's very, or I'd say she's one of those junglers who really specializes in a lot of versatile junglers or assassin heroes as well. So I think that adds another layer to what we can expect from Gen G.
Yeah, from Indonesia as well, very talented region, right? So we're expecting her to be very good. This Gen G roster looks stacked, and you know, Eterna, I really like the story that you laid out, right? You know, last year not really taken seriously, turned into dark horses, and then a contender for the championship. And Ashley was a big reason for that. We just heard from her. She's in good spirits, feeling great. What makes Ashley such a good I guess comparison to Vitality? Why is she the one that made such a narrative for Gaming Gladiators last year?
Because, you know, the whole thing about Gaming Gladiators last year was the fact that we always thought of Ashley as the mother of the team. She's very mothering.
Gotcha.
Right? But unfortunately, the title of Mother of Tanks was already taken by Vivian. So that's how the whole rivalry began. But all in all, she is still one of the most important figures of the team then. And she is still the same person now. Still the backbone of Gen G, as well as Arya, I would say.
Yeah, and it shows up a lot in terms of her personality and how she's able to carry like the team and their aura in general. Because for one to be like the quote-unquote mother or the leader, she just definitely has to be the first one to show up. And a lot of times, even in their previous appearances, you just really feel that confidence from her. And every single time, or especially last year, you really got to see them get the value out of it as they really claimed the title of Dark Horse. So now I think we're a few moments away from the draft, and that was Expanding Rivers we're seeing again.
Expanding Rivers and Foot Esports, by the way, reached quarterfinals last year with virtually the same roster. So they are going to be a huge opponent to Gen G Esports representing Turkey. This is going to be a big matchup. Now, as we get into it, I can't wait to see how this one's going to unfold. You know, Gen G desperately needs points for the club championship. I say desperately, I think that's a bit of an overstretch. It is only week 2 after all. So, you know, we're still very early. Again, I like to ring the alarm bells. It's kind of my style. Everybody knows that. But, you know, Gen G, this is a big moment for them and truly, you know, a true test, right? Their first test to show what they're going to bring to MWI this year in comparison to last year. Let's go through our pick of bands and see what we see.
Okay, a lot of research done here by Gen G. You could see it through their first ban on the Fanny. Foot Esports, Kujo is one of those Fanny specialists. If we could really just count between our fingers the number of Fanny specialists who are actually part of this tournament right now. She has very high mastery of this hero and used it in the previous qualifiers. Now they're taking it away from her. Interesting though is even the Hanabi. So I guess this is really Gen G showing up and making sure that they've done their homework. On the other side, though, it feels pretty standard for Foot. It seems as if they've stuck with the more common red side bans.
That's the beautiful thing about being on red side and blue side, right? Blue side, you can get away with a lot more, I would say, respect bans as compared to the meta bans, because then it becomes, you know, housekeeping for red side, because obviously GG or Gen G will be the ones with first pick. So interestingly, I saw that emotion that you had on your face, Brig. Selena banned as well. So definitely a lot more information that Coach Rexvin has as well when it comes down to the drafts. Understanding how Foot works. And by the way,
you know, we're going into this matchup, and we forgot to mention it's basically the same story for both of these teams.
Oh.
New junglers.
Oh, right. Because now it's Kujo and Rui
instead of Maria.
For Maria, and they both beat their former junglers in their qualifiers.
Exactly.
On the way to MWI 2026. So that's a really interesting storyline. And now we get to see who will actually get farther here in this event. As Hirara, very much expected, open, and now prioritized as first pick. Foot Esports, though, on the other hand, I wonder if they will be the more common drafters there. Is it going to be the typical Eve Claude priority here and there, or even the Atlas maybe, if they just really want to consider the power picks early on? There you go, the Atlas gets locked in, but do they pair it up immediately with one of those that we mentioned? It seems like no, they are not going to reveal much just yet. Going with the Guinevere, but at least we do know now that it's jungle Guinevere, right?
Yeah, it should be. It should be jungle Guinevere. An interesting matchup. We haven't seen the Hirara up against the Guinevere just yet.
Oh yeah.
So I wonder how that's actually going to pan out. Who's going to be able to, you know, clear a lot faster? Who's going to rotate quicker as well? We'll see that all unfold here in game number 1 in this matchup. But we do see the insta response coming in from Genji, Valentina, and the Esmeralda. So already a very strong lane in the EXP lane. A really good way of showing how they want to play, especially when it comes down to that early stage of the game.
Yeah, regardless if they do pick up the Eve, which is actually still available, not even the Jusin is actually still open to this point for Foot Esports. So they have a wide array of mid lane options still out there if they do want to reveal it now, but they go for their XP lane. It's a Phoveus into the Esmeralda, which I'd say is an interesting choice here for Foot Esports. We did see it earlier, though.
50-50, right?
Yeah.
I mean, with the buffs to Esmeralda, would you consider Esmeralda the stronger lane up against the Phoveus?
If we were just to base it on this first series that we saw, there was a slight advantage that we got to see from the Esmeralda, especially in terms of rotational speed. Like, you get to secure that you are out of your lane earlier than the Phoveus, if it's just that. But at the same time, if we're looking at the amount of, or the dashes so far, it's mostly on the Valentina and Hirara. So I guess it's really that's prioritized here for this Phoveus pickup.
And that makes sense, right? We do see the value of the Phoveus coming through. I think it's a really good pickup here for Foot, especially in the first few 3. We're coming into the second phase of the drafts now, and we do see that the Gourd gets priority banned. So you did mention that they're trying to slim down the options of the mid laners, but what do we have left? Lilia was also a really interesting option. It did work out, a really good clear, especially in the early game. If you want to go for fast rotations, you can go for that. Zetian is still a hero that really has not surfaced.
Yeah, I understand why they also took out the likes of the Gourd. You definitely would want a bit more burst damage to come in from Foot Esports, just so you could layer those setups better, because you already have like the potential combination of the spatial migration and the fatal links. But we are still looking for the damage that could complement this combo from Foot Esports so far. It's only the Phoveus that's revealed to us, and at this point, if it's burst damage that you're looking for, then yes, the Lilia you mentioned might be one of the considerations. Jusin is also out there if you just want to add another layer of crowd control too.
Do you feel that the Lilia is burst though? Like,
yeah,
especially early game, it feels like a lot less bursty than like something that you would imagine, like something like the Farsa, you know, who's a little bit heavier when it comes to hard burst.
Plus, I don't know if you want to hand over the black shoes to the Valentina as easily, because that's just going to be another escape tool that they could really utilize if the Valentina just wants to play all aggressive throughout. So I think they're taking their time for this mid lane pick, but they do end up showing us their gold lane first. It's a Harith into a potential Claude, because the Claude is still open at this point.
Should be.
Panda would probably consider that.
Oh, I remember Panda from last year. I think one of the heroes that I still remember from her was the Granger. Unfortunately, the Granger is not as meta, but I do remember her picking up the Claude, if I'm not mistaken, and I think she was one of the standouts from Gaming Gladiators. So it is definitely a matchup that we are looking forward to, as well as it's going to be the Minotaur, which is very classic Ashley, by the way.
and then the carry comes through.
Okay, well, yep. Purify gold lane, and at least they have direct answers for Shred. I think the carry so far in the previous matches that we've seen has also really managed the laning so well. Regardless of matchup, it's managed. That's why we say manage, because it's not necessarily like completely win out. But Foot Esports, for their... Okay, what's lacking? It's their gold... No, it's their mid.
Yeah.
It's their mid lane.
I still agree. I think they need burst, right? They already have really good setups coming in from the Guinevere and the Atlas. Technically, they could rely on the Harith in the later stage of the game to, dish out that burst damage, but...
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, so they still go for the Lilia. They want to be able to rotate quicker in the early game, and I feel like the Lilia plus the Atlas is going to be a potential problem for the Minotaur and the Valentina.
It's interesting though, like Ashley on the Minotaur in their debut game, right? Like, what could have been the idea behind this? Because yes, there's sustain. I guess that's one additional layer to it. Like, you have clutch sustain, but also AoE, but you're both fighting with massive setup heroes.
Well, here it is. The heroes are picked. The ladies are committed. It's Genji Esports versus Foot Esports for our final series of the day. The winner moves forward that much closer to going to the knockout bracket. The loser forced to fight and protect their key till the end. Athena, Gideon, take it away.
Thank you so much, Reflections, here at the desk. We're already moving on to our very last series of the day, and it's one that everyone from across the world is putting their eyes upon, because this is Genji versus Foot Esports. It's going to be tight here, Athena. I don't know about you. We were talking about the draft earlier, but I want you to expand your mind here. What do you think about the overall comp?
To be honest, here for Foot Esports, I think they got baited.
They got baited?
Yeah. Especially on the getting the Lilia. It was part of the plan, because for Genji, because of this Valentina pick, overall they controlled what they wanted to see or what options were left for Foot Esports. And we've mentioned the Eve, but it does in fact make sense that if they pick up the Eve, it will be more painful on their side. It could backfire, right? It's a double-edged sword here for Foot Esports. But now, looking at the mid lane prio as well here for Genji Esports, things are quite looking good, as well as the rotation.
Yeah, and they managed to get a quick steal off of that. That's going to slow Ruyi down, and that's the first buff that she was not able to take. So again, the next couple of camps here aren't going to be as much gold as she would like, but at the same time, there's still the orange buff at the end of the day.
Yep, and we've seen that in the first match where even though someone stole us buff, we would still be able to level 4 before the first neutral objective. Very close call there, though, onto Panda 1 on the bottom side.
Both sides are a little nervous. They don't have Flicker. They're both using Purify, so positional mistakes can be very heavily punished. There's no get-out-of-jail card for free. But then let's look at the top side, because Unohana having a really tough time into Arya, especially on this Esmeralda. Well, gets the knock-up, and immediately, this might just be first blood here, but doesn't seem like they find it yet.
Wait, that is the early commitment here for Foot Esports. They are willing to take the first blood. Kujo immediately for the respo. Now they transition onto getting a neutral objective.
Hey, Kujo finding that first blood is exactly what this team wants. Again, get that snowball onto Guinevere. Nail yourself. Wait a minute. This could be dangerous. Right now, Sayori has an opportunity to turn this fight around, but they don't have enough damage because they don't have enough people around the area. They call this off, but look at bot side. Hardly being shoved. They already have that rotation in.
I think for Genji Esports, they were also waiting for Ashley to get her ultimate. Wasn't enough of the change crowd control. You know, for Foot Esports, that is a very huge commitment onto that. Even the Salmon Force was activated here for Miko. Rui will spot on Zendaya. Black Shoes already activated. That is a big oopsie moment. But wait a minute, what's happening? They're disengaging.
They allowed it to happen. They're like, you know what? We're feeling a little generous to you. You know, your name's Zendaya. I gotta make sure sending the big superstars back to their base, and just know there's not going to be a second time.
Yep, definitely generous game for so far. Salmon Force yet again here for Miko. Not really that greedy yet here for Foot Esports. I do like the fact that they're really being careful. It was Genji Esports from last year we're kind of prefer Sona more on counter punish. So for Foot Esports, they're limiting mistakes. They're limiting movements that could get them punished here from Genji Esports.
And that's my favorite thing. I love seeing professional teams just understand what the playbook is meant to be, right? A simple foundation that kind of links every single movement into the game to give it purpose. And right now, if we're talking about purpose, Genji, I think they're waiting for a mistake coming in from Foot on the next neutral objective, because we're seeing that Arya, she has full control over this top side, right? Already a quarter EXP more than Unohana, even using the ult because she knows it's on a short cooldown to get back to the wave and lose 0 EXP.
And for her, it's a good thing actually. Arya is considered one of the greatest anchors for Genji Esports. She's also one of the leaders that led them onto the grand finals run last year against Team Vitality. So it's safe to say that Arya is the one that we should also look out for later on. And now, on the expanding Rivers map, she would definitely be present once they try and contest the neutral objective from the hands of Foot.
Now let's see how this is going to play out, because right now, Foot have first motion, right? They have the... Oh, wait. They've already opened it up. Golden reveals exactly what they want.
All eyes on Arya, as I mentioned. And now Ashley is forced to react. There's going to be a Immune Fury. 2 members knocked up here for Foot Esports. Zendaya falling down as well. Gojo goes able to jump. Arya has been removed so entirely here onto her clashes. Rui still alive and kicking. Dashing through the walls of their neutral objective hasn't been touched yet. But now they're following through to the chase here onto Nora and Miko. They won't succeed onto taking them down. It looks like Genji has a very great punish there on the Foot Esports.
And they're good for it. A lot of battle spells had to be used here, unfortunately. Even Rui losing out on her retribution. It's going to be a bit of a hard take here. They need a reset. If not, there's an opportunity for Kujo to steal this again. And look at Genji. Instantly reset. Let's move towards that mid lane and then re-engage when we have our cooldowns back up.
That is exactly what you want. Observe first before you take action. And now we're observing Arya getting on to the front lines here for Foot Esports. Rui has her retry ready. Now they disengage or slowly disengage. They engage the situation. Objective first before a takedown. Sayori and Arya being careful as well, even though they have multiple escapes. And Genji Esports is on a new level of discipline here against Foot.
Yeah, I gotta admit, Genji, they know the conditions that they're looking to play for. And honestly, it might bite them later in the game as Panda breaks the tier 1. They should be okay. And there you go, the Minoan Fury to disengage.
Okay, that's also a save here for Ashley. They're trying to prevent their Goldener being taken down this early. Unohana, they're for a pursuit. But Sayori on their hand, copied. Going on the dark wave. Hey, stop that.
Hey.
Okay, disengage.
That's it. They just have to breathe. And while all this is happening, at least they're not missing out on important EXP and as well as gold. Rui covering not only mid, but goes straight to the top side, knowing, hey, Panda's going to be a little late there. You might as well take that wave and wait for the next one. Panda will eventually scale, so it's no big deal.
They're making sure that any time they will be ready. So there isn't any idle farming moment for Rui, as you mentioned, and that will greatly benefit Panda 1 as well. As long as she isn't alone being the core damage leader, and all is good for Genji Esports. Foot Esports on the other hand, I do like the fact that among all the games that I've casted, this is one of the most balanced yet. 6 minutes into the game, there's not a single team that's really dominant, not really one-sided at all. We see Foot Esports still trying to gauge a situation before they act on it.
I feel like, again, both sides are being very respectful of each other, right? We haven't seen them really force too hard in a lot of these scenarios, and I think that at least for Gen G's side, it's very clear what they're trying to do. But Foot, on the other hand, I think it's a lot harder to determine what the play should be. As the dive commences, Unohana is in trouble.
Okay, even though the Immune Fury will miss out, Arya with a follow-up. Oh, Falling Star Moon will miss out. But most of the members of Foot Esports are ready to rumble. Okay, Frigid Bread already activated. But now they slowly back away. That's the strength of Genji Esports. They know when to stop. That's a huge discipline right here. The objective, leave it be. They just want things to be chill. They're just waiting for the perfect moment. If ever anyone overstays their welcome, they go for the punish. Nora as well with Frigid Bread. Arya is stoking up a lot of shields here on the Foot Esports. Sayori with the last hit. Miko on your hand, focusing on getting the turrets. But they're getting the numbers rolling here for Genji Esports. 2 members down for a turret in exchange. I think for Genji Esports, that is more fruitful.
That's 2 members down, and they're looking for a third. The Black Shoes comes out just in time, but Zendaya, no way, hold this time. Arya takes him out, and now what used to be just 2 has turned into 3. Don't turn it into 4. Mako is going to try and play this out, but doesn't have vision. Gets flickered on and tries to get out.
Okay. She will successfully back up, but Ashley, on the other hand, I think that was so much of a overstaying on their part.
It was a scramble.
Yeah. But still.
They still managed to make it work.
Yeah.
And at the end of it all, Kujo is still deathless. 2-0-0, now completing the Genius Wands. And Daya, again, it's very difficult for her to maintain that position, especially when Flicker is on cooldown. But with all of these big cooldowns already down. And I would like to say the same for Gen G, but really, I think Arya is really fine with it. Even if she doesn't have to use her Purify and dies for it, the rest of the team is capable of cleaning up the mess.
She's willing. Actually, she's willing to sacrifice her time as long as other lanes remain untouched, right? And that's the thing. She's keeping Miku at bay. Just so Sayori and other members of Gen G Esports could just have the time of their life, not really realizing that it greatly benefits Gen G Esports. Without the Harit, the damage output just isn't enough for immediate takedown here for Foot Esports, and Arya knows that as well. Now they target even under the tower. They go in, or even with the fatal lace will go down. Unohara as well. Double kill here for Panda 1 under the turret. It's kind of a bit of greedy, but Rui will take that kill as well. Double kill. Will she make it a triple kill? No, sir. No can do. Miko slowly backs away. That's 4 members down here for Foot Esports.
Calculated, controlled, and most importantly, Rui playing a hot game. Good iframe dodge at the end of it. There should be a Lord take, an instant conversion for the side of Gen G. And finally, we see a tangible lead, right? Before this, this 5K was like, okay, sure, it started off pretty slow. They had a bit of a 4K lead, but now underneath the turret, utilizing their third item power spike to make sure that they can ram right through. And that's what Rui was looking for. Give me that third item, I guarantee you somebody's gonna go down.
And definitely, we've seen it close on action here for Gen G Esports. This is what we're talking about. The Gen G Esports wants to take it another step further. From dark horse to contender, now they're one of the strongest teams that has a target painted on their back. Now they're back for vengeance, and Foot Esports is the one on the line right now.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, Arya is capitalizing all the shields that she's absorbing here from Foot Esports. She will get away deathless as well here for Gen G Esports. Lord will actually be able to pop up those holy shields. Let's see. Okay, it's going to set Foot. That indeed is a great advantage now for Gen G Esports. Now they slowly transition onto getting a turret. A great move and discipline action here for them.
Yep, I need to see Gen G really press the advantage here. They know for a fact that Nora doesn't have the fatal links, and they go for it!
Oh, Ashley yet again with a powerful set of a Min of Fury. Foot Esports on the other hand scrambling to get onto a kill. Shutdown here for Kujo, but on the other hand, it's going to be a trade-off all for her life. Rui onto the base. They still have a way to go, and that is onto the walls, jumping out and down here for Gen G Esports. That is too much to handle here for Foot.
And that's the clip, especially for Ashley, for the argument for the mother of tanks. Truly, literally tanking the turrets. They're looking for a second one. And Rui, once again, thanks to the help of her team, able to dodge everything. Can she make it out with 1 HP?
She can.
Does.
Okay.
Oh, just a simple breather, and just notice that Foot. They're not happy that Gen G knocked on their door, broke at least one of the doorknobs, and said, "Hey, we're not going to pay for this. We're walking away."
That took a lot of guts as well for Gen G Esports. They have the confidence, they have the skills to back it up. It's all about making the noise with their actions as well. Very swaggy move for Rui as well. So I think the trade-off was really worth it. I was actually concerned because so far here for Gen G Esports, for the longest time, I've seen them more of kind of like capitalizing counter punishments. And now they're the ones leading the charge. All throughout the round, I've mentioned on the 6-minute mark that it was more of a balanced type of game compared to the games that we've casted. But now, heading on to the 13th minute mark, now we see the dominance being asserted by Gen G Esports. Now we see them being the top dogs against Foot.
And I think a lot of it just comes down to the fact that Arya has been absolutely crushing it. Look at that difference, 8.3k to 5.5 on the opposite side against Unohana. And to be fair, there were a lot of ganks towards Unohana's lane in a losing matchup in itself. So 3-level difference is not too surprising in this current state. But Mako finally getting that third item. Some relevant damage. Not enough to take out Arya, but definitely Ruyi and Sayori. They got to be careful if they fall into the Xamon Force.
And as well as she's really maximizing this low CD cooldown here for the ultimate. So that is another additional for Gen G Esports. We talked about this on the panel that even our experts are expecting the Esmeralda to really top off the charts after the Paquito Lapu from the wildcard. Now we're back on an Esmeralda. Yet again, now for Foot Esports, there is somewhat of a way to actually come back from this deficit.
A way?
I think.
What's the theory here? What's the theory here before the Lord makes it to the inhibitors?
I just think that Kujo and Nora just needs wonderful connection when it comes to Fatal Links and the spatial migration value for him. And Miko, as long as she doesn't get killed, could actually get 2 to 3 members from Gen G Esports. But that is just wishful thinking on my part.
That's not just wishful. That's hyper optimism as they're knocking on this door, ready to finish the job. They're going to break open the first inhibitor here, but let's see it. That Fatal Links could be a make it or break it.
Yep, let's see. They could ask for the turret for help as well, but now the Lord, they have to melt this out as fast as possible. It's Arya yet again onto the front lines. That is what we're talking about. Ashley with an Fury, good job down. The connection isn't there. They're slowly capitalizing onto the moving every single member here for Foot Esports. Ashley is a sacrifice, but I think it's going to be enough for Gen G Esports to actually finish off this round. Panda 1, focus fire to the tower, and that's it for game number 1 win for Gen G.
Woo, that was one hell of a game. Cool, calm, calculated, but most importantly, it never felt out of control for Gen G. Yes, mistakes happen, but it is not the end of the world, and you could see it in all of their faces. They're like, all right, no big deal. We can recover. We're going to hit them so much harder in the next 2 minutes.
It's like, okay, another day, another game, another win. Like, very relaxed stances as well, even for Arya, Ashley as well. Super chill.
They know that there's so much more competition to be had here today. So just getting one win just isn't enough. They need to win this series before we start feeling that confidence, and maybe a couple more once they make it to the playoffs.
Yeah, because last year, it took what? 2 days to actually see some friendly banters and taunts. Let's see. This is just day number 1 for MWI.
Hey, the one thing I can say about our beautiful ladies is the fact that they have way more personality than a large chunk of the male division here. They ain't shouting anything at anybody, but here at MWI, they show it. They put it all out on the table. With that being said, we're going to be throwing it back over to our panel right after these messages.
Is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Hey, welcome back everybody to our studio. I'm Taylor Reflection Snowball, joined by Eterna Brigida. Look, what a match it was. Gen G, though, pulling out, going big. The story behind them, second place last year. They're looking to go even further. They want to defeat whoever's in grand finals. Vitality doesn't matter. This is just one of those series, but they're looking great. And quite honestly, pretty much cruise through that round number 1.
Yeah, and again, you were asking why is Ashley considered a contender for Mother of Tanks? She shows exactly
that's right.
Why. Right? She pulls in one of her signature heroes from back in the day, the Minotaur, and I completely forgot how it worked. Right? When the Minotaur showed up, we had like a little bit of a discussion about it. We were a little confused as well, but primarily, it's similar to the Gatot Kacha, right? As soon as the Minotaur, Minoan Fury hits in, it's a really good way to disengage. So whenever they want to go in for these team fights, it's either she initiates or she disengages really well after the Fatal Links hits, or even the Guinevere finds a pick. And I think that was really beautiful connection and beautiful cover coming in from Ashley.
Yeah, and the fact that it's one of the heroes who really has a lot of knockups. It's not just relying on the Minoan Fury to find those knockups, because knockups are one of the best ways to just cancel whatever happens on the map. Either an ultimate that just requires knock-up to cancel or tempo. Like, it helps so much in just stopping or slowing down whatever tempo is being set by the opposing team. And I don't think we really got to see Foot Esports establish that of their own in that entire game.
Yeah, not at all right. I mean, even from a perspective of Turtles, even from perspective of map control, they just simply didn't have anything all game. They didn't necessarily play bad, it's just Gingy played even better. Hey, we got Rose on site for a Stream B update. Who's playing over there?
Hey guys, Rose here live from Stream B once again. And if we look at the back, Game 1 has just concluded. And guys, although it was a 21 minutes long game, the kill count ended at a 15-2 in favor of Falcons Daisy. And actually on my right, we could hear quite a bit of crowd and quite a bit of cheering for Falcons Daisy. So the question now lies, will Falcon Vega Mena be able to come back to equalize the score in a 1-1, or will Falcons Daisy actually come in with a sweep? That's it from Stream B. Throwing it back to you guys.
Thank you, Rose, for the update over there on Stream B. It's actually a massive update. So Falcons Mena currently down 0-1, where Falcon Daisies are up. Now, Falcon Daisies not attached to Falcons. Now, the thing about Falcons is we watched Falcons Indonesia lose a little bit earlier. They're 0-1, of course, still losers bracket, so they have a chance to come back. But now Falcons Mena running into issues as well. The club championship race, it's still early, being only week number 2. But man, Falcons cannot catch a break.
Yeah, it's gonna be a very sad day for Team Falcons if ever Team Falcons Mena end up losing as well. So, and I doubt we want to end the day with all sweeps, you know? So hopefully we do get to see a game number 3 happen in Stream B, or maybe even here, you know? I wouldn't mind closing out the day with a game number 3 in our hands.
I love that. I love that. It would show the more competitive things are, but why has it been sweeps? Did we expect this? I don't think we expected this.
I didn't. I mean, come on. Well, then again, it's kind of hit or miss, right? This early on in the groups, you know, some of the matchups might be a little bit overpowered towards one side versus the other, but all 2-0s? That's crazy. Granted, we're not done just yet. Stream B is still playing it out. We're also still having our series here between Gingy Esports and Foot Esports. So very much a case where we could, in fact, go to a game 3. We start to look at some of our highlights from, of course, this first map between Gingy Esports, Foot Esports. And you can tell by the stats, I mean, Gingy just dominating there on the left-hand side, not only when it comes to gold towers, but also, of course, even turtles, right? I mean, they never slowed down. Foot Esports, why couldn't they get a foot in the game?
I mean, if you were Nora, who do you really go after, right? Like, who do you try to set up if, as an Atlas, you want either Pandawan, Sayori, but both are on Purify? And it felt like sometimes they didn't even have to use that because Ashley and her Minoan Fury is just enough to already force the opponents out or to keep her teammates safe. So a lot of times I feel like it was just too tough to find like the right targets, because basically if you take a look at their lineup, right, it's not like they had a marksman with them. So winning team fights was crucial for them to eventually convert into structures, and that became an issue for Foot Esports in this game.
Yeah, there definitely was an argument to be made that for sure, it was a little bit more difficult, I would say, right, for Foot to execute their composition.
Yeah.
Because technically, you have the Guinevere, you also have the Atlas, and you should be able to utilize the layering of skills to kind of bait out the Purifies.
Yeah.
It's not as straightforward. It can be done, but it's difficult.
Yeah.
So they weren't really set up for success when it came down to the drafts. Even if we looked at the matchups alone, Phobius against the Esmeralda, it looked like Arya was having a splendid time.
Yeah.
Mid lane control wasn't as easy as I predicted. They didn't really utilize it to their advantage. And even in the gold lane, it didn't seem like they have that much of an advantage too.
Well, let's find out even deeper, or go deeper, I should say, with the analysis. One more clip to show from map number 1. And this time we're a little bit deeper. We start to attack the home. And at this point, or our base, I should say, excuse me. And Gen G making great work, good headway pushing through. You can tell there is some resistance from Foot Esports, but it's only short-lived as they continue to push forward and ultimately, I believe, take map number 1. Again, it wasn't really a long map number 1, was it? I mean, like around 14, 15 minutes. Gen G just simply dominating until the very end. They had control from start to finish. You know, I would have loved to have seen Foot Esports come back and develop maybe some type of a comeback, but it didn't happen. Good news is, though, we have a fresh map about to be before us, a fresh opportunity for them to potentially fight back. I mean, after all, Turkish representation, Foot Esports has a lot of pride behind them, especially regionally based, but they're going against Gen G, such a Titan roster. Again, second place from last year. It was never going to be easy, but if I learned anything from that MIBR loss comeback against Vitality just a little bit ago, even though they didn't win that round, I know it's not over till it's over.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, they technically had the drafts to do so as well, right? They had the Harith. I'm not really sure at that 14th point, did the Harith already get the power spike? It would be nice to get a little bit more insight into the itemization, but it required a lot. There was it was a specific winning condition that they had the Harith. They could actually still be able to take it to the late game, and I think Athena even mentioned it. But the gap was so far. It was a 10,000 gold deficit at that stage.
So it was a very difficult to come back from situation if you were to look at it from the perspective of Foot Esports. And hopefully this time around, though, things get a bit more favorable for them if they do switch sides in the upcoming draft. Because earlier on, you also did mention a thing or two about the difference between the blue and a red side, but I feel like there won't be as much difference when it comes to the bans that are to come from Gen G, because they really feel like they did their homework. So much homework even. Barely a single meta ban that we saw from their side. They were all targeted specific bans towards the members of Foot Esports. That was the Fanny, that was the Selena, and if I'm not mistaken, one other ban which was the Hanabi, and that's, I think, not a ban you would really expect to see in the first place. Hanabi is one of the most vulnerable gold laners out there, and there's a reason why or more so now that the Esmeralda has been buffed up, right? Like, you wouldn't really wonder why the Hanabi was even an option, but it, again, we saw it in MIBR loss. It can happen again this time. Once you get a hold of your comforts, anything can happen.
It's been fun today from the pick and bans, right? I think we've seen quite a bit of diversity, especially game number 1. That kind of opened it up wide. The Hirara still coming into play, having a bit of an impact. We know that buff obviously had a tremendous impact as a whole. Esmeralda has been, I want to say, one of the more impactful heroes of the day, especially in terms of our narratives. I've had a good time learning about MLBB. The MWI has been truly phenomenal so far. And well, for Gen G, they're looking to close out today with a 2-0 series count, push forward into the bracket or their group respectively, and then ultimately make it into the knockout stage. They clap, supportive. For them, this is just one stop along the road to grand finals. That's where they want to be. That's where they want to go. Of course, Foot Esports does as well, but they've got to try and come back. And if they can do so, this series might get a little bit crazy. And speaking of crazy, I'm hearing Rose, Damascus, Hollywood, Rob TV were playing basketball or something. What were they doing? Let's check it out.
Hey guys, Rose here. Right now we are at the basketball arena over at the Expo area in the EWC26, and right now I have 3 lads behind me and 1 beside me because they will be playing basketball. So they're gonna try to shoot one from the nearest, middle, and the longest shot. Everybody gets 3 tries, and we are gonna start with Hollywood Rob TV. Let's go, man! Okay, guys, how do we think this is gonna go?
I mean, that's it's not the best start, is it? That's not
I did better than him.
That's not a good start.
Okay, middle. Okay, not bad. So he got 1. And onto the longest shot. Let's go, Rob. What do you think? Oh, that was close. That was close. Okay, Trav is next. Do you think he's gonna do better than you, Rob?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's at least not gonna miss this one.
Okay. Now middle.
But I think he misses the rest of these though. Maybe.
Oh, really? The rest of it? Oh, okay. So now the longest shot. Will Trav get this? Let's go, Trav. Do you think he's gonna get it, Damascus?
Nah, hell no.
Hell no? Oh! Damn, that was clean. That was good, Trav. So, of course, with that, it's Damascus' turn. Let's go, Damascus. Are we getting it? Are we getting it? Do you think he's going to beat your score? 3 out of 3.
I mean, it's 1 for 3 so far, so he's not looking too bad.
1 for 3. On to the middle one. Let's go. Oh.
Gotta hit it.
All right. Onto the longest.
Yeah.
Can you do feet? I don't think you can do feet. Let's go, Damascus. Oh. That was close. That was close. So I think we have a winner. We have a winner, guys. It is Trav.
Can I just say that the American of the group is losing?
Bro,
That's your national sport. That is your national sport, bro.
The fact that I missed the first easiest shot is absolute insanity, bro.
I'm disappointed.
There's too much pressure to start off. That's all it was.
I thought you were good,
I was
bro.
representing all of America.
Oh, damn. The pressure on his shoulder was too much. But you know what? Good try and good job, Trav. We have a winner. Thank you very much, boys. I hope you guys can try over the activities we have over at the Expo Arena. If you guys ever do come to EWC26, that is it from us, and throwing it back to you guys.
Bro, Rob, what are you doing, bro? You're embarrassing, dude. You let the Englishman beat you? That's not even his sport. That's not even his sport. He plays something like football or something, bro. Rob, we got to do that. Run it back again. Damascus, that second shot was bad, bro. But you know what? You did better than Rob. We got to have a conversation after this. Hey, check it out. About to hop into map number 2. We head back to the stage. It's Gen G Esports versus Foot Esports. Now, these two lady teams are ready to get it started once again. Gen G Esports, though, cool, calm, and collected. They dominated that first map. They're not looking like they're letting anything go. All gas, no brakes. Foot Esports, let's get real about them. What do they need to do to come back? Because this is not going to be easy. They've got to potentially throw something out there that maybe we're not expecting.
First of all, they need to reset. Yeah. Right? They need to take a breather, go do fun stuff for a bit. I think
Like basketball?
Like basketball. And I'm pretty sure they're gonna beat Rob as well.
Okay.
I think I can even beat Rob, but
Hey, the 3 of us should try it next time.
yeah, let's do it after this.
After those shots, I think both of you would be just fine.
Exactly.
I hope he's hearing this.
In all
100%.
seriousness, they look kind of tense.
Yes,
Right?
yeah.
We're looking at the stage right now and they look a little bit tense. So I hope they got the chance to reset even for, a few minutes backstage and they go back to the drawing board. But you did mention about side selection and we do see the change of sides. Is this the start of what Foot really needs?
They left the Fanny open for Foot Esports.
Hey, we haven't seen a Fanny game, even wildcards.
Not at all, but the Freya seems to be a higher priority for Foot Esports, at least in this scenario. They want to keep it safe. They have to still check if it will indeed be feasible enough to bring out a Fanny in this scenario, because even then, it's such a comfort pick for Foot Esports for Kudrow, but you cannot take away the fact that there could just be countless of counters to that specific hero. Gen Z, why did I say Gen Z?
You're Gen Z.
Oh, we're Gen Z. Gen G, right now. I think a lot of the other power picks are also still up there. They still can go for the Atlas. That worked wonders for them in game number 1, if ever they do want to. Another option earlier on, I think they could pair it with the Esmeralda. Right, that was the option, or that was the pick that they went for, but they're changing it this time. They're actually going for a Valentina and Eterna. I think slowly the blind Valentina picks are working for those who are actually picking it up.
Disagree. Depends on pilot. Disagree depends on pilot and how the enemy...
It depends on the user.
Yes, and also how the enemy drafts around it. Okay, in certain situations, if you are a Valentina, if you are able to see what is the best ult in which scenario, yes, I agree, the Valentina is very powerful. But other than that, I don't see the value. But you do make a good point. The Valentina has risen in popularity lately. And we do see the insta response in the Cho as well as the Alice. Now, the Cho was a hero that I was expecting to come out earlier on, but it finally sees the light of day here. The big question is why?
Are they setting up for a Fanny? You think so? Or because so far we're seeing like 2 fighters and they have a most likely Freya Gold and an Alice in the EXP lane. So that makes you think if they're setting up for a damaged jungler or if they have other plans in mind, unless they really want to stick for utility and just go hard carry. Because I've seen teams in qualifiers actually put the Alice in jungle, but I don't think this region is one of them. So there is still a very high chance that the Freya and Alice are going side for Foot Esports. And Genji, great response, pick up the carry just so they already have enough shred to deal with these threats.
Yeah, Freya and the Alice is something that the carry really needs to deal with. Along your note about the Fanny, I do still think it depends on what the bans coming in from Foot are. If we see a ban of like a Moskov or something of that sort, it definitely is looking that particular way.
Okay.
So do GG instead want to try and ban it out here in the first phase, rather second phase?
Yeah. They're taking their time right now. We're seeing Genji ban out their options first. There you go. So seeing the double fighter setup already revealed to us, they already took out one of the potential damaged junglers that are still up there, and that's the Yi Sun Shin. So in a way, they're also narrowing down the options. I'm not sure if Genji themselves would also just rather take out the possibility of a Fanny all in all, but the way it's looking right now, it seems like it's really on the jungle target. And for Foot Esports, you also don't know what the jungler is for Genji just yet. They take out the Belleric though, because even so, you also don't know what Ashley is actually going to go for.
Do they want to respect ban the Minotaur, is my question?
Minotaur into the Alice Freya. Okay, at this point, I think these first 3 picks that Foot Esports showed us are picks that would just not care about the Minotaur whatever happens. Like, they could just keep running through the Minotaur, so I guess they would probably not mind letting it through. What? Even the Ling gets taken out.
They're diving deep.
So
they're going deep into the hero pool here.
So they're really leaving the Fanny open. But we, again, cannot say for sure. It's a Belleric ban. Is a Belleric actually a counter to the Fanny? Or is it like...
Well, it's great for heroes that want to dive. So I'm thinking about heroes like Nolan.
Yeah.
Right? If they want to go for Nolan, it's not going to be as easy if the Belleric was on board, which is why they go for the ban towards it. Other than that, it's not related to the Belleric, but I still think the Hayabusa is also an option for them to pick up as well. But they're the ones to actually ban the Nolan out. Considering they are on blue side, they aren't going to get first pick in the second phase. So maybe they're picking up that Rui is also really good with her assassins. So that's definitely a possibility for the Nolan pick to actually show up for Genji.
Okay, we're down to the jungler picks for both sides, and as well as the roam for Genji and the mid lane option for Foot Esports. So we're looking for a roam and jungler. I think at this point, if they just really want to lock in whatever power pick is left, but if you think about it, what is left? They can afford to maybe go a bit more on utility, as I was supposed to say, because they still have like a marksman in the gold lane, and there you have it. It is going to be an Akai. And the Mathilda is actually still open too if they want to go for that pairing still.
Yeah, definitely an option that you can still go for here for Genji. But for Foot, they have to decide here and now. Up against the Akai, what do you think would be an option to utilize? The Akai with the heavy spin, despite, you know, the nerfs towards, it hasn't been as easy against the Akai. And yes, I agree. Definitely not the Fanny. Really difficult to get in through the objectives. Unless they want to go for kill pressure, just full-on kill pressure.
Okay. So if they wanted to just match it...
What? Barats without the Matilda.
It's a Barats Cho. Well, again, Barats into the Akai, a more common matchup. We've seen it happen even in wildcards, but it does not in any way together with the Mathilda.
Okay,
and the damage department.
When it comes down to neutral objective takes, the Barats has kind of an upper edge because of his ult against the heavy spin, right?
Yeah.
It's just the minus is that it's really, really slow.
A lot of them have crowd control. A lot of them can just keep running through the members of Genji, but how systematic can you get with this very brawly all-fighter composition that Foot Esports decided to field out. And Genji, not a Mathilda even on the list. It's a Minotaur comfort pick the second time around for Ashley. So just imagine how messy the team fights could be. These are all fighters we're looking at.
All right, it's time to get map number 2 started between Genji Esports and Foot Esports. Will Foot Esports be able to come back, or will Genji Esports shut the door on them, move forward, and be that much closer to pushing into the knockout stages? Let's get map number 2 started with Athena and Gideon.
Thank you so much, Reflections. Again, great analysis here, and all the points make a lot of sense coming into this matchup, but I have to say, Foot Esports, they're coming out of the gate swinging with a much better draft compared to game number 1, and they're pulling off the big stops. The Freyas are coming into the mix. The Alice is coming into the mix. I have never seen a composition that is screaming, I'm gonna dive you.
Okay, and as well as they already activated Nora's specialty, the show as well. I've seen them use it on their Grand Finals qualifiers. That's a 4-0 they finish off. That's almost like 3 games with a show for Nora. So for Foot Esports, they're taking in a lot of their specialty mechanics here just to try and ensure their survivability here onto their uppermost bracket of our tournament. Now for Genji Esports, they're one step closer. The tricky part about this is that whoever wins this one, will get most of the momentum. Let's check the emblem set as well.
Yeah, the emblem sets, most of it, all really, really aggressive coming in from Foot. And I love this opening coming in from Foot Esports. They start on purple buff, immediately move over to Litho Wanderer because they have mid-Fryo, try to attempt to steal the camp, but instead, they couldn't do it. So you know what? Let's take Litho and immediately move down. Foot is using a dive composition that's heavily centered around their mid-trio. This Barats, this Kimmy, alongside with this Cho, are going to lead the team on how the movements across the map are going to look like. Without them, the opposite side is considered the weak side.
Yep, now they move as a unit. They need to really put their foot down here against Genji Esports, considering the fact that they're most likely to be in your faces a kind of composition. You've mentioned the strength of Fujo's bat as well against the Akai Fluid. So we might see some interesting counterplays when it comes to objectives. Speaking of which, neutral objective will spawn in a few seconds, and now is the time for Foot Esports to actually engage or somehow negate the position for Genji Esports. Now that we're talking, it just happens to make sense. Genji Esports already foresaw that happening, or foresaw the plan here for Foot Esports.
I don't think they foresaw it. I think it was just a miss on the body slam, unfortunately. I mean, Nora was in mid-animation, but now they need Ashley to be level 4. Yep. I think that Genji, now that Arya doesn't have a clear lead, they're going to be playing for picks, but we'll see.
Okay, there's going to be a very not here for Unohana, but get the turtle buff here for Genji. Meanwhile, the first blood as well, falling onto the hands of Genji. Arya trying to the shield just isn't enough. The continuous damage is there, but still they survive. Unohana being caught on the crossfire, even with the kiss begin, and they're trying to run away. That is just too much to handle. Genji did a perfect circle moment here against Foot Esports. First objective, then the kills, then Arya taking charge of everything. That's a 0-3 by the way for her Esmeralda.
Oh my goodness, that was ridiculous. Like, again, this was technically a losing scenario for Genji's side. It was such a great engagement coming in from Unohana, already catching on to 4 of the members, but the composure from Rui to wait until the very last second to combine her heavy spin to break out of the crowd control and then get the retribution down, completely 180 the entire scenario. Now, not only did they win the team fight, they also get the turtle. And Genji, they're not scared to fight.
Okay, now they commit the victory here for Ashley. The team members caught on here with a Wave of Dragon connected onto Ashley. He likes that. She likes that attention. Now it alleviates some of those damages here for Genji Esports. Now the chase down is on Sayori onto Zendaya. She will not survive with a chase down here for Genji Esports. Now they change targets. Unohana yet again. But still for Genji, is it worth it to take the time to actually torn it down? They're like, no, let's just focus on Nora and preventing them from really go with the freedom of just capitalizing farming up here on the map. Nico, other hand, has other plans here, chasing down Rui still. I think for Gen G Esports, they could just commit on this one if they want to.
They can commit a lot, actually, but I think Gen G have bigger sights in mind, like the turtle that's about to spawn in about 6 seconds. Keep in mind, big battle spells are gone. Ashley can't just freely engage upon their targets. They will have to play a more defensive style, as we see the mid lane getting contested by Arya and Urohara.
Oh.
Own early, force out that ult.
Okay, Arya is doing a great job in preventing another repeat of what Unohana did. So now Unohana is forced to just regen some of her HP before actually committing onto any clashes here for Gen G Esports. Unohana onto the front, Crimson being activated. Let's see if they will be able to throw down Arya. But it's just like a tickle onto her. Another throw the throwing onto team members, but the follow-up just isn't there yet. Now Miko jumps in.
Oh my God.
What a mistake on their part. There wasn't anyone from Foot Esports to actually tank some of those damages. She just dove straight into the line of fire of Gen G Esports.
This is starting to get a little uncomfortable. Gen G, they don't have to do much to deal with this dive composition because they're so well suited to deal with the counter engages. Foot's execution needs to be crystal, needs to be perfect. No opportunities must be given over to Gen G's side.
That was too much of a risk here for Miko. For me, that was a question mark. Yeah, Unohana actually has a great vantage point with the Throne of Wind, but to jump inside the turtle pit with no one in the vicinity to help you tank up some of the damages, just wild here for Foot Esports. But still, for Gen G Esports, an early established lead compared to Game 1. Almost 6 minutes in, now they have 3k gold lead, and it's not stopping there. Even on the positioning, look at Arya. There's no woman here from Foot Esports that could stop this girl, and now they got their sights onto the mid lane. Kuja as well with the rockets will miss out most of the targets. Instead, she gets a lot of damage from Gen G Esports.
I'm losing my mind here. Zendaya is getting zoned out from every little bit of EXP. She is literally 2 levels down on Sayori. And now we see the Throne of Ruin come down from Urohara. It's a guaranteed kill here.
It is.
What can you even do?
Plus the recall from Ashley.
You gotta make sure you are putting your mark on your opponents right now. But Foot, I don't think it's completely over for them just yet. Mako has time to scale, but they need to re-change. They gotta change the way they think about this composition.
Yep.
Yes, it is a dive composition, but every composition needs one thing, and that's an anchor. Unfortunately, it's not Nora.
Definitely not, because Arya is always on her face, right? And that isn't what you want if you want a new perspective here for Foot Esports. A way to do it is actually just focus on farming and slow down the pace. You don't have to necessarily fight onto Gen G's clashes or attempts, but they have no choice. It's always Gen G here, Gen G there, and most of the time, even their jungle camps aren't safe from Gen G.
Yeah, no, it's too late. It's too late to actually go for these forceful plays anymore. And yes, I do agree that they do need to actually... Oh no, they forced another Throne of Ruins, and now the Daytona's welcome.
Okay. They've got most of the clashes well enough prepared, but now Gen G yet again with unstoppable here for Sayori. Chase down here onto Arya, onto Nora. They get plenty of very nice crowd controls here, but how about the layer? It's not really layering enough here for Foot Esports, and now Unohana. A sure kill yet again for Gen G Esports, and they're taking it onto the hands of Panda 1. Well-formed carry, 110 onto the kill score. It's only 8 minutes in the game, but now they're deep inside the inner turret as well here for Foot Esports. No one is safe here onto Arya. The jump yet again for Nora. We've mentioned she isn't the anchor that they need to face off against Gen G.
She really isn't right now. I think the most... I don't want to make as big assumptions, but in my mind, the ideal situation for Foot, Zendaya is your main anchor. You got to play around Zendaya. She is not exactly the most mobile once the hover packs are down. So that means everybody else either has to play for peel or counter engage. And unfortunately, Unohana is at a point in the game where really hard engaging into the backline may not necessarily be good unless you get a trade in ultimates from Gen G. In this case, it's got to be that Minoan Fury. Ashley has been doing a lot. Sayori as well. Doesn't really need to go above and beyond because Ashley's already doing so much work. Ruyi, in particular, very dangerous, but at the same time, she's playing selfishly. I'm only going to use my ult to either catch somebody or secure the neutrals because everybody else is doing their jobs.
If it works, right? They're not literally changing anything. They just stick to what worked best, which is a kind of repeat of what Ashley and Sayori is doing. A bonus part is that Arya doesn't even have to be in the clashes because now for Gen.G Esports, they want to take on another member here for Food Esports. Cert on the other hand, Sayori falling down. That is the shutdown that they want, but at what cost? That was an instant double kill here for Gen.G Esports. We mentioned Zendaya needs to take a better job at targeting members of Gen.G Esports, but that doesn't mean that you have to necessarily sacrifice some of your front runners here for Food Esports.
Nah, it's that early game. It's because of all the damage she took in the early to mid stages of the game that she's so slow to actually scale up. She's 3 levels down at this point, 2 levels, and finally gets the Divine Glaive. But I gotta give it to Gen.G. A lot of their setups are very high level here. They send their one member, they have the follow-up ready to go. They even know how to force scenarios underneath the turret while it is low, so it gives you a false sense of hope. Oh, we have a tower, but really it's just one auto away.
Yep. And then Sayori actually is doing a great job onto what ultimate should be copied, right? Just to try and complement what Rui or Ashley, vice versa, could start off with a clash. Now they've got a Lord. That was a fairly easy Lord to take here for Gen.G Esports because what matters is that no one from Food Esports is safe to actually farm up. Most of the time, the plan B is to just farm onto the other side of the map. But that isn't happening because every side of the map, there's an Arya always taking charge. There's 5 women chasing her down. But no one could actually peel off the layer, the shields here for Arya.
It's too much. It's too much.
That is just too much here for Food Esports.
I mean, even the Purify was well timed from Arya. She was waiting for that second half to activate, but decided, you know what? I'm going to do it early because if you take that second half, we win the next coming fight. And with Lord knocking down at the base, Gen.G force.
Ashley! Again with a very nice setup play here for Gen.G Esports. At what cost? It's okay because now Arya gets a free hit on the members of Food Esports. Rui as well. No, front runners are down. Nor the setter is alive. No, not indeed. Because Gen.G Esports is locking their eyes onto the base. It's another 2-0 for today.
Ooh, a day of sweeps here on Stream A, but Gen.G take another win. 2-0. Great game so far. And man, it is cool, calm, and calculated. We've seen every side of what Mobile Legends has to offer. Dive compositions, defensive counter-engage compositions, compositions that want to scale and play for early, all in one day.
And imagine, looking at them, it's like very cold treatment that Food Esports received from Gen.G Esports. Now they smile. Of course, the match is finally over, but still, that was a very cold, calculated kills and setups well here for Ashley and Sayori. Definitely one for the books here for our opening day for MWI. Many things to consider. The draft as well was beautifully created here for the side of Gen.G Esports, and throughout our game, this was just Gen.G Esports dominating each and every minute of this round.
It really is. And Gen.G, I got to give it over to their drafting as well. They understood the assignment. They make sure they take away the comfort picks here. They've done their research. They're looking to be champions this time around. They're not going to let it slip away ever again. 16-3 was that final score by the end of this game. So I can only imagine that it's just an upward trajectory for Gen.G. It's so crazy. With that being said, we're going to go on a short break, and when we come back, more Mobile Legends action.
Another great series, but another 2-0. Gen.G walks through Foot Esports, take the series with confidence, and you know what? They look great. They really do. Again, a team that got second place last year, looking to go even further. They went first. Total control. Very well done. Welcome back to our desk. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble. Got Eterna, bring it up, Bree. Talk to me, man. Great series overall as a whole. Gen.G, I want to say, you know, Vitality was truly impressive. I think Gen.G looked to be the most in control out of all the series today.
Yep, their 2 games felt like very cleanly executed games for this entire series. And I must say, I cannot I cannot process the fact that they got the Esmeralda for 2 games straight and had such an easy time with it for the entire series too. Because they also had the carry in game number 2. Like, there were no direct answers to the Esmeralda whatsoever. Not like it was the only thing you needed to answer in Genji's lineup, but also the fact like they didn't need to change much. They were always on the Minotaur. They were always on the Esmeralda. And Foot Esports, for 2 games straight, failed to find answers to that.
Which is why I was wondering when it went down to the drafts, right? I was like, do they want to ban Minotaur here? Do they want to start taking away these heroes that they found so much success on from game number 1? And they really didn't. Were they expecting maybe a different outcome come game 2? I'm not really sure what really happened, but obviously when it came down to the drafts, it wasn't really set up for Foot again, right? The Barats without the Matilda was already very difficult. And considering it was 4 out of 5 heroes on the side of Genji that had so much crowd control, and we're considering Sayori here because we talked about the Valentina, the blind pick Valentina, and how it would be successful or not. And I said, it really depends on the pilot. One of those pilots is Sayori.
Brigida, tell me, standout star from Genji who performed well. We talked about Ashley quite a bit. Did she show up like you expected her to?
She did. But I think my standout would be the first face we got to see in this particular screen. That has to be none other than Arya. Apart from the fact that she did get her hands on the Esmeralda for 2 games straight, she just played it so efficiently to make sure that you get the most out of the buffs that these Esmeralda just recently got. So shields apart, I think there was even this one moment in game where I definitely thought she would have went down. But she survived just with a single skill 1, and the team fight extended even further, and I think that's where an Esmeralda thrives. So when it keeps extending, Foot, yes, they had a lot of fighters, but it also felt like they were a bit too spread out. I could recall the Freya trying to go in from the backlines countless times, but even then, it felt like she put herself in danger even more.
Well, Eterna, we have a couple of highlights. Let's walk through them, and it could even include of course, what Bree ended up saying, right? Getting away unscathed. I know it was a quick game. We start very early on in just 3 minutes.
And we already see Ashley doing Ashley things, right? And we see the counter engage that we come to love come from Genji. The fact that they're able to layer the resources so well. We do see that first engage coming through, but the engages after that really just coalesce with one another, right? You see, you know, Rui coming in as well with the hurricane dance. It's not called the hurricane dance anymore, isn't it? It's called the heavy spin. Man, I'm still stuck in like what 5 years ago. It's a hurricane dance.
It's a new patch. It's a new patch. But again, like sometimes you just feel surprised that the meta shifts so much that you just bring back a lot of the former picks, because even the Barats, like I guess it's because you saw the Barats, right?
And the Faramis.
And the Faramis. It's because you saw a lot of the old picks, the old meta picks that you suddenly thought you were back in the day. But I agree. It's great to see that teams have, or at least the 2-0 teams have shown such great level of mastery. But hopefully for those who failed to get at least a game today, they do get to recover and just bounce back, because they're facing elimination matches the following day.
Yeah, it's hard. That's when the pressure really starts to peak. And speaking of pressure, might have had all 2-0s on Stream A. Stream B, we finally go the distance. We're going Game 3, Falcon Daisies versus Falcons Mena. This is going to be a fun one, and I'm curious how this is going to end up unfolding. I think this might be a replay. I don't know if this is actually live. But if it is, though, it looks like Falcons Mena are actually looking pretty good. You know, we discussed, obviously, Falcons Mena, a team that needs to perform well because Falcons Indonesia find themselves in the lower bracket, which means Falcons, for club championship points, they could be missing out if Falcons Mena is not successful. Of course, Falcons Indonesia will tell their story in the future days. But I believe that was the end of game number 2, and that ties it up. So going into game 3, our first one, I'm curious how it's going to end up unfolding.
Well, it looked really good. Game number 2, right? That was almost a 10,000 gold lead for Falcons Vega Mena. And I really like the drafts. Very intriguing, very unique as well, utilizing their own taste. Kadita is something that I really love, and I thought that we'd see it in that match where there was the Guinevere and the Atlas, right? They went for Lilia at the end.
but they could have considered something like the Kadita if they wanted to go for more burst.
Yeah. So we're seeing a lot more old picks come again. And
it's MWI.
Old is cool, okay? Brigida, old is cool.
Old is gold.
Old is gold. I like that better than cool. Brigida, let's take a look at some of our emotions from the players out on our stage because, again, the emotions run high. I mean, how could they not, being on that stage, the fans watching you, plus you're playing, you know, an MWI. Again, it brings elation, it brings joy, but sometimes it brings heartbreak. In this case, you get a little bit of everything.
yeah, and I like how it seemed like they were in really high spirits before we started the match, and then even after, you get to see smiles on their faces, even from losing teams. One, I think I would really remember from today was from MIBR loss. I saw La La Land just clapping her hands after they lost eventually to Team Vitality, and very well done for them. They deserve to smile after what they've been able to show up against the team to beat that we've established here in MWI 2026, because they took us by surprise. We were so close to getting that Game 3 Reflections actually mentioned, because he did feel like the third series was actually the series that could have went the distance, right?
I felt that. I was wrong, but I did feel that. And honestly, we could have went that way. I mean, it was still probably one of the greatest matches we'll have over the next coming days, going 26 minutes. I mean, that's an eternity.
It is. It is. It was one of the longer games that we've seen so far, and I hope we get more. Right, because the longer the games go, it means that that's the closer things are getting as well when it comes down to the competition. And we've seen certain regions dominate here at MWI for so long. Finally seeing things level up and having that being like the growth and the entire landscape of things, it's really nice because like we've been following the female scene for so long, and we finally get to see a lot of these regions out there really develop.
Absolutely, and speaking of developing Vitality, questions were, are they coming in as the champions we once knew, or are they going to be coming in a little bit lackluster, maybe weaker? We do know that they have suffered losses in the past, okay? It's few, but it does happen. They have shown that they can bleed. However, at least for right now, for the MWI in 2026, seems like they are not bleeding whatsoever. In fact, they are thriving, and they had such an incredible series. Yes, they did get overzealous. We talked about it, pushing the base a bit too much, but they still locked it in, and they looked more confident than I think they ever have.
And they can afford to do that.
Yes.
They can afford to do that, especially in the early stages, I think. As we get further and further, I think that's when things are going to get a little bit more competitive from Vitality, because they are going to start to properly execute their early game. Am I allowed to say that? Properly execute their early game?
I get a feeling that it's okay, because that's a Vitality thing, you know, like they've already proven and established how clean their executions are, how they've mastered the fundamentals, and it shows in their records, because I believe even in the previous MWI, they barely dropped a single game, if not none.
Oh, wow.
Like
That's
they had a
impressive.
perfect record. All games, sweeps. All series ended in sweeps. And yes, it just really shows how dominant they are, but now that there are so many regions stepping up, I'm hoping to see less of sweeps, you know? It's the first day,
Sure.
I guess it's a bit forgivable, but as time goes by, as we get to the top few remaining teams, I can just sense that it'll be much closer than last year's MWI if we keep this trend going.
Well, going back to Gen G, they just at least had a tremendous 2-0. Luckily, we had Rose to sit down with Panda to hear what she had to say after her win.
We book Esports World Cup.
Hey guys, Rose here with Panda from Gen G, and they have just won Foot Esports on a 2-0. Congrats, girl.
Thank you.
Now, Panda, let's talk a little bit about you, because earlier on in the pre-match interview with Ashley, I mentioned that she looks more composed, more calm this year, more mature. What about you? Have you changed much since last year?
No, I feel just as excited and motivated to be here.
Okay, now I know that you guys had your boot camp once again in Malaysia this year. Why do you guys keep going back there? What's with Malaysia that you guys like so much?
I feel like Malaysia is more at home. We feel more comfortable there and we learn better when we're there.
Oh, so you guys have much more fun. I see. That's really nice. I think when you guys are having fun, then the gameplay definitely gets better.
Yeah.
Now, speaking about gameplay, you guys will be having a very early rematch with Team Vitality. And just now, Team Vitality was in a close call with MIBR loss. So how does that make you guys feel?
I think regardless of how they played, we still feel the same confidence going into tomorrow's match. And we're actually very excited to have the rematch.
Are you hungry for a revenge match, perhaps?
Maybe.
Oh! You know what, Panda? Thank you very much for chatting with me. Congratulations on that win, and I hope you feel better soon tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
I will see you on the next match. With that, back to you guys.
Thank you, Rose, for that great interview. Nice to hear Panda, giving us some insight, choosing to train in Malaysia because it just feels like home. That's where they feel they learn the best. But more importantly, Rose asked, Panda, do you still feel motivated like you did last year when you got second place to Vitality? And she says, well, even more so than before, right? So Panda on a mission alongside that at Gen G to face off against that team right there on your screen. Vitality, the top dogs, the team to beat for sure. And they did, in fact, beat MIBR loss a little bit earlier, 2-0. They managed to get the job done. We did have a 26-minute banger matchup in game number 2 between the two teams. However, it was Vitality getting the job done. Thinking they're looking great this year. And one thing I noticed about them is they were kind of all smiles. Even when things got tense, right, Bree? They were all smiles.
Yep. I mean, you did say you liked their personality a lot.
I absolutely do.
Especially Vivian. And it's very important that she does be that person to always smile first because she is the roamer. She is, I think, technically one of the considerably leaders of the pack, of the Team Vitality. And every single one of them have been together for so long that I feel like it's much easier for them. See, you're doing it now.
Umi did it first.
Okay.
What is she doing? What'd she do?
The 6-7.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, my gosh.
Is that going to be a thing?
Reflections is so tiring.
Because I said at the beginning of the show, I feel like I'm the one responsible for this, or else you guys wouldn't even been thinking about it. Let's start walking through our bracket, starting with Group A. It was an exciting day for sure, and plenty of great matches ended up unfolding. Do have a message for you, however. During the pre-show, the bracket for Group B was displayed incorrectly. The previous bracket graphic was displayed in order of matches played by match start time and not on the correct order. The teams have been drawn into the bracket. Team Vitality plays the winner of Gen G versus Foot. In this case, it would be Gen G. And then, of course, Galaxy Phoenix play the winner of Falcon Daisies versus Team Falcons Mena in the upper bracket. While MIBR loss face off against losers of Gen G versus Foot. In this case, obviously, will be Foot. And Navi will face losers of Falcon Daisies versus Team Falcons Mena in the elimination matches. And of course, we still need to get caught up on how that secondary matchup ended up taking place. And as we take a look, that bottom one still tied up 1-1. So you're going to have to catch that over on Stream B to see how that Game 3 ends up unfolding.
Hey, it's
Yes.
true. It's happening.
It's happening.
Oh my goodness.
We get the rematch of the grand finals of MWI 2025 early.
Is this tomorrow or is this on Wednesday? Because I have to mentally prepare myself for wherever it is.
We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out because today it's a relatively short day. I mean, after all, we had a lot of 2-0s. Again, Stream B is still live, okay? That matchup is still taking place. But what a start to MWI. Surprises and upsets already taking place, and it's not going to end here. We have 4 more days of action to get through. And as you take a look, obviously this is going to be that matchup taking place on Stream B. Falcon Daisies versus Falcons Mena. And right now it's at the start. We're just a couple minutes in, and it's pretty close.
2 minutes? Am I saying this right? It's just 2 minutes. And things are looking really close, as you would expect from a team that's drag the series all the way to game 3.
Carmilla Jungle.
Wait.
So we saw a few Carmilla bans earlier on. Was it signifying Carmilla Jungle ban?
No way. Because this was something I believe even Team Indonesia in the Asian Games qualifiers have been trying to pull off.
Wow, well, that's very exciting to see.
Brigida Eterna, looks like we're going to have to end it here, though. No! That stream, yeah, we're going to pull it up because Stream B is still going on. Check it out if you haven't already. But for Stream A, we are done for today. But don't you worry, we're coming back tomorrow. Plenty of action to take place. The ladies will be kitted back up on that stage for MWI Day 2.
ドキドキしようよ準備以外できる早く